Here we go, folks, and welcome to Virtual Legality, episode 5 of our stroke series. But only one of us, I think, has had a stroke. But I'm very happy to have Ian Runkle of the Bailey here and David, GM extraordinaire of Lawyers and Dragons, as well as Mrs. Hoeg, who you've heard from throughout this series and is very excited to be here as well. So before we get started, we're going to talk about where we are, where we've been, because I made the excellent choice of doing an 8-part video series during rehabilitation. But it's been wonderful. I'm glad that we've got this up. I'm glad that we're here at the fundraiser portion of our show. And I think to talk about that a little bit more, I'm going to bring up some information about the hospitals at the heart of all of this. So if you've watched this whole series, you know that I have been at a number of medical facilities throughout the last 4 months. But 2 of them, Ascension Providence Novi, where I had my brain surgery, and Chelsea Hospital, where I had my inpatient rehabilitation, really stood out and really were places that I thought deserved our support. So today we're doing a donative drive for fundraising for Chelsea Hospital and Ascension Providence Novi. And if you look at the description of this video, you will see links to those. I've also pinned those links to donations in the chat, but we can talk about the process a little bit before we get started. So let's see if I can do this correctly and hit all the right buttons. Automatically, I already did it wrong. Just hang on one second. Folks, I haven't run a live stream since before the stroke, so bear with me. We're going to do our best here today, but I'm probably going to hit a few wrong buttons. If you remember last year's first stream, there were a number of wrong buttons hit then. So today's actually something close to the first anniversary of that stream because it's also Free Comic Book Day, and we started on Free Comic Book Day last year. So if that's a holiday that you celebrate, congratulations. But we're about a year away from the first one. So here's Ascension Providence Novi. This is where I had my brain surgery. This is where I had my initial rehabilitation. And these guys are all fantastic. And if you look at the link, you'll see there's a Reasonable Minds Raising Fund fundraiser page just for you. And we've set a fundraising goal of $25,000. I have no idea what kind of money is going to come in. I really, it's all on you, community, and I really appreciate any support you can give to these places. This money will go specifically to funding their neuro residency program, I believe. If you look at the description of the video, I'm a little bit better articulated there, but that's really important. That's what gets us the care that we need. That's what gets us the surgeon that worked on my brain, for instance, who helps run that program. And I think it's going to have a really significant impact from donating there. If you want to check out Chelsea Hospital, where you have heard from my inpatient rehabilitation therapists, then you can check out their website here, and they've got a list of things that they want to add to their rehabilitative unit. And this particular donative tab is where you want to put your money for that. There's 2 separate hospitals, 2 separate donation areas. And because Chelsea Hospital uses a different system than Ascension, the other thing that we would ask, so you'll see 2 links for Chelsea Hospital, is that if you do donate to Chelsea, if you send a message here through the other link to Mrs. Hoeg, we'll be able to keep track of that and put it in a little thermometer. So everybody loves a good animated thermometer, right? Well, that animation is coming from the labor of my wife, who's going to be doing it on the fly when she gets little messages from you all from donating to Chelsea. In addition to all of that, and I don't have the link up because I almost got this completely prepared but forgot one link, we have exclusive merchandise at the store. So here's the fundraiser thermometer. You see charity fundraiser here. And if you click on this, we'll see if we can get that to pop up properly. You will see charity fundraiser goods with very specific charity fundraiser type versions of the Reasonable Minds Can Differ tagline that were designed by our awesome designer, Chris. You'll also see a t-shirt, Jeff is Real, because Jeff is real. If you were here with us for part 2 of the series, you'll know that I had a session in inpatient rehabilitation where I wasn't entirely cognizant of where I was or what was happening or what was real or what was not. And I had a night nurse named Jeff that was absolutely fantastic and took great care of me. But the rest of my family didn't get to meet. And so there was an open question about whether Jeff was in fact real. And we can assure you he is. And if you are Jeff, or if you're named Jeff, or if you just believe in Jeff, you can wear this shirt to indicate just how real he is.
I believe in Jeff.
All the proceeds that get to us after the stores take their cut will be shared with the hospitals and split evenly for purchases made on these items. And these will only be available yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Hey, let me say something about that real quick.
Yeah, please do.
We've already raised $266 in sales from the charity fundraiser here on the shop. So thank you so much for shopping.
Oh, yes, please do check those out because they're really fantastic. And again, they support a great cause. I love these places. They help save my life. Mrs. Hoeglaw gets maximal credit for that, for calling the paramedics and bringing them in. But once in their care, these hospitals absolutely saved my life, and they're doing such important work. And I've been in rehabilitation for 4 months, so couldn't do it without them, and I want to support them as much as possible. And I'm so happy that you guys are here. And we're going to have people bouncing in and out of the stream, I suspect. A lot of invites went out. You could see Ian and David here right at the start. Very, very early for Ian, especially. Somewhere in Western Canada. I don't even know if they have clocks. And he got up for us. So thank you, Ian. It's good to have you here. Thank you, David. It's good to have you here, too. Don't want to leave anybody out.
It is good to be here.
We're just going to hang out. We're going to chill. We've got some announcements. We've got some new stuff for Lawyers and Dragons. I might have a little bit of a hangouts and headlines worked up in the background here that we can do live on stream. But as I said, I haven't done this. I haven't hit all these buttons. I haven't even tried to organize this in quite some time. So bear with me. A lot of buttons to hit, but I think we're going to be okay. And the real benefit is to these hospitals. And I did want to mention here, as put by Post-it note from Mrs. Hoeglaw, which I'm sure is a process you are familiar with, that we do want to thank the president of Chelsea Hospital, Ben Miles. He will actually be matching through the hospital's philanthropy fund $10,000 of your donations to the hospital to go to rehabilitation, to go to the things that I did at the hospital. So if we get that number up to 10,000 for Chelsea, then that's going to be matched by their philanthropy fund. And that's all thanks to their president, Ben Miles. So I really appreciate that. And I really think it's going to make a big difference to my favorite tiny hospital in Chelsea, Michigan.
That's awesome.
It is. It really is. And that's all because Mrs. Hoeglaw got on the phone and talked to people and talked to foundation specialists and donation people. And she has been producing this stream as much as I have, if not more. And so she's been doing just amazing work behind the scenes on all of this stuff for the channel and for this series in general.
Yeah, shout out to Mrs. Hoeglaw to get this whole thing going.
No kidding.
She's amazing. She is amazing. But yeah,
we get to see that animation move.
You want to see a movie of some kind?
Animation, to see that animation moving.
Oh, yeah.
I just did something to try to poke the dollar amount indicator. So I want to see if we can get that moving.
All right. We'll see. We'll make sure the process works, honey.
I'm working on it. I can't chat over here and click buttons over there.
I got it. Yes, the real AI is Mrs. Hoeglaw. She's putting it all together for us. So we'll work on doing all those things. But before we do, how's everybody doing this morning? How are you doing, Ian?
I am tired. I stayed up late. I got very little. Well, I stayed up late and then I was unable to sleep. So
your just eyes were glued to the coronation. I know you're a big fan.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
And David, how are you doing? You get some more sleep than our legal brethren up there?
Maybe just a little bit. We were on pretty late last night, and then just insomnia hits me as well. And I think Ian and I run on very similar sleep schedules, so it's a lot of fun.
I like that you euphemistically call Ian's sleep schedule.
Yeah, I mean, it's my sleep schedule is more of a legal fiction.
Well, we do that here. We like legal fictions.
I will go on my legal fiction rant another time then. Well, hopefully people are waking up. I tried to throw a shout out on Twitter, so hopefully people will be awake and filing in.
Oh, yeah. I think we're already doing well. We got some people in here.
Excellent.
Very exciting. We are going to have a lot of fun here today, I think. I think our technical endpoint is question mark, question mark, question mark. As long as donations are keep coming in, as long as support keeps happening for the hospitals, I'm going to stay on as long as I can. But it's not going to be a 14-hour stream. It's not going to be a marathon stream into the night. We're going to try to make sure that my work streaming balance is a little bit better. We've talked about this as part of the series. My doctors don't think that it was a tension or stress episode, but we can always do better at balancing those things, and I'm going to give it the old college try.
Well, that's good.
Excellent.
Now, gentlemen, have you gotten a chance to see any of the episodes of the series?
I've watched some of them. I haven't been able to watch all of them just because
That's okay.
it's so busy.
I appreciated the one, I think it's early on, where you had somebody saying that you've seen one stroke. You've only seen one stroke. And I was like, that's fascinating.
That was a great line.
That was a really great line because, like,
That was the therapist. I mean, I can't take credit for it, but yeah, it stayed with me.
yeah, that was, and like, my mother suffered from a stroke long time ago. So it's like that really does hit home, and it's like the recovery, ways of recovery are completely different per person. So it's really interesting. I'm really glad you're doing this series because, firstly, it's really great to know everything. Secondly, it's really great to know that you're okay. But everybody's just been wanting to know what's going on with you and your family. So it's been really great to be able to watch through all of those.
Yeah, well, and I wanted to get that information out there. I've basically been planning this series since I was laying in a hospital bed on about January 5th, which is how my brain works. And I got yelled at a little bit by people that were interested in my health because I was like trying to plot out videos. And yeah, and some
like,
of those,
you knock it off.
yeah, well, yeah, a little bit like, hey, all right, chill out, focus on your health, focus on your recovery. And it's funny because I wanted to get this done, but I'm so glad that it seems to be resonating with people. And if you don't know, May is Stroke Awareness Month. So we're already trying to make people aware. And my voice has recovered a good chunk since even I came back in February, which was too early because that's just how I operate. But rehab has been such a long process. Rehabilitation is so hard. And I'm very happy to be able to say here at 10:20 in the morning on May 6th that I have been discharged from physical therapy as of yesterday.
Woo.
So I still have occupational therapy. We're still working on arm and hand and left hand and everything else. But physical therapy, running, walking, I still have to do homework. But the actual the official visits to the rehab facility, I've been discharged from as of yesterday. So that's pretty exciting.
That is awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah, that's a good day. That's a good day. It's almost exactly 4 months of rehabilitation on physical therapy side. So we're getting there. We're getting there.
You look great and you sound great, and that's just really awesome. So that's all good news.
It is all good news, and it's been a very strong recovery. It's still hard for folks that are interested in more virtual legality episodes and more streams on the channel. It is significantly harder for me to both organize and perform videos. So things like the CMA's attempted block of the Microsoft Activision acquisition have all been prepped the old way, but I can't make the videos in the prepping of the old way. I have to learn some new tricks, as it were, to prep videos. And so that's going to be a little bit longer yet, but we're going to get there, folks. We're going to get there. It's just a matter of I can't do it quite yet, and I'm very apologetic for that. I wanted to do it the day of, as you can probably imagine, but that system just wasn't working. We need to change a few things, and we'll get there. I promise.
Is it like organizing your thoughts? Or like preparing like a transcript almost?
Yeah, so for the most part, I do my videos extemporaneously, and I just did transitions between tabs and pieces of evidence and just kind of remembered where I wanted to go the whole time. And that's proving to be more difficult, as well as moving my mouth, honestly. The muscles in my face and keeping ahead of where my brain wants to go is just a trick. It's nothing so dramatic as, wrong words or not finding words or pulling things out and them not making sense. It's just not being able to keep up at the speed or in the manner that I was doing before. And so now I have to do a little bit more outlining, a little bit more reading. Part of this series was really kind of prepping new ways to do videos and seeing how those worked in long form. And so I really like this series. I really like what we've done, but certainly I think I'm reading a little fast. I'm doing things that I don't love in certain of the videos that I can do better with a little more practice, like everything.
Well, it'll be a process to get like fully back in the saddle, but I mean, we're here today. You know, this is first live stream in 4 months, so that's a massive milestone. And besides, Rick, we've got plenty of time for you to recover and be 100,000% ready for Rings of Power Season 2. So take all the time you need.
That. I have heard that. Rings of Power Season 2 now without writers. Will it be worse or better?
I don't know, but I'm excited. Maybe not in a good way, but I'm definitely excited.
It'll be interesting. We're going to have a lot of fun with that, I think, David. We'll have to have you on for some of those Hollywood Reporter articles that'll come out about Rings of Power Season 2. Mount Doom is secretly Gandalf. It's going to be a heck of a season.
Uh-oh.
Gandalf has been the big bad the whole time because that makes sense somehow.
It makes as much sense as what Halbrand? Is that his name? I don't even know. I've excised this from my memory.
Good. You don't need it there. That takes up space. It's not worth it.
Have you looked at the lawsuit?
I only briefly looked at it, but it's a matter of being able to make an entirely derivative work and then claim a copyright infringement on it.
Against the original copyright owner? Yeah. That's it was a bold step. We'll go with that.
Yes. Good luck. Good luck with that. Yeah. No, I've seen various stories kind of fly by as I was either in the hospital or shortly after. I know that we talked about it briefly, and I know I talked about it briefly with David, but one of the things that we almost did, and this didn't make it into the series proper, was when I was in occupational therapy and speech therapy at Chelsea, Mrs. Hoeg made them aware of the videos in the channel, and so they looked at some of those, and Renee, who you met in this series, my speech therapist, was considering asking me to prep a video as part of the organizational cognition kind of examination. And I was going to do that, and it was going to be about, at that time, Wizards of the Coast and the licensing that they were doing with Dungeons and Dragons. So we almost prepped a video. I wouldn't have made it in the hospital, of course, but we almost prepped a video at the time. And I know you looked at that, Ian. I know you looked at that, David. How has that all been going in Dungeons and Dragons land?
Wizards of the Coast continues to take their brand goodwill and basically have a small campfire. So since the whole licensing thing, they decided, so this small streamer, basically he goes and buys a set of cards from some intermediary, and they send him the wrong cards because they have two Magic the Gathering sets, one of which is named the same thing as the other, plus the word Aftermath. So they're very similarly named. So somebody screws up, sends him the wrong package, and he gets this set pre-release. And as a result of that, they're upset because now he's doing some, live opening of the cards on his stream. And so rather than doing something reasonable, like send him a message going, hey, we'd really prefer if you didn't do that, they send the literal Pinkertons to his house.
Like old Western Red Dead Pinkertons?
Well, I mean, not the, like, they're still around as a company, but yes, it's the
as it turns out
company.
Yeah.
So
the actual Pinkertons.
So of course, what does a guy who live streams do when that happens? Oh, right. He then proceeds to go on a video and say, hey, they sent the Pinkertons to my house. And people have opinions like, hey, I noticed this, and I'm like, well, if the guy bought them for full price and he just got sent the wrong thing, you probably don't actually have the authority to reclaim the thing. That's a cause of action that you have with whoever sold them to him, to pursue that and say, hey, you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I
But
presume it's a breach of disclosure of some kind.
yeah, breach of an NDA, so you sue the distributor, you sue whoever, but you don't. And my thought was, you go up to him and you're just like, hey, looks like you got some, cards that we didn't think you were supposed to have. We know you didn't do anything wrong. How about I don't know, make the guy a card in the next set, or like break into your vault and give the guy a few packs of, Arabian Nights or Legends or whatever the hell from the early days, and be like, how about this? Rather than sending, goons. So they sent goons, and the internet has thoughts. So, yeah.
Yeah, Wizards of the Coast is having a year. It is all that goodwill going into that campfire that Ian described. It's not pleasant. And like when you're a fan, like a longtime fan, and it's just like I make a lot of like Disney Star Wars comparisons. It's like, yeah, I love the thing, but I hate what the corporation's doing. I hate what the company's doing. And so that's really the exact same thing that we're seeing over with Wizards of the Coast. It's like they keep making these horrible corporate decisions that the consumer's not like. Like we don't like that.
Yeah. It's Wizards of the Coast has never been the greatest at brand goodwill, but they have been exceptionally bad lately. To a degree that I suspect that in marketing classes, this may actually end up being a lesson. Like, hey, how do you deal with this situation? Well, not thugs.
I think companies are still getting used to people having channels, right? Because as you said, what do you do if you're a live streamer? What do you do if you have a video platform? Is you make a story about it, because that's going to be as popular as the initial subject.
Yeah, I think that they are really having to get used to the idea that mixed in with the general population with possibly no warning are people who are PR landmines in and of themselves. Because like, oh, hey, this random dude who looks like some scruffy nobody could turn out to have 1 million subscribers in exactly your target market.
And I mean, nobody's is really what we specialize in.
I mean, I'm certainly in the scruffy nobody category, but I think this guy has like 6,000 subscribers, or did at the start. I suspect he's got more now. And but even then, like, you do something in that small role-playing gaming is like a small pool with lots of these small channels. But once one person hears about it, they send it to someone else going, hey, have you heard about this? And now everybody knows, and it's a big problem. So, yeah, it's tough. They need to figure that one out.
Yeah,
it is tough. Crazy. And they had some goodwill this quarter as well. I mean, Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast made the Dungeons and Dragons movie that was pretty popular, and I think is pretty good, all things considered. So it's been a roller coaster for them.
I was actually surprisingly impressed by that one, and
it's not bad. I mean, it's no Trees of Eternity, but it's pretty good.
I have to give it another chance, because like I fell asleep watching it, so and then I woke up and I was like, there's so much, like, and here's my backstory, and I'm just, oh gosh.
David's got a review.
I have to finish it, and then I'll do a proper review. I don't want to like, rip on it now.
If your Twitter is right, because you fell asleep for like the first act, you fell asleep between two giant backstory expositions, and so that's the whole movie to you, I would gather.
Yep, yeah, and then I think it was like somebody else's backstory just as I was like waking up again, and I'm like, okay, more exposition, cool.
I mean, it really feels in a lot of ways like a D&D, thing, because it's like, and now we're going to do some of so-and-so's backstory. It's like, Okay, fair
I know, and
enough.
it took me a second to realize that was what they were doing, because that was really early in the movie. I was like, oh yeah, this is the player at the table who says, and I grab him and I jump out the window. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that there are a lot of nods to like D&D game semantics. Like one of the battles I saw on like TikTok genuinely is 6-second rounds, and they just berate somebody, and it's because it's supposed to be 6-second rotations, and I'm like, that's fun. Or in the trailer they're talking to the corpse, and it's like you get the 5 questions, and it's a little goofy, and it's like, okay, well that's D&D. But then like at the same time, I felt like the film itself is doing a J.J. Abrams, which is let's go as fast as we can, because then people won't ask questions about what's happening. And so it's just going as quick as we can, like a roller coaster. But
I mean, that's
again,
my DMing style is like, okay, if we're still moving, nobody's going to ask questions about whether this makes sense. There's also
I think it was pretty good.
There's a lot of classic D&D spells that get airplay. And so they may not actually call it out, but like there's a moment when it's like, okay, that's definitely Odaluk's Resilient Sphere being cast here.
Well, I was sitting there thinking of you using giant sand hands in one of the scenes in the movie. Like, oh, that's Ian's spell.
Yep, that exactly is.
Yeah,
they just didn't flick anybody off with theirs.
Well, I mean, that's their problem. They're wasting the potential of the spell.
And folks, I am seeing in chat, and Mrs. Hoeg just informed me that there are some difficulties with international donations on those pages. We're sorry about that. The hospitals gave us these links, and that's the way that they want to take in the money. We don't want to have any of the money by anybody think that it's coming to us, or that we're otherwise taking an extra step to get it to the hospital. So we do apologize for that. Hopefully it'll work out for you. Keep trying if you want to donate.
Don't give up. Never give up. Never surrender.
Okay.
They're keeping me busy over here. There's a lot of donations coming in. This is really exciting.
Oh, good.
And my donation went through on the international donation thing, or at least it told me it did. So hopefully that's working.
Yeah, I'm hopeful too. You never know. You get all those jurisdictions. There can just be little issues with the way some of the internet stuff works. And I will tell you that Mrs. Hoeglaw worked hard to make sure that the links worked and everybody had a page and everybody knew where the money was going to. So it's really just a matter of getting all those wires tied properly. And sometimes it takes a little bit of extra work.
Well, that's what success takes. A little bit extra work.
I love that David occasionally turns into like an HR video.
It's that's kind of funny.
Hey, look who woke up.
I know Rob's awake. Rob knows he has a link.
He's there. You want me to pull him in? I still have that power apparently.
Oh, you kept the powers that you had when you took over the channel?
Uh-huh. It looks like I still have them.
So Ian is resisting a great deal of temptation to start hitting buttons, by the way, folks.
Oh, there's all sorts of shiny buttons back here.
I make so many poor life decisions. just so many bad life decisions. The number of espresso shots that are in this, I think I can start a power tool.
Well, we were talking about you before the show started, Rob, but we understand that you went real late last night. So thank you for getting up at all.
7.5 hours.
Yup.
That was fun. That was great. I love my life.
We've got Alita's video stream winding its way through the internet here, I think, just next to you.
Hi,
so.
can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yep.
We're waiting for your image to load, like the old photos that we used to download over like.
No.
Oh, which kind of photos, Rob?
Not answering that question. I plead the fifth.
It's taken
Nature
like
photos,
10
huh?
minutes for this page to load. So I turned my camera off in the hopes that like maybe that would help me join the stream.
Oh yeah, no, you're working fine. Just didn't know if we were waiting
Okay.
for a video or not.
Oh, okay. Well, let me try turning it on for a second and see if that works.
It
And if that
does.
doesn't work,
Hey.
turn it off again.
Well, it's, you know what? You actually managed to get like an actual wonderful freeze frame. Oh, dang it. It's still okay. Perfect. Still great.
So I can't see any of you guys. I have a still frame of Rick, and then all of the other screens are black except for Mrs. Hoeg. She's got her away screen. But yeah, I am yeah. Everyone else is in black boxes.
Well, we appreciate you joining us from parts unknown, Alita. So
yeah,
you do not
no
have to
problem.
include video if you don't want to. And
I
this
mean,
doesn't
if it's
mean that the whole
if it's
Lawyers
just a
and Dragons
freeze
game
frame
is
of
back
my
together.
face.
Yeah.
Sorry, I totally just jumped in and
No, not at all.
and cut you off.
No, it does mean that the whole Lawyers and Dragons team is back together. Which, by the way,
Yay!
guys, we did talk about during therapy at Chelsea Hospital. So you might have heard it a little bit in the series, but Hallie was using Dungeons and Dragons questions to try to distract me from whatever I was doing in rehab, which is a part of rehab, is to like get your brain to not think about all the many things it's trying to do right then. So I was like explaining armor class and stats and how we play Dungeons and Dragons on YouTube to my therapist while trying not to fall over in the hallways of Chelsea Hospital.
Rick, did you explain anything about what you're seeing on this screen right now? Like me, like at all? Because I would just be
We wanted
very
to
curious.
explain, Rob. I just assume this is how you get up on Saturday.
This is Saturday morning.
Oh man! So I will say my page. So I'm doing this on StreamYard through my phone, and then it's not on any Wi-Fi. I have my laptop hooked up to Wi-Fi, so it finally loaded the YouTube page, and on there I can actually see what you guys look like. And holy cow, I understand what you're talking about with what Rob is wearing.
Wait, what? This is normal attire. There is.
You hear that?
This is what
Rob wears to
Normal.
every day.
This is what he normally looks like.
What you missed last night, we discovered that there is such a thing as late night law. Late night law is when David from Prototopics wears a wig of his choosing. He switches them out from topic to topic. Runkle of the Bailey throws on a cowboy hat that I didn't know he had, as well as sunglasses. And Kurt wears a cowboy hat, sunglasses, and they just read the law with subtle tunes in the background. Late
Oh
night
my God.
law.
That
Yeah,
is
it
so
was-
funny. I'm so sorry that I missed it.
Yep, there you go. There's Ian. Yes, yes. Yep, yes.
Nice.
I tried to warn you guys, like in the back end. I was like, I apologize for nothing this morning.
Late Night Law is back. Late Night Law morning edition.
Rob, it's okay.
Oh,
It's very
no.
funny. When we talk to the hospitals and they're like, well, what are you going to do on this stream? It's like, well, we're just going to have fun. We're going to relax. We're going to chill out. And they're getting it. They're getting to see it now.
Oh,
This track is perfect.
trust me, hospital, we use our powers for good.
We try.
Yeah. So, okay.
Well, speaking of our powers, I
Runkle.
do think since the whole gang is here, we might have a new something to show from Lawyers and Dragons. Is that right, David?
Oh, I hope so.
Probably not with this background
I'm-
music.
There you go.
I'm excited because I mean I told everybody that we would have it, so I hope it is somewhere.
Oh,
So, folks, if you don't know, we've announced that Lawyers and Dragons is returning on May 27th for a sequel series called Echoes of Eternity. The trees are gone. No more trees, only echoes. It's going to be an entirely audio version of the season. I'm joking. But our good friend David, the game master, has put together a new introduction. So let's see what our season is going to
Yay.
look like. I am not nearly epic enough to participate, David.
Yeah,
This
that
is
seems
so
to be
cool.
taking a very optimistic, hopeful tone to the next season.
I'm
mean,
very concerned.
I
I'm
made
scared.
it, and I'm just like, it's so cool. I'm so excited, and I'm geeking out about it.
I am very scared. Those are some scary scenes. And David, per last night's conversation, if a clown appears in any of these battles, I will find you.
No,
Rob, if you're giving up your fears to the game master, that's you should know better than that.
We created a line and a barrier, and there is a we are
And
in
now
trust-
every monster is going to be a clown.
every monster now has a red nose.
It's like, okay, why are there kobold clowns? Well,
They need to be entertained.
It's in eternity. Every monster is a clown, Rob.
Oh no!
You come upon a goblin
terrifying.
circus.
Oh no! Oh,
You don't tell the game master what you're afraid of.
I was tricked. I was.
I was
may have played
coerced.
I may have played a scary clown noise or
Yeah.
video.
Yeah, I was not okay with that. These are traumatic events, people.
He's still upset about it, guys.
I am.
Well, that's a heck of an intro, David. And
Yeah.
I know people really loved the first one, so
Well,
it's got to be intimidating to make another intro.
And you know what? It was because we had very pomp and circumstance, happy for the first one. We did the Hardy's travel agency, and that was just a jazz dance fest. And I'm like, you know what? Let's go a little bit more of an epic factor. Let's crank up the stakes a little bit, because this one's going to be a little bit more like into it, because everybody here, you guys know how I run things. The chat knows how things work. Many of people in the chat actually played games like over the last few months. It's like, all right, everybody's at a place now where we can like get a little bit more story focused, get a little bit more epic. So
I mean,
that was the intention.
It's
there.
definitely much more ominous, that's for sure.
But
considering I
also-
almost died in the first season, I don't know.
Oh no!
actually, I was just thinking about that.
I
I think we ended with you still impaled. I don't remember if
No,
we have.
I removed that sword. I believe Lima took it from me.
Okay.
Yeah, I
I still
definitely,
need
I
to-
definitely like took it out of him. I don't remember if I used a healing charm, perhaps.
The new game needs to start like in media res with Hoeg inside of a larger monster.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
There are big monsters to eat Rick and Hardy, so that will, not worried about that.
Will my
Um,
dagger continue to grow?
You will it continue
Hey,
to
you know
engorge?
what,
Sure.
Rob?
Somebody ask your
We don't need to
doctor.
ask questions about your dad.
Rob,
This is not the night stream.
you're wondering why the chat gets thirsty.
It's I did not create the dagger. I did not create the dagger that just continued to that was not my
Gotta get
creation.
the what Law After Dark
Yeah.
music back on. Here.
What's that, Rob? Talking about
Oh.
your dagger?
The dagger that grows with it. Oh no, I'm not gonna do that because there's too many ways I can go with that, and this is a morning stream.
That's right. This is a morning stream for charity.
It is for
That's
charity.
right.
And there's David with the Sunnies.
It's like poke myself in the eye with these.
Oh, that is cool. What is that, Runkle?
I bought a copy of Eldritch Horror.
Oh,
And
good.
this is so that I can make something for Rick. Now I just got to
Aw.
play around with it, but I should be able to do something fun with that. I have
That's a nice
plans.
game. Eldritch Horror is awesome, folks. If you haven't played it,
How different is it from Arkham Horror?
quite.
Okay.
So Arkham Horror takes place in the town of Arkham, and if you're not familiar with that game, you fight old ones, and it's all Lovecraftian. And Eldritch Horror shares that thematically, but it takes place on the whole globe, and it's a wonderful game. I don't know that I've ever won it. It's a cooperative game, so you're playing against the board or the engine in the game, but It's absolutely fantastic. I highly recommend checking it out if you're interested in cooperative Lovecraftian horror. So it's my board game review for the morning.
I'm just trying to
It's
see.
great with that soundtrack behind you.
Yeah,
Love it.
the very
The game
music
plan-
itself speaks of Lovecraft.
If I can, is going to be to make a leather version of the board, assuming it's suitable for that, and then try to send it Rick's way.
Well, I mean, it's an absolutely huge board, Ian.
Yeah, so I mean, cows are big too.
You heard it here first,
Wait,
folks.
wait, hang on. How did that get drawn in? Where did that
Because
come
he
in?
wants to make
Cows
a
are
leather
big
version
too?
of the board, Rob.
Oh, okay. Cows are big. Oh, that's dark.
I mean,
No, that's
what do you
where
think
leather
leather's
comes from.
made of?
I know, but just yeah.
We got some Eldritch horror fans in the chat. Yeah, see, like it's a ridiculous board, Ian.
I mean, it should be doable. I
Okay,
think I can find a piece of leather that size, not a problem.
very nice of you.
It'll just be a matter of going through and carving and tooling and so forth. So it should entirely be doable.
Well, that'll be fun.
It's honestly it's the feeding the ducks music for me right now. Why does feeding the ducks sound like this? Did anyone else think of that? Like when the title of this song? Like why? I just don't. Yeah.
It's a
Come on.
euphemism.
What? How?
No,
How?
Family.
No, you got to
friendly
think that one through for
guys.
yourself.
No, I prefer
No
not
explanations.
to. No explanations.
no
Feeding the
comments.
ducks. There's no.
Feeding the
There's
ducks.
no. Yeah. Yeah.
This is what you think of when you feed ducks?
It will be now.
just breaking out the bread. No.
Well, speaking of feeding ducks, one thing that I did want to mention is that Chelsea Hospital, which is one of the hospitals you can donate to on this stream, has a list of things that they want to add to their rehabilitation unit, which includes a gardening center for their inpatients to be able to both do occupational therapy and get outside at the same time. I don't know if any ducks will be
Oh,
there,
that's amazing.
but your money will be going towards that kind of thing for Chelsea Hospital with a donation. And you can see that in the description to my video. But we were provided a list of the things they want to do and to increase their rehabilitation abilities. And if you look at this picture that I brought up on screen, this was a lot colder and a lot snowier when I was there. But this area here, right under these posts, is where I was learning to transition from a wheelchair to the passenger seat of my wife's car, and where I practiced walking on uneven terrain when I was first allowed to for a week in January. So I have a lot of memories about this particular place that we will have to pop back into very shortly. But your donations are extremely appreciated, so thank you so much.
That's awesome that they're doing like gardening as a therapy, partly because gardening on its own, I have recently learned, is very therapeutic. Because ever since Mrs. Hoeg and I got to talking about plants and tea and all of these wonderful things, I was very influenced to start my own herb garden. And so far, I have not killed any of the plants. Well, okay, except for one small propagation, but that's I will accept that one.
Well, you showed me your plant cart right now, and it looks awesome.
Yeah, it's doing well. It's doing well. I'm quite proud of it. I'm not gonna lie. It's nothing in comparison to what Mrs. Hoeglaw has going on, but you know, it's a nice start.
My wife loves to garden.
I sure
She
do.
does.
One
may
of
have
the-
to
I've
set
learned
up
so much from her.
One of
I may
the
have to
that's
set up a
sweet of
garden.
you to say. One of the things that we've learned is that the brain recovers faster when it's doing something it likes. So often the therapist will say to Rick, have you been folding laundry or unloading the dishwasher? I mean, your brain probably doesn't like doing that, but it might be helpful. So that's why this new garden, I think, is such a great idea, because if you can tap into those things that the brain already enjoys doing, then it's going to be like, yeah, I like to do this. I want to rebuild this pathway much more quickly. So we are really excited to help get them on their way with that project, because not only will patients and their families have a lovely place to sit, but getting your hands in the dirt, just like you said, getting into nature is so therapeutic, but also just learning to manipulate gardening implements and planting things. And I mean, Rick, you can talk about all the different ways you've had to manipulate objects so that you can rebuild that hand. And so this is going to be a great opportunity for patients.
Amazing.
Yeah, we definitely think so.
And it makes sense too. It makes sense that the brain would heal faster when you have that sort of desire on the other side of the work to get to that, that other thing that you want to be doing. It makes sense. So that's awesome. That's awesome that they have this plan.
That's kind of also why honestly, the thing I try to tell people all the time, go make something, you'll feel better. It's the same concept, like just dealing with something that you just either your body, your mind, or your heart is having trouble reconciling with. Either it's emotional pain, physical pain, something like that. Putting yourself into a different space, a space where you produce or create something, the creative space. It really is amazing. Just the healing aspects of that, the therapeutic aspects of that. And also, especially when you're talking about mental processing, like your mind in that moment is engaged in so many things. Logical processes, you're reconnecting dots that were disconnected. So it's amazing. I love this idea.
Yeah, I think too, there's also something about the fact that there's something physical and tangible that results from those efforts too, that can help in this kind of a long process that can otherwise feel like the steps are so incremental that maybe you don't even see that the progress is happening. But if you can see like a tiny little, sprout coming out of the ground that you're like, I planted that and I've been watering that. And like, that is something that is resulting from that, from, my efforts. You can kind of connect your efforts to the results a little bit more easily sometimes, as well, that's awesome. It's like everything, the more I think about it, it's an awesome plan.
Yeah, I think it is. And I think if you've got a nice day in Michigan to go outside, you got to take advantage of that. So I think if the hospital has that opportunity, it's going to be a great thing for people that are otherwise stuck in a place they don't want to be stuck in, dealing with something they don't want to be dealing with. So I think getting outside and doing those kinds of things is important and fun. So that was my segue from feeding the ducks. But I really do think that it's a useful thing. Chelsea Hospital is a great place. I got fantastic care. You've met some of my therapists there. So please do consider donating to them, because they're going to put their money to good use and help more people like me to get where they need to go and hopefully be able to move their hand like I can a little bit. So
you can do more than that. You can turn a whole 18-wheeler steering wheel. That's the word.
Steering wheel. Well, see, that's actually a great segue yourself, Rob, because one of the things I was thinking about doing is a lot of people keep asking me about what in the world these cognition tests are, these screeners that I've had to take about 50 of over the course of the past 4 months. And so I was thinking maybe I should prep a screener for you guys to try out yourselves.
Oh,
so
boy.
I was interested in doing a cognition test this morning.
I am very concerned right now. I am deeply.
Would you feel better doing it in teams?
I just felt the danger alarm go off.
I don't know.
We have
nervous.
to do it in teams. That's not very inspiring.
Well, let's start easy then, because I think we can do that. So we've got a series of cards here, flex your brain cards.
Okay.
Some of my testers have done, so we can ask some questions here and see how you do. Just yell out your answer if you have it, or raise your hand. Otherwise, if you're on video, Alita, if you raise your hand, I'm not going to see it, so don't do that. All right.
Rob's
So
ready.
let's flex your brain. Subtract the number in a baker's dozen from the number of cards in a standard deck.
I'm out.
Wait. No, I can do this. I can do this. Okay.
39?
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Yes,
39.
Aaliyah.
Sorry.
I'm
I
just
just
like,
shouted
how
the
many
answer
cards
rather
are
than
there in
saying I
a
have the
deck?
answer.
No.
I didn't know it was gonna be.
Yeah,
It was
that was
I
the first one I
remember
had to
50,
think of.
52 card pickup, and then the baker's dozen one was. I was like, oh, it's not 12, it's 13.
Oh,
Oh,
and
Travis
the challengers arrived.
just in time for the cognition tests.
Oh boy.
I feel like I'm
Fantastic.
traumatizing someone I have not yet met. I am definitely
Other
traumatizing
lawyers,
someone I have not
folks
yet
in
met.
chat who don't know, this is Tie Guy Travis. He is, among other things, a video game reviewer for minor video game site IGN and a co-host with me of the Bitcast on
And
Sunday
presumably
morning.
a tie aficionado.
He is a tie aficionado.
It's true.
I think he just likes to seem like he's classier than the rest of us.
And he
Oh.
shares Hoeg's love of the game Immortality.
He accepts it more than you do, Ian.
I thought it was interesting. That's what you're supposed to say when you find a work of art a little over your head, right? That's interesting.
We did
I'm not
have
sure
a
it's
lovely
over your
debate.
head.
We had a lovely debate last night talking about musicologists and whether there would be gameologists in the concept of litigation. So like Ed Sheeran, that lawsuit, right? There were competing musicologists that were experts in musical theory and musical construction. I was going, there's got to be some copyright litigation where they have two experts competing on the stand over game concepts and whether it was pirated or stolen off the other one. So there's got to be some gameologist that has expert qualifications.
The problem is that a lot of those game concepts that you might be worried about are unprotectable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you can
And they copy each other openly.
Well, it's the same with music.
Well,
Isn't it?
it is, but there's hefty litigation over it quite often.
Music elements are much more protected than some of the underlying stuff in games because, like, straight up, you can take a lot of mechanical stuff because you just can't protect math.
Well, and you
You
can,
cannot protect math.
you can see a lot of legal review articles and things about video games and how some of the precedent for things like board games, and in particular, since we talk about Wizards of the Coast here today a lot, Magic the Gathering has been wrongly decided because those should all be deemed mechanics or engines or systems that are not protectable by copyright, even though in game land they have traditionally gotten protection now for a number of years.
I mean, we can give an example. Andy's Crypto Cartel game has strong similarities with the game Bonanza, and that's perfectly legal.
Yeah, of course.
Yes, thank you for
game
clarifying
mechanics
that.
are copyrighted though. Warner Brothers famously copyrighted the Nemesis system.
They
Which is
patented it,
used in-
Travis.
Yeah.
Sorry, patented it. Thank you.
That's different than a
Uh,
copyright.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I always get this too confused. Yeah, they patented the Nemesis system and then never implemented it in any of their games ever. And then
haven't seen
other companies are sort of like, this is that would be really good to use. Yeah.
Mechanics and mechanisms and concepts like that are subject to being patented if they are a process that are created and unique and identifiable and the product of that person's ingenuity. Like that is proper for the patent process, but patents also expire after a period of time and they then become subject to public use.
I mean,
Wow,
the
my
games
brain
industry-
is functioning now.
Is it?
I don't know.
Hope's
Jury's
got
out.
a test for that.
Yeah,
Oh,
Travis, brave of you to come
shit.
rolling into a group of lawyers here. Love
I'm
you,
okay
man.
with that. I have no respect for authority figures. You guys are just
This is
people.
true.
That's
Travis has
actually
no
why we
respect
like
for
it.
anybody. I don't think.
I'm not wearing anything that's respectable, therefore I deserve none.
Okay,
Never mind.
we'll just start with our new guy here, Travis. Think of 3 tools, 3 street names, and 3 car brands. Then tell them to me in this order: tool, street name, and car brand.
I have to come up with 3 of each and then tell you them in that order.
Yes.
Okay. Hoeg, Richard Hoeg, a screwdriver, and a wrench. 3 tools.
Well, no, you have to. First of all, I appreciate that, Travis. Second of all, no, it's a tool, then a street name, then a car brand. You have to do it 3 times.
I see. Okay. Hoeg, Main
Yes, I
Street,
get
Mercedes.
Joke's still funny.
Okay. Wrench, 9th Avenue. I can't remember what the last one was. BMW. And then finally, drill, electric drill, Grant, and Ford, which could also be a street, depending on the city.
Certainly, we've got a few around here.
That was fun.
It
I guess.
was pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah, now
There were some
missed
there were missed opportunities on the first one. I feel like that was
Definitely.
but that was putting you in a panic moment for a second.
Yeah, I mostly wanted to pass the test rather than be clever. But, I'm sure Hoeg was probably faced with that dilemma a few times.
No, actually, absolutely, because you get these situations where you're asked questions and you're like, "Don't show off. Just try to prove that your brain isn't broken."
Yeah.
And sometimes that's easier than others, and sometimes it's harder.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think you were listing you were asked to list animals, and some of the ones you were listing were like from Star Wars or video games, and
Nice.
the therapist and I would just look at each other and be like, I don't know, but he's probably right.
It's a wampa. A hawk.
It's a wampa.
Yeah.
I'm wearing
Sometimes
a wampa.
Nerd brains be like that.
Yeah.
well, so those are the flex your brain cards. Do you want to take this cognition screener? See how you do.
I am so concerned.
Go
ahead.
Same.
Well, the disclaimer is that I'm not a medical professional. I can't give you an official score. So
Oh, that's the
But if you
disclaimer.
could, it
not,
would be
not
low.
that I'm not that a bunch of people are watching and they can definitely perceive whether we're getting it right or wrong.
but we'll do it in
There he
teams.
is.
We'll put Travis and Ains on a team together. We'll put
Oh, God.
Alita and Rob on a team together. We'll put Ian and David on a team together.
All right.
I just get here and I got to team up with Travis already.
I know.
I don't know
I
if I need much help.
I'm-
My
I'm
internet
happy
is,
about
is
this
a little
team
in and
up.
out right now.
This will
That's
be
okay.
good because
Rob will take over.
if I fail
Rob's
the
gonna take
cognition
over?
test, I can blame it on
That's
Ains.
what we're doing. Sorry, Alita, we're losing.
Good morning, everyone. How we
There's no
doing?
losing. They're just showing that you have cognition.
There's no losing. There's just
I feel like there's losing. in that.
The absence of cognition is losing. Definitely.
For sure.
So I will put on screen here very briefly that the version of this that I usually got was a written one where you'd have to put things
It's
together
a
this is that
unicorn.
This is the
And
test that Trump bragged about passing, right?
and draw cubes.
Wait, bring back the chubby
I
unicorn.
recognized it.
But there is a blind version that we can do just audioly here, so we will do that. So I'm going to read you a list of 5 words, and then you have to repeat them back to me. Easy enough?
I mean, we'll see what the words are.
Sure.
Face, velvet. Who's typing?
Sorry.
cheating.
I was saying hi to chat. Sorry.
Cheating.
Sure.
He's looking up the answers already. So
Hands up. Hands
he's
up.
like, face. What's a face? Google it.
Totally all right, Alita. I understand.
How to draw clock
So-
face.
Face, velvet, church, daisy, red.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask one of your team members to repeat those back to me. Ian, tell me as many as you can, any order.
Base, velvet, church, daisy, red.
Okay, and how about you? Alita, can you hear this? Let's go with
That's right.
Rob.
Ian, we got 100% on that one. Yes.
Face
Internet
Velvet
cognition
Church.
test.
Wait, Face Velvet Church, something red. Oh, damn it. Lady.
I can give you a cue, but you'll lose a little bit of credit.
Give me the cue.
It's a kind of flower.
Daisy. Damn it.
I'm just
Okay.
watching the points drain away.
I'm watching.
Ains, do you remember any of those 5 words?
Face, Velvet, Church, Daisy, Red.
It was only said 3 more times.
Yeah, see? It's helpful. I like that you make Travis and I go last. Thank you.
Well,
Nice.
let's see if David can say the words.
Oh, come on. We had a perfect score. Face, Velvet, Church, Daisy, Red.
Nice. Rob, I think Alita's going in and out, so you have to do yours twice.
Excuse me. How is that fair?
You already had a go. It should be
Face,
easier.
Velvet, Church, Daisy, Red.
Nice. Travis, you've heard it a
Face.
number of times. Can you do it?
I can. Face.
All right.
Velvet. Church. Daisy. Red. Echo.
Oh, the
Bravo.
flex. The
All right.
flex
Now I'm
in
supposed to
speed.
tell you that you should keep those in your head.
Extra words. Or those words.
Those words.
Okay, very well.
Let me type them down real quick.
Here, I put them in my head.
Ian, I'm going to read you a list of numbers.
Well,
And you have to repeat them back to me. Okay?
No.
2, 1, 8, 5, 4.
21854.
Yep. See, you nailed it. No problems.
That's the combination of my luggage.
Rob, I'm going to give you a list of numbers and you have to repeat them back to me backwards.
why is mine harder? This is not fair. This is not...
Sounds
Go
right.
on. Yes.
742.
247.
See, you nailed it.
Yay.
You complained early, brother.
It's my strong hands.
Grab my strong hands.
Ains, repeat this back to me. 21854.
21854.
See? You have cognition.
We don't know.
Y'all are doing great.
Sometimes.
He typed it down.
Chat has been putting it in the chat. Chat, stop doing that.
Yeah, chat, not cheating.
Chat, you're
Chat has
cheating.
They want to participate, okay? They're not helping anyone.
All right. Now, this will actually be for all 3 teams at once. When I say the letter A, raise your hand. F, B, A, C, M, N, A, J, K, L, B, A, F, A, K, D, E, A, J, A, M, O, F, A, B. So everybody looked pretty good there. I don't know if I caught anybody with the J's.
Almost.
We
J's
want
were tough.
participation badges.
I want to know if Mrs. Hoeglaw is also participating in this.
She is. Her hand was going up.
Oh,
You
can
got
see it, right?
100%.
If I can make a small marriage recommendation, don't run a cognition test on your wife.
No. But also, what is it? 2185, 2154, 247, and then Face, Church, Velvet, Daisy,
Red.
Red.
Church.
I can tell you that if I ran a cognition test on my wife, she'd probably run a running test on me.
Is she behind you with something that's sharp and pointy?
No, she's currently packing up. She's going on a camp, so the pups are going crazy.
All right, and then we've started with Ian and David a couple times. Let's start with Rob on this one. Rob,
Yes.
count backwards from 100 in sevens.
Oh, I hate this one. I actually have, yeah. So that would be 100, 93, 86, 79, 72, 65, 58, 51, 40.
You're good, Rob.
Good, thank you. I hate math. I became a lawyer so I didn't have to do that crap. I'm sorry for the profanity, but that was really upsetting.
I believe after I took this test, Mrs. Hoglaw said to me once the therapist had left the room that she didn't want to do that 101 either. So good on you, Rob.
No, Rob did better than you. And I think your last answer was like, I don't know, somewhere in the 50s. That's what you
I did at some point say somewhere in the 60s. But in fairness, this score did improve. She's saying that you beat me immediately after my stroke. So I'm not sure that's what I would hang my hat on. I think
Hey,
Travis,
Rick, I'm gonna slip out with the kids.
you gotta pop out. You gotta get some free comics. I know.
Free comic book day. Gotta go do it.
Nice.
So everybody have a great time. Thank you so much for being here. We are almost halfway to that matching goal with Chelsea Hospital. So
We are not.
Yes, we're almost halfway there. So please tell your friends, y'all, if you haven't shared, if you haven't tweeted about it, if you haven't called your mom and said, please give $5, please do that. Share with everybody. And the thermometer is updated, Rick. Refresh your page.
Okay.
Really cool.
And I'll pop back in a little bit. Have a great time, everybody.
Wow, guys, I really appreciate it, and I know Chelsea does too. So thank you so much.
Hi,
I
co-counsel.
have to actually add my donation. Hang on, because I have to
You
do.
do.
the
Sorry
tracker.
about that.
There you go. Okay. And then I wanted to donate. So my question, Rick. So this other one, the extension, not the extension. It was the second link.
Which one? This one?
The Trinity Health. So it lets me give a purpose, a designation for the donation. And the default is the area of the greatest need. But I wanted to know if there was a special one, if there was one that was kind of important to you guys. Because it has the Paula Nadella Nursing Scholarship, Cancer Care Clinical Simulation Center, Gastro GI. It has a bunch of stuff.
Where are you looking?
The Ann Arbor donation form, Trinity Health. Second link.
Second link. Chelsea.
Got some tabs open there, do you, Hoeg?
That one.
This one. So,
Oh, there's a Team Hoeg one.
how did you hear about our site?
The designation part. Do you see that?
I do not.
So scroll up a little bit. Oh, why does this looks differently than the one I have? It actually has a designation. Like it tells me that I can designate to a specific purpose.
Rob's got the wrong link. Is that my fault?
So I clicked the link that was on the page. I just did. But I see that there's because when I say it says Giving St. Joe's Health and then Ann Arbor, that's the link that's posted that's the one that's pinned.
You should say giving.stjoeshealth.org/Team Hoeg fundraiser.
It's redirecting.
It's redirecting?
Like when I just click the link, it's redirecting. But when I type in Team Hoeg fundraiser, it keeps it.
All right. Well, I'm sorry, Rob. And I'm sorry, everybody in chat. It should look like what's on the screen right now. It should say Reasonable Minds raising funds for Chelsea Hospital Rehab.
Yeah. So chat, when you click the link after the .org, just type in Team Hoeg fundraiser. Just type that in and it'll take you to the right page. Reasonable Minds raising funds.
Well, thank you, Rob, for highlighting that. I don't know why it's doing that.
Well, that's why we communicate. Communication is key.
Communication is key. That's why we're testing your cognition.
That part I don't like.
I don't blame you. Now just imagine doing this every day for a month.
See, the thing is when you test my cognition, you'll get a score of 404, but not as in like points.
this page no longer exists.
Blue screen.
Or just a spinny wheel forever.
Yeah, I was gonna say the little loading bar that never goes anywhere.
All right, Ains, all you have to do is repeat this sentence back to me.
Okay.
I only know that John is the one to help today.
I only know that John is the one to help today.
Yep. Travis, the cat always hid under the couch when dogs were in the room.
The cat always hid under the couch when the dogs were in the room.
You added a "the" in there, but that's still good.
When dogs were in the room?
Yep.
Okay. I was only half paying attention.
As a class. This one's fun, and you'll see why I get into trouble when I do these. Ian, name as many words as you can that begin with the letter F.
Sorry, did you say F as in Frank?
Yes.
No, she said F as in fun.
Now,
Frankfurter fun.
now I do know that
fridge,
you're not
flag.
supposed to use names or proper nouns. Scrabble rules, basically.
No Fonzie.
Frankfurter is a noun. Fridge.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay. Sorry, now my brain is, or now I'm distracted. 40, 50 while we're at it. This is not where I'm strong.
Man, math and words. I would have killed it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm tired and ADHD. Flip. Yeah, my brain is not functioning this morning.
That is A-okay, Ian. You still got 4.
There's
Anybody else want to
in
try
there.
their hand at F words?
There's more than
I'll
4
do
in
it.
there, man.
All right, Travis, F words.
Fork. Ferocious. Fictitious. Facade. Fun. Fine. Fluke. Floozy. Like Ains. Formidable. Focus. Fixate. Formulaic. Fortitude. Feast. Should I keep going? Foam?
Yes. you
Fickle
did.
like Hoeg.
Yeah. Yeah. Fickle like Hogan. Forgetful like man.
Yeah.
Formulaic is a word I'm guessing shows up in a number of reviews.
Foresee. Foreclosure.
You're good.
Flip. Okay.
But the pinned link is still says Team Hoeg fundraiser.
It's redirecting somehow, and other people are saying so. Just guys, just please, just type it in. Team Hoeg
The link
fundraiser.
worked for me.
Also, I don't want anyone to worry because their area of greatest need is the rehab department.
Okay.
So the money is still going to end up in the right place.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you gave that way, don't panic. It's
You
still
still
going to
can.
end up where it needs to go. You don't need that. Okay. See you later.
Wait, Rob, can you drop the proper link in the private chat?
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's in the description.
It's in the description. So just
one
in
that-
case,
the one that-
well, if mods want to start dropping it in the chat and seeing if it doesn't redirect, I don't know.
Well, I'm going to set up a domain forward, so we'll just have another domain that we can
There you
point to it. Thank you.
How are we doing on our goal, by the way? I don't know what the tracker is at.
So let's see if I can pull them up without giving you the rest of my questions.
Oh, you have those on screen? You can share those. Accidentally. As well as like just all DMs and communications. Like that's cool to put on live streams.
I heard that.
Yeah. All the cool kids do it.
So yeah, the Chelsea link has to be updated by Mrs. Hoeg. So we're probably a little bit above this right now. But as we said at the top of the episode, I don't know if you were here, Rob, the president of Chelsea is using their philanthropy fund to actually match the first 10,000 of donations. So that's going to be pretty cool. And we're halfway
that's
to
cool.
the match goal.
That's awesome.
So
Are all of
Very
those
exciting
open
goal.
tabs cognition tests?
no,
Good.
The never-ending cognition test.
no. And Travis, you have cognition.
Great.
Makes
Again,
a
not a
change.
medical professional, so
I can do numbers too. It is
Okay.
8 a.m. right now.
okay, Ian, since you're having the most fun with this, I need to know How are a train and bicycle alike?
Ooh.
They both have wheels.
True. Anything else?
They're both methods of transport.
Mhm.
They both involve gearing. Neither is particularly fun to get hit by. One more so than the other. A child can't lift either of them.
Interesting.
You can see how there's a lot of opportunity to be a stand-up comedian during these. David,
Neither respects vehicles and where they are and travel.
Real quick, treesofeternity.com now goes to the proper link if you want to use that instead.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay.
Nice.
David, how are a watch and a ruler alike?
Measurements.
Ooh. Which type of ruler? It's a homophone.
It's a legitimate question.
Yeah.
It is. It
Measure
It's a very Travis type question.
Yeah. Also, a watch can be a group of people, like guards.
Which a
Travis
ruler may
blocking
need.
the premises.
Ruler may need a watch.
Yes, watch and a ruler, both very prominent in Game of Thrones.
Exactly. That's where my brain went.
Love it. Yeah, and some other answers I've heard are they both have numbers on them.
Hmm.
That's a
Incremental designations,
Yep.
measurements.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Rob,
Oh no.
please give me the 5 words in order.
Oh,
There was an order.
Face, church, velvet, daisy red.
Almost in order.
Okay, so I recall that
the
you said there
order
was
part-
no order.
That was
I
the,
said
that was the other thing.
I said I accepted answers in any order at the top of the
I see.
test,
Okay,
yes.
but there was an order.
I remembered the 5 words. I get like at least like bonus. I remembered the 5 words. That's
You did
for me,
good, Rob.
For me, that's good. I'm happy.
You did good.
This one is still ingrained in my head.
21854. I remember that. And 247742.
I didn't like that they put red and velvet in there though, because I want to say red velvet. Is that
Yep.
intentional?
Yes.
Yeah.
They do test for if your brain is sort of sticking to things like
Yeah.
that.
Nobody calls it face velvet. That would be a terrible form of.
Face
That's
it
the
up.
worst
My
kind
new
of cake.
band.
Yeah.
It's like, what do zombies eat?
I do
Face
think they
velvet
made
cake.
movies about that.
Face
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I think you guys
Popular in gaming.
I think you guys all did great. Now, some of
And
these
you're
I did
wrong.
wind up taking with distractions, so they'd have like a radio on or the TV or music. So they would
The
check
guy
for
with
that
a
as
stick
well.
that just hits you occasionally.
Nope, they're against hitting you, but
These kind of remind me of really simple improv games. So some of you know I used to do comedy for years, and there's like warm up games that test your ability to multitask. So there's one game where you have one person on either side of you, and the person on the left side of you, you're looking at an imaginary photo album, and that person is asking you to talk about photos that they're making up, and you just have to like improvise and pretend that the photos are real and talk about why the picture was taken. And the guy on your right side is asking you really simple math problems, and you have to explain what's going on and then interrupt to be like 8, 17, and like just
Yep.
keep going. So they're really good at getting you good on your feet, quick on your feet. That's the kind of this kind of reminds me
I
of.
think I had to do some simple math problems while I was like underlining the start of sentences and crossing out commas and things like that in an article.
Nice.
So
Oh, giving
yeah,
you an
I
article
mean-
to break down? Like that's not what you did every single day, and wasn't it all?
Yeah.
comfortable?
Well, I wasn't doing some light editing, but yeah, it was it was fun insofar as it's fun to get tested and try to do these things, but doing it every day.
Oh,
for 30
nice.
days is-
Uncivil Laws played that game in improv class. That's cool. Yeah, it's a classic.
One of my favorite stories of yours, Rick, was when the doctor was giving you logic questions, and he was like, you were saying there's a fallacy in the argument of the question. And you started being hyper analytical with the questions. I was like, that is okay. He's going to be just fine.
Well, I mean, like, if I recall correctly, that one was premised on the fact that, like, you couldn't have two people have the same name or something like that, which is kind of understood in the way it was structured as questions, but it wasn't something that would have been understood as part of what I'm being tested on, which is like how am I thinking about these things. So I did try to talk to the doctors about, well, there's no reason why this person couldn't also be named Laura. When a logic problem usually is like everybody on the block has a different pet and everybody has a different name and everybody has a different color house and put them all together.
Yeah.
But some of the logic problems weren't written with enough of those presumptions. So I tried to help.
Kind of like,
And
Doc,
I'm sure they were like, "This is very helpful, Rick."
So, Doc, I know you went to medical school and you've been doing this forever, and this test has probably been around from a lot of people. But let me point out the fallacies in the argument you try to present to me, and also help you construct a better question, just for future reference.
I bet you they're written in a way, or like normal people too. Am I echoing?
Yes.
That's a lot. You're coming through Alita's mic, I think, or Alita might be picking it up.
Okay.
That was all just a ploy to
Back
get
to normal.
Lita off the stream, wasn't it?
That was part of the test.
It wasn't at all intentional. I just saw her little avatar like while you were talking. It just looked like it was echoing.
Now we know that Alito had my volume up. Just me, really high.
Just.
Yeah. We don't know why. We know it was happening.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna say, I bet you they were written in a way for like normal people to understand. Because have you guys ever? Like, this is super specific, but if you try to send out a marketing email in like a software like HubSpot, if you guys have ever used like a thing that's designed to write emails, it will copy edit you. It'll give suggestions based on average people, and some of the suggestions are wild. Like, it'll point out if you use words that are above a 7th grade reading level, and it'll let you know that most people read at a 7th grade reading level, and it'll be like, you're being fancy, which to me as like a IGN writer, I'm like, okay, I didn't know we were getting fancy by using, what I would describe as simple words. But it's always interesting to see the stuff
like
that is offensive to certain people if you use the word.
Yeah.
It's like,
We
how
had this-
dumb do you think your audience is? No, you're wrong.
Exactly.
Dumber.
Yeah.
They're dumber, but it's not always that. That's what I thought too. But the suggestions are really specific. Like, the word you're using doesn't exist in this region, or it means something different, and it's really cool.
It is.
stuff. So they probably wrote those questions to be like for the audience of, I don't know, average people with brain damage, and Hoeg is not average, nor people.
I think I said it in the series, but I might not have. But one of the
It's
nicest
like end of
compliments,
sentence.
one of the nicest compliments my speech therapist gave me was that I had excess cognitive reserve, which makes it a little tricky to screen.
That sounds like a stat that you expanded.
It's like a
in your
D&D
the
byline.
Hoeg RPG.
My
Yeah.
character has excess.
Actually, my
cognitive.
character is excess cognitive reserve, so I think that gives me +2.
This
got, like-
is
Yeah,
this
that's
is a
right.
great. I think this is a great thing that we should all practice. What if you spoke to your spouse, loved one, etc., and just you had to use either medical phraseology or legal phraseology to give every compliment? Oh,
That's a good idea. I already
yes.
do that.
My,
I've been playing that game for years.
I think my spouse would have opinions on that.
Travis is
Namely,
pro.
stop doing that.
I talk to my fiance like I'm about to turn her into a human centipede. Just really clinical. It's like,
Damn.
Man, whatever you're into.
There was a path. And we just went, whoa!
Nightbot, I'm going to need you to add that family-friendly message.
You don't say. And how does that go for you?
great. Like, you have very good skeletal structure. It will be perfect for what I am building. And then I hold up schematic.
Hi Guy Travis confirmed for villain in Echoes of Eternity.
You knew this was coming, Hoeg. You did this to yourself.
I love it. You know I love it from you guys. Ains is our fearless leader. He just got Seasoned Gaming quoted on a big-time promo for Minecraft Legends.
That's right.
Did.
Oh,
Yeah. Our first, which is cool.
Travis is quoted all the time, but not
Just as a
publicly.
quote of
In
Travis.
back
Had
room.
kind of a head start being on the biggest media gaming company in the world.
But here's the kicker. It'll say something I wrote, and then it'll just say IGN. ...
Fun ... IGN.
Yeah. They just take the one word I use.
Fun.
I wish I could find that example, Hoeg. It was so funny. It was like I gave a game a terrible review, and they took like one small phrase where I said something positive that completely out of context, and they put dots on either side. Put it
Did you
on the
ever
wrong
see that?
side.
I can't remember which movie it was, but did you ever see that one that they ran an ad and it was like stars? It was just pictures of stars, and it was 4 stars, 4 stars, 4 stars, 3 stars, and whatnot. And then they had like a picture in the middle, and then they used the formatting to hide the 2.5-star review as if it were against the picture.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
They should have
thought it
just
was
taken stars from different outlets and combined them. You know, so it's like we got 5 stars, 1 from this outlet, 2 from that one.
Empire and Guardian, 5 stars.
Stitching them together.
I thought it was going to be something like the one thing you won't find in this game is fun, and they just quote fun.
Also, on that box art that Ains got quoted on, there was an IGN review, and it was the most generic sentence.
It
I've ever
was.
read. It was like,
Yeah.
this is a strategy game. That was like what it said. It was like not a compliment. It just described the game.
They just wanted to use the IGN letters.
It did. It worked.
Yeah, pretty much.
Speaking of cover art, David
was-
traumatized me last night. With the art for all the Star Wars films and realizing how they change from country to country.
Oh, yeah.
Holy smokes! There's a lot of BS that goes into that.
Oh, you showed him some of the fin reductions?
Yeah.
Rick knew right away.
Yes, fin becomes very small in certain countries.
Yeah,
And
or
non-existent.
Or completely non-existent.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I also traumatized Rob.
Ian, you traumatize me all the time. How did you do it and what time?
I was gonna say, I feel like that happens pretty often.
The scary clown.
Yeah, that was traumatic. That was traumatic. I can't do that. But we did talk about how Pennywise and the casting of Pennywise. Anyone who wants to actually like see that, if you watch his casting video, the guy who plays him,
The new Pennywise or the old one?
The new one.
new one,
New one.
the new one. That was probably the best casting I've ever seen of a character that was meant to portray a villain in a horror movie of all time.
Nice. Skarsgård, right? Skarsgård?
Yeah. Bill
Yes.
Bill Skarsgård.
Good actor.
Yeah, he is a good actor.
Speaking
Lita,
of-
sounds like you made it. We can hear you, I think.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can.
finally getting more than 40% of the conversation. Because before it was like someone's audio would drop out and it was usually Rick's, which is not good when he's hosting the live stream. So it's like I would hear like you guys going one by one giving like words and numbers and things. I was like, these are probably cognitive test questions that I didn't hear. It's a lot weirder when you don't know the question. So like I need to try to figure something out here. So hopefully like
Hook.
right now this is working and I can actually hear everyone so far and I can see everyone, which is amazing. So hopefully this works.
We'll give you an internet cognition test.
I just realized that one of my mods is in the chat and one of is sending me DMs and I didn't even open it, but it has everything. So they're stop encouraging me to cheat on these kind of shit.
Wow.
Well, good
The
for not
fix is
cheating, Rob.
in. That's great.
That's a pretty reliable mod right there.
I'll tell you
Well,
what,
I'm
Putting
not
the work
actually
in.
grading your cognition, folks. I just wanted you to know those are the kinds of things that we were doing. And it's a little bit harder to show. without actually taking the test.
Did you have days where it was hard, like in the beginning?
I mean, I think if you were to go back and look at my tests and things like drawing a cube, or they have you draw clocks a lot and
I
put a
can't draw a
time
cube
down.
today. That's crazy.
No, you asked me to draw a cube, I'd fail. Yeah.
They, I think my tests got better as they went on. But ask me again in next week, because I have a whole battery of cognition tests that I took a couple weeks ago that are being analyzed by doctors now behind the scenes. They're going to tell me what I need to worry about next week. So
Interesting.
Good luck.
it'll just say Travis.
Travis, I hear that you have opinions on golf.
Golf?
I don't
I've
know.
never heard you talk about golf. Do you have opinions on golf?
I don't know.
I keep getting ads for golf equipment because I think I'm at the age where they think I should be playing it, but I must confess, I have never played golf in my life.
So it's
I
like
haven't
you
even.
Subtle
should take
suggestion.
up this. Take up this.
Yeah,
golf.
they're like
seems like an
here's
activity.
some golf stuff, and I'm like I was too poor to golf ever. I still think I am. I feel like if I tried to walk into a golf course, they'd be like, "Come on, sir, get out of here. This is not for you people." So no, I've never golfed. I don't really have opinions on it.
Also,
heard
isn't
some-
it an activity that takes place outside? That doesn't seem like your thing.
Yeah, exactly. They'll see my skin.
True.
They'll be like, "You can't live out here." Have you seen? No.
Sir, we need
No,
you
sir.
to move the reflection off your skin. Is
trying to focus.
People
on
are
hitting
trying to
this.
play.
It's a walking disco ball on the golf course.
Who told you that I have opinions on golf?
Nobody. I told me that.
Okay.
My brain told me
Okay.
that.
Nice. I have
I didn't
opinions
know
on
where
everything.
Rob was
Your
getting his
brain might be
info.
lying to you, it sounds
Yeah.
like.
My brain is telling. Look, do you not see all the colors? There's oftentimes several different thoughts going on. My brain starts on the outside the box thinking process.
I like that.
It's
Creativity.
trying to get it into
Quality.
the box is the challenge.
Oh, it's not going in.
He does have a glitter unicorn in our Warriors and Dragons campaign. So
True. And a glitter blade.
True.
Wow.
True.
That's a lot of glitter.
Wait, do you
It is.
actually have a glitter blade, or is it just the unicorn?
It's just the
No,
nickname
he
it
is the glitter blade.
Oh.
The glitter blade.
He's a sword.
Run! It's glitter blade.
No, the character's name is Ghostblade, and I was bestowed a magical unicorn that when I threw the stone down on the ground, the unicorn would appear. Our DM thought it was amazingly hilarious that when the unicorn appeared, a poof of glitter would explode. So wherever
And
I
he was
cast the
correct.
stone for the unicorn to appear,
you blame David, but you keep trying to hit the rest of us with your glitter.
that's the correct part. Because wherever I tossed the stone for the unicorn to appear, that person was just covered.
Very
in glitter.
true.
So
See, if the
Someone-
GM were really detailed, they
I
would talk
think-
about how.
I think
after
my
you use
character
that
is the
power-
one that so far hasn't gotten glitter.
apparently yet. Just,
David
just
is
saying.
detailed, Travis. He reduces our stealth checks and all that good stuff.
No, I'm saying if he was detailed, then he would describe how the glitter is just around for the rest of the mission, even after you've used it. Like you find
no, he
some on your
does.
pants.
Oh yeah.
try
no,
to-
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, talk about that. Okay, great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like this guy already.
The glitter's never fully gone, and then they
Yeah.
cover the cat in it, so now the cat's spreading it around too. Oh
Nice.
yeah.
He also just did a full narrative aside of
We got
the
glitter poops.
unicorn running down the beach with glitter falling behind it, with the cat riding the unicorn off into a mythical sunset. It was fantastic.
That's great.
You'd think we were making games for children with all these descriptions.
Travis,
will
you gotta watch
actually-
Lawyers and Dragons.
I know. I'm sorry. I've never seen. I don't watch any YouTube. I just,
That's
know
fine.
me. Just,
That's fair.
I am going to Seattle next week to Wizards of the Coast headquarters to go and hang out with the Dungeons and Dragons team. Actually, should be fun.
You should make sure that you don't get the crap beat out of you by the Pinkertons out there.
I'll make sure not to.
Yikes.
Were you
Hey,
going to
if,
review one D&D?
What's that?
Are you going to review 1D&D?
I don't know what they're going to show me yet. They said the future of Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know what that means.
That's got to be 1D&D then.
Maybe.
Maybe their virtual tabletop stuff.
Oh,
I think virtual tabletop's going to be there for sure. But yeah,
Oh.
it's a 2-day event. So it
You
should
get
should be
first look at all the microtransactions.
I like it when you describe your trinkets, Travis, and you don't get told exactly why you're going.
Yeah, it's real weird. I have that back to back. I don't think I can say what the second one is,
That's
but yeah,
fine.
I'm going to LA after that, and also have no idea what I'm saying. It's fun times.
That is exciting.
I often don't know what I'm doing in life. It's a
Same.
good way to live.
Yeah, it is.
So, folks, if you like Travis
Yes,
and you
I
like games, they're on the Bitcast on Seasoned Gaming every Sunday morning, often with me. So
Hoeg joins
come
when he
check
can.
us out. Travis likes to yell at me, so it's a good time for everybody.
It's true.
Very true. Don't act like you don't yell back.
I mean, Travis is so often wrong; he needs to be put in his place.
It's can we get this guy a cognition test?
I told you I'll have scores on my new cognition battery next week. So
Nice.
That'll be the opening of Big Cast every week now. We make sure Hoeg's
Yeah.
able to stay on the show.
We should make a cognition test for gaming and administer it. That'd be good. What would a gaming cognition test include?
Do you like Resident Evil 6? If
Yeah.
yes, please
Oh, no.
leave.
please pronounce the
It'll just
name
be a
Final
picture of
Fantasy
box art of
22.
games. It'll be like circle the good ones. It'll be like, Half-Life Alex, Resident Evil 6. Should you circle that one? I'd be like, Hoeg, you keep losing points, man. You gotta stop doing that, man.
Here it comes, guys. The Resident Evil
You just sit there
throwdown.
waiting for it.
Yeah.
Have you
Hoeg.
guys been playing Jedi Survivor?
Oh yes.
Yes, a lot.
Not
I
yet.
was playing
Very
it
good.
before logging into this show. Yeah.
So was I.
gotta say, I'm kind of like, it looks like it's another sort of parkour game, and I am seriously done with parkour in games.
It has parkour.
Got some of that.
Some
Got
would
some.
call
Yeah.
that platforming. in
Yeah, I mean
video
it's not
games.
Assassin's
Eh.
Creed.
There's a lot of climbing. There's a lot of climbing.
There's less climbing than the
I
first
just think
game.
Respawn should
Yeah,
change
the
its name to Wall Dash.
Fair.
But now they
fair,
added
fair.
Air Dash, okay?
Oh, spoiler.
You're further than me.
Oh.
It's really good.
I am.
It's a very
I've been
good-
working up for 3 months into playing action games at all, so I still can only play games like Jedi Survivor for about an hour. But
aptly
it's-
named.
Yeah.
For
Better
you.
than like a month ago, though.
Oh, you
Yeah.
bet.
You're
So when
improving.
Alita was visiting, I couldn't move my left hand without mirroring my right hand, which if you've ever played a 3D
Right.
action game is basically impossible. So I've been working on that for a while, but I've been playing a lot of Disney Speedstorm actually, which is good practice because it doesn't need a ton of trigger buttons, which is the trickiest thing for me right now. But Jedi Survivor, I want to play more of, but it is both taxing on my hand and it's also taxing on my brain. That map is better than
Good
last
still.
time, but it's still crazy.
I'm impressed by how much they stuck to it, and I get why, because it is like a lore decision. They're trying to make it like in world, you know?
Yeah.
Because a better map wouldn't make sense if you've seen a Star Wars movie. Like they deal with the worst like visual aids in the history. They're like, this is the Death Star, and you're like, that's not the Death Star. That is
They made a Death Star on a
pivot table.
dot. It was the 70s.
Yeah, it's a pivot table you made in Excel 89. You know what I mean? Like that's not.
Yeah, Jedi Survivor is a lot of fun. I've had luck playing Speedstorm. I'm looking forward to Diablo 4. Anybody else looking forward to some games on this stream?
I just finished Jedi Survivor, and then I
Nice.
finished God of War Ragnarok finally, which
It's forever.
I knew no spoilers going into Ragnarok. I got all of this time without it being spoiled. Love
Nice.
that. So that was a very good weekend.
I still haven't
Jedi
finished
Survivor's
it,
awesome.
guys. Yeah.
Ragnarok?
Yeah.
It's a good ending.
I know, I hear that, but it's such
Is
a
it?
trudge to get through.
I liked it a lot, actually. The end. I like
I like the ending a lot, but the it's a slog to get there. I didn't like a lot of the gameplay in that game.
Yeah.
I thought
I thought-
Ragnarok itself was disappointing, which is a little bit of a bummer, it being the title and all.
you could tell that they rushed. Like this was supposed to be 3 games, and they crunched it into 2. At least that's how it kind of feels.
Yeah, it feels
they
like a
put a lot of
BioWare
padding
ending where everybody
for-
forgot to show up.
See, Hoeg's fine.
Oh no!
Told you he'd be fine.
Oh, the absence of a filter is my favorite part of this. Like every part, like of all of it. I hate to say there is a favorite part. Honestly, some of the recovery's been amazing to watch, but the fact that you have lost the whole like filter part and just that stream of conscious humor is the best humor in the world.
I'm told I'm slightly less inhibited.
Great.
That's okay. You had an excess of inhibition, so you had a substantial reserve.
There we go.
You're less
There
robotic,
we go.
right?
So yes, I'm a little less inhibited, I'm told. But there you
You
go.
know, I'm a little less inhibited is something that somebody who is very inhibited would say.
Well, I can't say I'm uninhibited.
That's the most inhibited way to say I'm a cool, casual guy. Imagine him at like a rock concert with a beer in his hand, and he's like, "Hey guys, I'm feeling pretty uninhibited right now. I'm 70% less inhibited."
My inhibition has been reduced.
Yeah, by 40%. Here, let me show you this graph.
But while we're here, since we are in hour 2 now, let's at least remind folks what we're doing, having fun on a Saturday, but also raising money for these wonderful places that help save my life. Straight up. Ascension Providence Novi, I had brain surgery at. They took blood out of my brain. I was not awake for this. So these are all stories I'm told, but
Thankfully.
Did they at least let you keep the blood?
no one offered it to me, Ian, so I didn't keep it.
Aw.
And Chelsea, where I started to
I don't know
rehabilitate.
what use he would have for it.
Brain blood? Just to know.
Yeah.
Just put on your shelf and be like, we were there once.
Put it in
break
a,
it out in
put
Lawyers
it
and
in a
Dragons.
vial like Angelina Jolie.
That is super metal.
Give Billy Bob Thornton my brain blood.
Yeah.
That would be interesting in Lawyers and Dragons.
So check out Chelsea, check out Ascension. We're doing drives essentially simultaneously for each of them with our different links. On the link to Chelsea, Rob has informed us that at least going through the chat link, it's causing some kind of redirection that isn't great, but they should look like this. This is Ascension's. And Chelsea's looks like this. It should say Reasonable Minds Raising Funds for Chelsea Hospital Rehab. Ascension says, I think, a fundraiser in honor of Rick Hoeg. But either way, you'll have a page that is supposed to be a direct landing site for you, because we can't do it without you folks, and you guys are honestly the real stars to all of this. So if you can help these hospitals, they really need it. They're doing just fantastic work. They're saving lives every day, and they're improving lives every day. And if you watch the series at all here, you got to meet 3 of my therapists at Chelsea Hospital. They're just the best people. They are so positive, and it's such a difference in waking up every day and feeling that you can trust in what they're going to do for you, and that you're going to have that positivity and keep driving forward towards a good goal.
You need to refresh that page, buddy.
Which one?
The one
The
you were just
extension
on,
one?
the progress. Yeah, the extension one.
It's the
Yeah.
problem
Or
with
this
tab,
one.
folks.
Yeah.
That the other one.
This one. Scroll down. There you go.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I should refresh more. I'll try to
Wow.
remember that.
Much
Sorry,
better.
Rob.
That's
amazing.
There you
That's
go.
a jump.
There you go.
That was all me, by the way.
One big lump sum.
Mhm.
I like
But it is
People calling it-
nice to be able to give back to the people that helped put Rick on his feet. And I mean, because it's obviously a huge task for them, for all of these patients, and not everybody recovers in the same way. Obviously, well, probably no one recovers in exactly the same way. But it's nice to have this opportunity to be able to sort of help give back to those that helped our friend, bring him back to where he is today. Because I mean, back in what, January, December,
February,
whenever.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, February. I mean, all of these previous months before your return to YouTube. I mean, there were a lot of questions of like, all right, like, we are in mystery zone. We don't know where the future is going to be going with this. And the fact that you have gotten to where you are today is amazing, amazing, amazing. And obviously there's so much of that is you and Mrs. Hoeg and your dedication to the process, to the rehab in all of its forms. But obviously the staff and everyone that has helped you along the way, it has been absolutely so, I mean, to say that they were crucial is like, duh, like obviously it doesn't take, two brain cells to rub together to come to that conclusion. But so anyway, I'll step off my soapbox. But I'm just saying it's wonderful to have the opportunity to sort of give back in this way.
No, I think it's fantastic, Alita. Thank you.
Well said.
It really is. I'm really happy that folks are doing this, and thank you for letting me know. I had to refresh the tabs because I forget to do that. And yeah, you guys are doing just fantastic stuff for these hospitals. And the last piece that I wanted to remind people of is that we do have merchandise that is specifically having all the proceeds go to the hospitals, and they'll be split equally. And so those numbers, even that I'm showing on those markers, are a little higher than they are because they have to go through the store and then they have to go out from the store to the hospitals. But really cool stuff, all professionally designed. If you're interested in supporting the hospitals that way, or if you're getting pushback from one or more of the links because you're international or otherwise, you can go through the store, and this money will go to the hospitals directly. So check out those tabs. They'll only be open, I think, until tomorrow afternoon. So please check them out. And thank you so much to everyone who's already supported these hospitals. It means so much to me. It's so hard to even explain the inability to say thank you to all these wonderful people that you've gotten to meet, but that you never wanted to, but that have helped you through just the toughest part of your life. And we tell a story because this is literally how I wanted to leave the hospitals. I wanted to give tips to the nurses and the therapists, and they didn't let me because there's all sorts of rules about hospitals and healthcare workers and bribery and whatnot. And so I wasn't allowed to. And I would joke with my wife. I said, well, it seems wrong that I can give a tip to a housekeeper at a hotel and I can't give a tip to the nurses that have to put up with me for a month. But we were able to give them snacks and flowers and things. So we still gave them something. But this, I think, is even better, even more important to help make it work for so many more people than just me. So thank you so much, everybody, because it really does mean a lot to me. And I've already said as part of the series, I'm a more emotional person now, so apologies.
And you didn't like
No
God of War
apologies
Ragnarok?
No, I like God of War Ragnarok. First of all, I think the pacing is just god awful. I think it goes way too long, and I don't think it tells a very good story at the end of the day. But I'm a curmudgeon.
Hoeg was one of my only allies on the Don't Feel Emotion team. I feel betrayed personally.
You can blame my brain.
Yeah,
Or that
I always
blood
do.
first.
Well, if you're bringing more emotion into like your content, what does that mean for Lawyers and Dragons?
I don't know. One of the things I have to work on is that since I've been kind of working on speaking and mouth muscle movement and everything else, I can't really do accents or voices very well. So I have to go find nobody's voice again to make sure I can talk in Friends and whatnot. So
I can just tell you couldn't really before.
my family will back you up, Ian.
I still love my very favorite line. Nobody wants to be your friend forever.
I think the one that my wife keeps repeating to me is that you don't have to take the first lance offered to you.
Oh no. That was life lessons. We learned life
To be
lessons.
clear, it's a very literal circumstance. I was choosing between lances.
Yep.
Well, I mean, since we're like revealing stuff and we revealed the title opener,
We did.
can we do a little bit more as far as reveals?
Yeah, I mean, that's up to you, David. I don't know what's going on. I saw on
revealing?
your Twitter that you were announcing a new character of some kind.
Oh well, that was on Twitter, and there may or may not be a new character name that will probably show up within the first episode. But in an effort to constantly improve and constantly change things.
Does Hardy have a friend?
Hardy's got a couple of friends, so
Oh,
we'll
God.
we'll meet more of them soon. We will have battle maps available in the next season. So for everybody watching at home, that means that you'll actually be able to see pieces on a board move around when we're in combat. So that is super exciting. That is in active development now. And that also means that we're going to have official character art of our main cast going into season 2.
Is our DM going to remember if I'm attacking a character that might be prone? Just saying.
Yes, he's gonna remember.
Visuals make it easier, so
Now-
yes.
Now, Rob, the players should really remember that.
I
Or the
know.
DM,
Ooh.
My first time ever playing this game, and I love it. I had that was the coolest part.
So
I don't think I remember.
What
to take
tool are you
critical.
using for the visualization, by the way?
Foundry.
There's a lot of.
I'm Foundry
It's a good one.
VTT all the way because it's like
It's a good one. Yeah.
So
you
you
have
didn't.
so much control.
You don't have access to Wizards of the Coast new tabletop.
No.
It won't be like all the monsters have no facial expressions until somebody
Until you
throws
buy them.
money into the.
No, we're good. We don't need the. We're gonna go with a 2-dimensional map because it's just easier to move that on the board. When it's 3D, you want to be able to turn angles, and I feel like for all of us here, we're good with a top-down view.
Well, speaking of Lawyers and Dragons, since Travis has apparently never seen it, maybe we should watch the opening again. What do you think, chat? Should we watch the intro again?
Can we do both? It was yeah.
You all play
We have-
plants?
We have fun, Travis.
We do.
Nice.
We even have we have so much fun that people actually create like fan art.
That's awesome.
And this is Brains.
And some of it is safe for work.
That's awesome.
This is Brains.
Most of it is.
Brains,
Send me the stuff that
Canyon.
isn't. That's what I'm interested
Brains also became entrepreneurial and opened a franchise, and we had debates over whether Brains would sue for copyright infringement and
Not just a franchise.
what else did he do?
Brains
he had
opened up a
blimp.
corporate empire, and he took
Yeah.
He did.
over like the entire realm.
You know,
So
I think
Brains-
now is a good time to put one of my other stories out there. So I had a follow-up with my brain surgeon as part of outpatient rehabilitation, and I decided to wear my Brains Tavern
Was it
hat
Brains?
to meet with my brain surgeon.
That's the story.
Fitting.
Yeah,
That's the
It's
story.
fitting.
yeah. It's just it was wild to me that one, Alita and I had never ever played D&D. Like I had no idea the concept of any of this. But then
Never
once
played a
you
tabletop
kind of,
RPG
No.
in general?
I've never done that. So, but then once you kind of learn this is about imagination, and you can really just you are limited by certain constraints, but let your imagination kind of go wild within those rules. Oh my gosh, I've never had so much fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a moment right in one of the first
When you
episodes we played with
Learn that
Alita.
you don't have to take the first lance offered to you.
I don't recall him commenting on the hat, chat, so I don't think he did, but it was funny to wear it into a brain and spine surgeon's office. And yes, when you reflect on these things, the fact that Brains is one of our big characters from playing Dungeons and Dragons, and then I had a brain injury. It's like, okay, all right. But it's been a lot of fun. Travis, if you want to get involved, we can make it happen. But I think that you'd have to be a dragon because it's lawyers and dragons. So.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer.
I want to see if Bitcast special appearance on Lawyers and Dragons.
Oh,
It's just 3 players playing one character named Bitcast, like they're in a horse costume from Halloween.
Yeah.
3 kobolds in a trench coat.
I'm picturing a 3-headed dragon, and they can't agree with each
I
other.
literally just thought that in my head. Just a 3-headed dragon. They have to agree on what to attack.
Chimera.
Yeah.
So Travis, I think they're saying we have to bring Dan, which is already, something in and of itself.
Yeah.
Dan can't be here today. He did pop in before the show started to wish us luck and say hi, but he is gallivanting about cities of the Midwest.
The Northeast. No, he's like in
Yeah, he's in
Boston
New
or
York.
somewhere. Or
Oh, okay.
New York. Yeah, he's on some tour with the family. So yeah.
Yeah, I would
Also-
totally
Same.
be on your D&D
Yeah.
show. It's been a while since I've dusted off my D&D.
I haven't played D&D since I was a kid. I would have no idea what I'm doing.
You're too
I feel
cool.
like Travis
just
is
don't
going to
get
be a rules lawyer now.
Then you are in good company.
You would be in good
idea.
company.
I'm actually the opposite. I'm not a rules lawyer at all.
Oh, then you're
I
going to love
believe
this.
I believe rules exist to facilitate the game, and they should be discarded the second they get in the way of the story, which is how I GM. So
Full send.
Yeah, the problem he might have is he'll try to co-opt your GMing. You never know.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you can prepare
I won't
for
do
that.
that. Trust me, I respect the authority of the GM well enough to not get anywhere near that. And also, I think the last time I played as a player was like 10 years ago. I've been a GM exclusively for a really long time, so it would be nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
I
that's
tend to
what we can
prefer
do.
the DM myself.
me
to
too.
be a
I
player.
like both. Both are fun.
Actually, I put up, Rick, I don't know if you want to show, but I just put up one of the maps that we'll be using so you can show that. We can give a little visual aid.
Oh, okay.
Oh God, Kurt! I see Kurt in the chat. He's the rule solicitor. I remember when Kurt was on his Blackleaf, he would constantly ask, "Are these people within 30 feet?" Over and over and over again. Are they within 30 feet? And then once David was like, "Yes, they're within 30 feet." Great. I would like to vomit acid all over them. Oh my God! You were waiting for that moment.
The funniest part about that was that they were innocent villagers.
They were.
They were.
They were. He was wreaking havoc on the entire town when we were just trying to get through and like minimize these problems that we already had. And he's just like,
Well, by popular request, people have asked to see the new season intro once again. So we'll show it one more time here, like we're at Celebration.
so good.
That was awesome.
Travis is like 2 stars.
Talk about tone
No,
shift.
I'm in awe. This is what happens when nerds get a budget or money. You know what I mean?
Travis
Power.
was
Really cool.
fun.
I hadn't seen that yet, so that was awesome. It made me think of Skyrim at the end with the chanting. That was awesome.
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
I like how
that's-
close you get to the Fellowship theme, and then you stay copyright distinct.
Yes,
The lawyer
those
take on
3
it.
notes, right?
That is all one song that I chopped up like 8 times to make it sound like that I got from Artlist. Like at the end, it just didn't, like the chanting goes into something else, and I had to put another one of the French horns at the end to cap it off. It came out pretty good.
Yeah,
That is
no, that's
so
awesome.
freaking fun.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have some fun. That's on May
Oh, I mean, like,
27th, folks.
I feel like we're gonna go to the center of the earth and somehow end up in a lava pit with that. Like I don't know.
Remember,
what's
we
gonna
don't
happen.
have to go
It's
anywhere
slightly
David wants
terrifying.
to. We can go talk with turtles. We can just ignore him.
That's
I mean,
true.
it is a
We can also
comedy.
fry some pig.
Oh, Alita became, her character became rather cannibalistic. Like we came across, what were the creatures
I'm
called
not a
again?
pig. Lima, my character is not a
The
pig
Borgos.
person. What's
The
that?
Borgos.
But you're still eating sentient creatures.
Yeah, we just set them on fire, and we just had bacon on the top of the deck of the ship that we took over.
In fairness,
That would
you
be
guys
like
I mean-
Gimlet going, I'm not a human.
You can
I'm
make
going
an
to eat some
argument for
humans.
any kind of meat.
No,
You
there's
said
a
it.
Lima
difference
comes
between
from
You said it.
that is
So would
Wait,
Lima
what?
be
I-
willing to eat Gimlet? 'Cause
But hang
Gimlet's
on,
not
folks. We're
human.
going to
Yeah.
talk extensively about Dungeons and Dragons. We may have another guest. The actual individual that sucked the blood out of my brain.
Oh,
Dr. Boyd Richards, are
Hey.
you on?
Wow.
Can you hear me?
I am. Good to see all of you. I apologize. I'm standing outside. I happened to be at a trip to Nashville to see my mom for her birthday. So I thought I'd join for a few minutes. And I just want to thank you for hosting this on behalf of Ascension Providence. You know, we really appreciate all you're doing to help us improve our program and make further improvements to our stroke center.
Well, I really appreciate the brain surgery, doctor. So thank you.
thank you for saving our friend.
I say it's just a little plumbing. I'm a plumber for the brain.
that's really cool.
It's amazing.
I am now remarkably embarrassed to be wearing a unicorn onesie with an actual.
Don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed.
We're
I
here
love
to
it.
have fun for a good cause. And this
That's
Yeah.
right.
is
That's
a
right.
doctor that I only met months after he did this because I was asleep on a table for him. But
That's right.
he saved my brain. So
That's really
thank you,
cool.
doctor.
Thank you
And,
for
and
that.
does anybody have any questions for him? Because he is here to answer them. And that includes you, Chad, if you have any questions. Dr. Boyd Richard is a busy guy, and he's taking time off of his vacation to come talk with us here.
Dr. Richards, why did you? So this is a weird one. Well, it's not weird. Probably get it all the time. Field of practice. How'd you choose it? Why'd you choose
Oh,
it?
that's a great question. It was a really. It's been 20 years now since I made that choice, which I'm thrilled with. But you know, when I was really thinking about what to go into, I loved the procedural aspect of medicine. So I was really interested in the surgical subspecialties. And most people told me, "Oh, don't be a surgeon. You're a people person. You like people. Don't go into that." And I tried not to be perfectly honest with you. But it's just really every time, you know, in medical school, you spend your third year doing different rotations or spending time in different specialties. And I always came back to a surgical subspecialty. And then, you know, when I landed for a few weeks into the neurosurgery department, I just really fell in love with it. I really love the variety of people I get to take care of. You know, I get to do stroke care, as you all know, but I also do a lot of spine surgery. I do brain tumors. I get to take care of young people, old people. It's a real variety. And I think we're very fortunate in the field of neurosurgery. We can have really big impacts on people's lives in a short amount of time. And that really drew me to becoming a neurosurgeon. And I've been, you know, you hear physicians that get disgruntled, but I have been so happy with the field I chose and feel so lucky that I found it, you know, because it's, you know, it's really fortunate that I found a field that I absolutely love.
Excellent.
How long have you been a brain surgeon?
Well, I finished medical school in 2004, and for those of you who don't know, the path is, you know, it's 4 years of medical school after undergrad, and then you go into a residency. So in 2004, I started my residency, which was 6 years, so that's 6 additional years of training of neurosurgery. And then I did an additional year in vascular neurosurgery, which is why I take care of stroke patients. So an additional year of that. So I guess I started my training about 20 years ago. I've been out in practice since 2011, which is hard to believe. It feels like yesterday, but it's been 12 years now that I've been in practice.
I like this question. Why didn't you make Rick's scar more like a lightning bolt? Perfect.
Well, I'll tell you, Rick. I mean, given the fact you've already shared with him, the procedure that he had is, typically we try to put incisions behind the hairline in most neurosurgical procedures, but in his particular case, we were placing a catheter inside the area that had bled, and after you have bleeding in the brain or anywhere for that matter, it turns into like a jello-like consistency, so it's not something that's like very liquefied. So you can't just easily drain it, you might say, in the acute phase, meaning in the first week or so after. So in his case, we put a catheter into that and then injected some medications to try to break up that and turn that jello-like substance into fluid that it would drain out of his head. And because of the trajectory, we had to put it on his forehead, which is not very common. Typically, we try to put those incisions behind his hairline, but I told him he's going to have a story to tell for the rest of his life because of it, I guess. And in his case, a positive one.
Yeah.
I was fond of, as you started to answer that question, exactly how many of my guests here touched their forehead. So
yeah. I think I did as well.
Yeah.
But
So when you're
Travis, are you doing okay?
Oh yeah, I hate hearing about this stuff.
I couldn't do it. I'm the same. I could not do it. So big respect to you, doctor, because that's incredible. And thank you for everything you do for everyone, Rick, and all the others that you've helped over your career. That's incredible, really.
Well, I'll tell you, I have a great team. I certainly could not do it alone. I mean, the nursing staff, down to the scrub techs, down to the people that help us keep the operating rooms clean. I have a huge, and it's not my team, but we have a huge team, and kudos to them because, I'm just one part of that team, and we couldn't do it without the entire team, and that's for sure.
my Ascension team was so fantastic. It's one of the things I said in this series was waking up and not knowing what the heck is going on and feeling like you have this army of people that are dedicated to trying to make you feel better is just such a great thing.
Yeah, well, that's certainly good to hear. And I passed the link on to a lot of our nurses and our residents and our nurse practitioners because it is a team approach. I mean, I am a very small part of that. I'd say, especially your aftercare. Our team did way more of the aftercare than I did.
Right. I don't think we actually met until my follow-up.
I think we met. You just don't remember it.
Yes, I should think from my perspective.
Yes, I spent a lot of time with your family, definitely.
I'm sorry about that. But
no, they were great.
Oh, I like this one from Mia Magnificent. Question for the doctor. Was Rick's brain actually bigger than everyone else on this live stream? Was it bigger than normal?
I did not calculate the exact volume of his brain. Is that a politically correct answer?
I think so. That's fair. That's fair.
I think I jokingly said to my wife that it was kind of her to not have you guys try to excise things she didn't like about me.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I would have asked. I was saying, can you
That's
make
funny.
some changes while you're in there? That'd be
Can you
great.
fine-tune the combative and argumentative side of this brain?
I did not touch that part. I can't take credit.
Oh, this is a good one too. What's one thing you wish you? Thank you from Judy. You got this. What's one thing you wish more people knew about brain health?
Oh wow, that's a great question. Goodness. I think that I don't know how to answer that. Man, you stumped me about that. Let me think about that. So much of and when we talk about brain health, admittedly, I am, this might surprise people, but probably I'm not the expert between neuropsychologists and neurologists, and they probably know a lot more brain health than I do. I'm a surgeon, I take things out that are bad. I usually don't see people until they've got a problem. You know what I mean? I'm not in the, and I think it's very important. Don't get me wrong. I'm just not the one that does the preventative healthcare in that regard. Unfortunately, as a surgeon, I'm usually not on the preventative side. Thank goodness we have a lot of great positions that are. And so that's, I guess that's a little bit why that makes things hard to answer. I would say the one thing that that still, and thankfully this has gotten to be less and less. We see fewer and fewer smokers, but I often am counseling my patients about the effects of smoking still, and they, everybody knows smoking hurts your heart and lungs, but smoking affects your brain in dramatic ways, greatly affects the vessels in your brain. It really changes so much about your brain health. That'd be one thing from a surgical standpoint that we really see a lot about the healing after brain surgery and about what causes a lot of the bad vascular diseases in the brain. So that's one thing. But again, I'm not on the preventative side of the neuroscience community. That's more the neurologist, I would say.
Yeah, you don't necessarily want to meet Dr. Boyd Richards, but
Yeah, you don't. I use that line in my clinic every day. No one wants to have a neurosurgeon.
Like casually hanging out and asking questions.
That's all right.
Yeah. meet outside of the hospital.
Contact
Yeah.
That's right.
Not in a professional capacity.
I completely agree.
So what's your go-to line, given that it's not brain surgery, is not not an option?
I don't know. That's a good point. Well, our line is that we doing brain and spine. I guess I would say that I guess I just have to go to the rocket science thing, and certainly rocket scientists are way smarter than I am. That's for sure. But I just try to avoid that line altogether, because too often it is brain surgery in my world.
You're like, it's not. Oh wait, yeah, it is.
It's not rocket science.
It's actual brain surgery.
Is rocket science more difficult? I don't know.
I would think so. My goodness, I can't. I can't. At least for me, it would be.
So, doctor, obviously with my full consent on this is one thing I often had to say as part of this whole process to my medical professionals, because they're super careful about it, and for good reason. Was there anything unusual about my circumstances, or how did I look when you first got a chance to check what was happening with me? Was there anything strange?
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know about strange necessarily, but I can, if it's all right with you, I'll kind of explain our thought processes about your
Absolutely.
case. When you came in, when we look at strokes in general, if you have the big umbrella of strokes, for instance, I always say there's two types of strokes. One where the pipes get clogged, and one where the pipes are leaking. I use my plumber reference probably too much. And so the more common strokes that we think of people having is when the arteries are blocked or they're clogged. And so no blood is getting to the brain tissue, so the brain tissue dies because it doesn't have oxygen. That is not the type of stroke that you had. That is the more common type of stroke. About 80 to 85% of strokes are where the pipes are clogged. In your case, the pipes were leaking. When we have leaking pipes, there's several different reasons. One of the things we like to rule out is an aneurysm or a vascular malformation. We've all heard of those more frequently, ruptured aneurysm. That is also not what you had. So in your case, you had leaking of the vessels within the brain tissue itself. Ultimately, we know there are some things that can cause that. We don't always know what causes it in each case. But then you have I used the Jello reference before. You've got, in your case, you had, I can't remember the exact amount, but 30 to 40 cc's of Jello in your brain that was causing pressure on the brain. And what we often find is, the first day you look okay, but then the second day, a lot of times patients will have swelling around that area, just like if you bruise your ankle, for instance. The first day it doesn't look bad. The second day it's swollen and it's black and blue. Same thing happens in the brain. So, after we watched you a bit and there was some swelling there, you were very weak, I thought, well, if we can get some of that pressure off of the brain and take that clot, for instance, from, I'm making up numbers here, but approximately 30 cc's to approximately 10 cc's, the brain's in a fixed volume. It's in the skull. So there's not space for extra things. You've got brain tissue, you've got spinal fluid, you've got blood vessels, but there's no space for an extra 30 cc's of fluid. Our goal in your case, which is not something we do as frequently as we do for most strokes, was to put a catheter in there and, like I said, make that Jello into liquid so it would come out of a little tube that we left in there, or a little drain. So that was one thing that was unique about your case. A lot of times we have to do a big, huge scar to take out the clot. Sometimes we have to leave the skull off to allow for brain swelling. But I was really pleased in your case that we got away with, doing a very minimally invasive procedure, and by using the thrombolytics, we were able to get that jello out, you might say, and turn that back into liquid, so it would drain out through a very small incision through a very small catheter.
I'm not laughing at you, doctor. I'm laughing at Travis's reaction to this.
Same.
I'm feeling like tingly, like
I'm trying to
fact
keep serious
the
face.
fact that Ian brought out demonstration.
So Chad is asking you for indications of where the issue was.
See, this is why we need people like Dr. Boyd Richards, is because Travis can't do this for you.
No.
Well, I thought by comparing it to like Jello, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be so gross. I'm sorry.
I think that makes it worse.
Oh, sorry.
Free Jello again.
Please tell him that.
Yeah.
No, I'm very pleased as well, and my scar really isn't very noticeable.
So. Yeah, and I think when you were in the clinic, you had your hair brushed down a little bit, so I couldn't see it too much at all. So that was, you may be forced to have a new hairstyle.
I think it looks most dramatic on my thumbnails right now.
Emo
That was taken immediately after the surgery.
Emo Rick. That's a picture right there. Emo Rick. Hey, Rick, I greatly apologize to interrupt this segment because I love it, but I have to go. I have an appointment in like 20 minutes I have to run to.
So do I. I'm already
I apologize.
Absolutely, Aim.
Doc, thank you for joining. It's great being with everyone, and I hope... what happened? Did I lose everyone?
No, you're still there.
No, still here.
Oh, sorry. My whole screen just went black. It's been a pleasure, everyone. Good to see. Thank you, chat, for all of everything you're doing here. It's just hugely appreciative. Hoeg, thank you, and I'll see everyone soon, I'm sure.
Well, thank you for
take
coming
care.
out.
Thank you.
Same Hoeg. Bitcast is out, but thank you for traumatizing me with all of this talking. I feel like a
better
loose
understanding
bag
of what
of
I've been through,
liquid.
Travis.
Yeah,
I told Travis Hoeg that when you say something on Bitcast that's insane, which is pretty often, we're just going to say that you have 40 cc's of Jello on your brain again, and that's going to be our new thing.
It's a good all right, guys.
We'll
I'll
see you guys.
tomorrow
Bye.
for
Thank you.
Bitcast.
See you guys.
See you guys. Thank you for coming.
And then
And
there
you
were
can-
6.
We're an eclectic crew here, Doctor.
Yay.
Just a
That's
bit.
right. I can tell. I like
odd
it.
about
Definitely
this?
is.
It's just, you guys, professionals like lawyers and doctors, we can have fun and be goofy too. It's a real thing.
Absolutely. I always say we know when to have fun. We know when to be serious. And certainly not only inside work but outside of work, and I think that's an important. You've got to do that, or you can't keep. I certainly couldn't keep doing what I do if I didn't enjoy it and get to have a little bit of fun at work and on the side.
I think after our follow-up, Doctor, I said to my wife,
What's the longest?
you were very chill.
Oh, good. Yeah, you don't want a nervous neurosurgeon, I don't think.
Sorry about that.
No.
That's okay. I have one question. What's the longest surgery you've ever done? Like number of hours?
Oh goodness. Probably about. I think the longest one that I've done was about 17 hours.
17.
That's the longest
That
one.
What?
1-7.
Yes.
That's longer than my longest live stream.
Very, very, very rare. Very, very rare. And I want to be clear about that. We often have help, in the case of that, there was definitely other surgeons involved. It was there was an ear surgeon involved, there was a plastic surgeon involved, there was a neurosurgeon involved. So we are each doing different parts of the surgery. So it's not like people often, how do you go to the bathroom? We take breaks to go to the bathroom and to eat and to drink, and you can't do anything for 17 hours. And so there's other people involved. But I also want to be clear that is not the average. The average surgery of mine would be between 1 and 3 hours. But sometimes if
How
you
long
have
was Rick's?
oh goodness, not that long, maybe an hour. I don't remember. Probably about an hour. I usually do those in an hour or so.
Avoiding every appropriate joke.
That's okay. But it's so those long surgeries are definitely not the norm. I like to do shorter surgeries for sure, but that's the longest one I've been involved in.
What was the adrenaline dump? Because I talk about this in the concept of litigation. Like you run on adrenaline and it's amazing. You're just I imagine it's got to be something similar where your hyper focus is kicked in, the adrenaline is fueling you, but then once that's done and once you're out of there, there's got to be a massive adrenaline offload, like where you just go into zombie mode.
I guess so. I say all the time, I take a lot of call, and so Rick's case, I think we did during the day, but there are a lot of cases that I have to do in the middle of the night, and I know I'll wake up at 2 a.m. and think I am so exhausted, I don't think I can drive into the hospital, But something about making that mental change, I put on my scrubs, walk to my car, and I am wide awake, And during a surgery, I can never remember being sleepy during a surgery, no matter how little sleep I've had. It's just, you have that adrenaline, and you don't feel sleepy when you're doing a surgery. And certainly, once it's over, you do have that, I've been very sleepy after surgeries many times, but it's an adrenaline jump, but it's also, I don't mean it like we don't take every single surgery serious, but it's something I do every single day. And so that doesn't mean I think casually about my surgeries by any stretch of the imagination, but it's something that I feel comfortable with, and it's the same as an attorney doing a deposition. You do it every day. If you told me I had to ask someone questions for an hour, I'd be mortified. And so it's something that I do every day. So you just kind of get used to it.
That's really cool. I discussed this like in the concept of litigation, and what you said about putting the scrubs on. It's kind of the same thing I feel like when I put a tie on and start walking into court. Once I'm walking into court, I've never been tired in trial, and I tell people this all the time, and I imagine it's got to be somewhat similar. If you don't have a little bit of butterflies before you walk into a trial and before you start doing it, even though it's routine, you're not in the right profession because you recognize the importance of what you're doing. That's really cool, Doc.
Absolutely. I would say it's very similar. You turn on that focus button and you block everything out. People often say, what kind of music do you play in the OR? And I'm like, I have no clue, because I block every, once I'm in there and operating, it's just everything else is blocked out, and you just turn on that switch. And I'm sure it's the same in an actor or a lot of different professions, where when you go into that focus mode, it's just all you think about.
That's so cool. So there's a question up here. What's the most interesting or obscure fact that you can disclose about the brain?
Goodness.
The chat's going to make you work, Doc.
They are, yeah. Well, I mean, there's so many obscure things that most people would not be interested in, about the neuroanatomy pathways are just fascinating, the way our brains are built are fascinating. I would say the biggest fact is, or I don't know if it's obscure, but, we can, people are often shocked when I say, we can take out huge chunks of the brain and people have no deficits. I'd say that's still the most amazing thing to me. We can take out an entire, especially let's say the frontal lobe, which houses a lot of your personality. If we just take one of the frontal lobes, most people have no change in personality, and we don't understand why. We take both frontal lobes, then you have a big change in your personality. So I would say that to me is the most interesting thing. And I would say the other thing is that there's so much about it we still do not understand. There's so many things we still do not understand. And that's what I think is really the most fascinating thing that still stumps me every single day. I think, how in the world I'll have someone come in with a 6-centimeter tumor. I'm like, how in the world are they functioning? And they're totally normal. How in the world? And so that's pretty amazing in my mind. Our brains are really a mystery still, I think.
So a lot of people
it's amazing. Although part of it is not that surprising, though, when you consider the fact that 2 minutes on the internet, you can see a lot of people that aren't using their full brains. So
that is true. That is true. That is true.
Well,
very true.
If you're in rehab for any length of time, you'll hear a lot about plasticity. So I get talked to about that a lot. The brain helping itself over time.
Yeah. It's amazing. I am very, as the surgeon, I'm lucky that I get people like Rick coming back to see me in the clinic. There are so many nurses that, I think about our ICU nurses. I always encourage people, go please go talk to the IC nurses, because they never get that follow up. They see patients when they're at their worst, and I'd say one of the things that makes our nurses the happiest is when they see an older patient, or a former patient, I should say, that comes back and they're doing so well, because they don't get that follow up, but I do get to see that follow up, and that's I know just how important the rehab component of it is, and so much of it is is what kind of attitude you go into it with and how hard you work. Rick has been a perfect example of that, because that really translates into how much of a recovery you can have after any brain surgery, but especially one like he had.
Is the recovery that we're seeing and Rick, I'm going to pump you up a little bit here, because I'm shocked that you were on a live stream 4 months and a little more than from when you had your stroke. And honestly,
my best.
It's been amazing to watch the progress. Yeah. Is his recovery unique, or is it kind of track with things that you see? Oh no, we lost it.
He didn't want to answer that one, Rob.
He didn't want to answer that one.
Sorry. I got a phone call. I'm sorry, I got a phone call and I cut out. Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Yeah, so Rick's recovery, I have viewed it as being pretty damn remarkable. Is it unique, or is it kind of track with some of the other patients that you've had? I
mean, obviously he's done phenomenally well. I never, even though I'm an optimist and I'm a glass half full kind of person, I think his left side's gotten so much stronger, so much faster than I would have anticipated. So certainly he's ahead of the game. There's that thumbs up. He was sick of us asking about him every day in the ICU. A lot of that, I think that, obviously the rehab's a huge part of that, and how much effort you put in is a huge part of that. All those things, are because of his hard work and the hard work of the staff, for sure. That makes a huge difference.
That's really cool. That's really cool.
Well, I certainly try. I'm very thankful you all are so kind about this. All the therapists were kind. I tried to give them opportunity at the end of their interviews to say, oh no, he's a goofball that jokes all the time. They were also very nice to me, but I really do joke a lot. It was one of the things that I tried to do in rehab. It's a really weird environment. You're living in a hospital. People are constantly taking fluids out of your body, and you're trying to rest. And then they ask you, how was your sleep last night? It's like, well, not great, honestly. It's not awesome.
Yeah, it's a bad place to sleep. Hospitals are not a good place to sleep.
They really aren't. So you have the choice of kind of being like, well, this really sucks, which it does at a certain level, or let's just try to engage with this in a really weird way. Which is what brings me to my last question, Doctor, which is Scrubs a great sitcom or the best sitcom?
I will tell you, you know what? I people are sometimes shocked. I think and I can't say I've watched a lot of medical shows. I watched a couple episodes of Grey's Anatomy, and they were holding the instruments upside down, and I was like, I just can't take this. The instruments are being held wrong, And then one day they put a CAT scan up, and they put it upside down, and they were pointing to the wrong structures. I was like, I can't watch this. Scrubs is probably one of the most realistic of what goes through our heads, and that's the honest truth.
Wow.
It is very. And it's been a long time since I've watched an episode of Scrubs, but I felt like it was one of the more spot-on medical shows that I've seen. And granted, like I said, I don't tend to watch a lot of medical shows. I live it every day, and I love it, but I don't need to watch it on TV. But I would say Scrubs it's surprisingly accurate of some of the thought processes that we have living in medicine every day.
I've loved Scrubs for a long time, so that's nice to hear.
Yeah.
Rick, you should pull up the charity website, the Extension, and just
Ascension.
Do a refresh just to give a progress update.
Sure.
I think you're going to want to see how close we are to something.
Sure. Just hitting buttons.
Ooh.
Awesome.
I haven't refreshed yet.
Oh.
So, yeah, look at that.
Nice.
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 Awesome.
All right. Can we get to 10,000? Do we hear 10,000?
We do. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Well, the community is being awesome this morning, so thank
Yeah.
you so much,
Well, I mean,
guys.
Yeah.
Yes. Huge thanks to everyone that has donated. And if you haven't, and you have the ability and you are not only in a position to do so, but you want to do so, this is an excellent place to donate to help support a system that is, has people like Dr. Richards, who does 17-hour surgeries sometimes, and then other times is, taking fluid out of people's brains and helping them,
Jello.
get back to their life. I mean,
It's Jello.
yeah,
You sure
yeah,
are.
I didn't want
And
to take, I
Doctor,
didn't,
am I right in thinking that you're specifically a part of the neurosurgical residency program at Ascension? Because
Yes.
that's where these donations are targeted.
Yes, that's
So what
exactly
do you
right.
think-
I'll touch base on that a little bit. I am the associate program director for our residency. The residency is the Michigan State University residency, but it's based at Providence Hospital for neurosurgery. We have 14 residents, so at this point, the neurosurgery residency has been extended a year since I was in residency, because 6 years wasn't long enough, so now it's 7 years. So we have 14 residents. Some of the most bright, young future neurosurgeons you can imagine. They challenge me every day, and it's a great group of residents. We have, like I said, we have 14 residents, so we take 2 residents per year, and they go through 7 years of training, and they work, at both campuses for Ascension Providence, and the money that we're raising, goes toward. Will go into the neuroscience fund, but basically, we do a lot of clinical research, both in stroke, in brain tumors, and in spine surgery. So all that clinical research is really great for our residents and for the greater community, you might say, of neuroscience. That's how we push the button. That's how we develop new techniques, and we're certainly on the forefront of that. The other thing that some of often our foundation earmark money goes for is new equipment. For instance, Rick, in your surgery, we use something called stealth stereotactic navigation, which is like we take the CAT scan, put it into a virtual reality machine, as I call it. It's really not that. Other people would know the science behind this way better. And then we use a tracer on your skin in the operating room. That then correlates to the CAT scan, so that's how I knew exactly where to put that tiny catheter. It's done under a 3D guided computer system that costs, I don't know how much it costs, but it's not cheap, that's for sure. The operating room microscopes we use, for instance, are usually $500,000. And so, there's just a lot of equipment expenses to run especially a large neurosurgery program in a comprehensive stroke center. So, every little bit helps. So I can't thank you enough for hosting this, and to all the people that are donating. I promise you we will reinvest that money so that we can continue to take great care of patients in the future, not just at Providence, but push the envelope and do more research so that we can share our techniques that have been successful with other neurosurgeons across the country.
All right, and thank you so much for that, Doctor. It sounds fantastic, and that's what we're talking about here when we talk about these fundraisers. So I really appreciate it. I also have to listen to my wife, who you definitely got to meet more than me in the day, ask about the doc's teaching role. So you have a teaching role?
Oh, yeah.
Residency, doc?
Yeah, so within the residency, like I said, we have the 14 residents. So as a, in a clinical role, like in the surgical aspect, I have residents with me in every surgery. There were residents with me in your surgery that help me out, that I'm teaching, training to do things depending on their year and ability. They do portions of the procedures, of course, with me standing there watching them. At all times, I watch them like a hawk, but that's how they learn. That's how they become, practicing neurosurgeons. And by the end of their 7th year, I tell you that I would let any of our graduating residents operate on me in a heartbeat. They're just so talented and so smart. So we teach them. We also have the medical students from Michigan State that rotate through us. We do labs, anatomy labs for the students and for the residents. We have didactic lectures every Wednesday for 3 hours that I participate in, and all of our faculty do. And so it's really a robust system, and maintaining a neurosurgery residency is not easy. It is a lot of work, rightfully so. You know, we don't want residents graduating from programs that aren't ready, and so it's a lot of work to maintain all the requirements that Graduate Medical Education Society here in America requires, which again is a good thing that it's so heavily regulated, because we want the quality of neurosurgeons to be assured, when they graduate. So it's a big part of what we do. It's what drew me. You know, as you can probably tell from my accent, I am from Tennessee, hence I'm in Tennessee today. I'm not from Michigan, but what made me really want to stay in Michigan, and now that I've been there for 20 years, I consider myself a Michigander, was this role in being able to teach the residents. You know, it's really an amazing experience, and I'm so lucky to see those residents, develop into a medical student, and then 7 years later, knowing that they could operate on me and I would trust them. It's just it's really quite amazing. So it's one of the favorite parts of what I do, for sure.
Well, I am so thankful for it. So I really can't express it enough. I appreciate it, Doctor.
Absolutely. Well, we love what we do, and we really appreciate all you've done to help spread the word about us.
I'm trying, doing what I can.
We appreciate it. Thanks again for having me. Are there any other questions? I'm happy to. I've got a couple more minutes. I'm being summoned to my mother's 75th birthday lunch.
Oh, congrats! That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
That is awesome. And did you say you were in the Nashville area?
Yes, I am. I'm in Nashville today. Yes.
I did have one other question that was posed. I had it coming up,
Sure.
but I lost it, which was, are you on the internet? Are you on social media anywhere if people wanted to follow you?
No, I'm really not.
That's fine.
Actually.
Good for you, Doc.
Probably better that way.
That way.
It's the right call.
I probably have an account out there that I've never posted anything on, so I'm really not. But I'm sorry about that. I think I will tell you, we do have a neurosurgery account though, MSU Neurosurgery, on Instagram, and I think it's on Twitter and Facebook, all three of those. So if you follow MSU Neurosurgery, it'll be the closest thing to anything on social media about me or about our program. So I encourage you to follow that. We do post things when when our residents present at meetings and we win awards, and I'm so proud of them for that. You know, all that kind of stuff is posted.
Sure, fantastic. And folks, if you had any doubts about how I feel about these people, you can tell we've got a Michigan State connection with Ascension. We've already talked to Hallie, who's an Ohio State Buckeye at Chelsea. None of these things are keeping me from telling you how awesome these people are. So thank you so much.
Well, thanks so much. Cool. Well, thanks again for having me. I really appreciate all you're doing, and congrats on your recovery. Kudos to you and all the other staff. My part was only about an hour long, so you've done all the hard work. That's for sure.
It was a very important part, though.
Hour. Yeah.
It was a big hour.
Yeah, pretty important.
Well, thank you, Doctor. We will not keep you from.
All right.
Your birthday
Well, thanks
party
again for all you're doing. Y'all have a good afternoon. Okay.
Thanks, Doc.
Thanks.
I really did not expect a super modest brain surgeon.
That was so freaking cool. I love
It was
hearing
really cool.
people talk about things that they love doing. Like hearing people talk about the practice field or something that they truly love is one of the coolest things in the world.
It
I
is.
see why I feel so strongly about my whole staff and medical team. Everybody's been awesome.
That is
Yeah.
so freaking
It's
amazing.
it really makes a difference when they love what they do.
People that are doing it for the right reason, and then just hearing them talk, just the passion in their voice. I don't care what they're talking about. They could be talking about gaming, they could be talking about reading, writing. If they love what they're doing, I can't turn away. They're so engaging. It's really fun.
Agreed. Well, unfortunately, I need to get moving, but this has been a wonderful couple hours hanging out with you.
She didn't get moving.
Her internet connection was like,
Um,
no, it's time to
mine?
go.
Okay.
You're
back.
good, Alita. Go have your day.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know how much you guys caught.
We got that you were leaving, but we
Gotta
don't know
get
why
moving.
exactly. But
Oh,
Go.
okay. Yeah, no, I just was saying, like, thank you for having me. This has been a wonderful couple hours. Thanks to everyone in the chat and that's watching, that is donating as well, because that is a wonderful, worthy cause. Like, we all appreciate it because it's just a wonderful way community to show it to be the community that we know and love it to be, which is a very generous one, and one that gives back when when it's needed, when it's appropriate. And this is absolutely one of those times because Rick is a very important person to all of us, and being able to be in this position now with our friend back with us on live streams and videos is a wonderful place to be, and it's like one of the best case scenarios, all things considered. And so it's just like I said before, I said it before, I'll say it again, it is really great to be able to give back to all of these professionals that have helped bring us our Rick back.
Yeah.
And before
Cheers.
you go,
So.
5 words in order.
5 words in order. What do
Do
you
you remember them?
From the cognition test, were you there for that?
Oh, that was where I heard you guys like saying random words and numbers, and I was like, I didn't hear the question. I don't know. But I'm sorry.
Rob, 5 words in order.
I'm gonna get the order wrong, but it's Face Church. It's Face Church, Daisy Velvet Red, and then 21854, and then 742-247.
That was actually
You
really
don't get
good.
extra points. You don't get extra points for just saying the numbers back to me, Rob.
There's no high
Nice.
score.
Nice.
Thank you for coming, Alita. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. I am happy to be here. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of the live stream and a great rest of your day. And yeah, I'll catch you guys soon.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
See ya.
certainly towards the end of the month, we're starting back up. So you got to get your Lima voice
That's
ready
true.
to go.
Oh yes. Oh
I gotta
yes.
get
I'm
my
very
Gimlet
excited.
voice back in gear.
That's more of a challenge, I feel like, because Lima's voice is kind of like my voice.
Well, David and his Hardy voice is going to be fun too. So we'll see. This was also
100%.
proof of concept, just running the stream to make sure that I could do Lawyers and Dragons later this month. So speak of Hardy, and he appears.
Oh, that was like perfect timing to come back.
Oh, because I'm leaving?
Oh
No,
no,
because I
he
said
was
Hardy.
talking about he said Hardy, and I was like, I'm back. Whoa.
Oh man. Well, I guess I'll pass the baton to David then on my way out, and then we can round it out to a good number of 4 again. So okay, well, I'll
Thank
see
you
you
so
guys.
much, Alita.
Bye,
Yeah.
Alita.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Buttons.
I pressed it. I'm just gonna close out of the screen.
I mean, I can remove her.
There you go. No, David's gone. He kicked David.
The square moved on me.
Friendly fire.
So that was a lot of information. That was like super valuable, vital information that we got here on stream today.
So, who wants some Jello?
What's funny is my brother described this to me as they had a tube in your head and there was a bag filling up with blood. And I was like, well, that doesn't sound right.
That's a visual. There's that. That's now just going to be with me today.
Yikes.
Yeah. Also, you did not tell me that there was going to be an actual brain surgeon jumping in. I wore the unicorn onesie, dang it.
That's why he didn't tell you, because it
Yeah,
wouldn't have been
fair.
as funny.
We want you to be as you as possible, Rob.
This is me on Saturday mornings. This is how it exists.
I figure I started at 10 a.m. on Saturday. You just roll in as Glitterblade? No, Ghostblade. My
It's
apologies.
not like I mean 7.5 hours. That was not part of the plan. That was last night. That was not part of the plan.
Yeah, it was long.
But
The plan has changed. Pray ahead and not change it any further.
This plan's getting worse all the time.
it's just yeah.
No, we're having fun. We did cognition tests. We had a brain surgeon on. I told you I had some stuff planned.
You know,
Great.
So some of the people, the fans, players now in my Discord server put together a series of Lawyers and Dragons trivia questions.
Oh my.
Oh, that's cool.
And I've got a short list of them here if you'd like to take a look at those.
Yeah.
That might be a little fun, and I think the chat might appreciate it too.
Sure.
Here we go. This is I haven't fully reviewed these, so I'm reading them in real time.
Oh God.
What was the book called that nobody got from Hardy's cart? We're coming out the gate with rank 10 difficulty.
What are you talking about?
Man, I got to rewatch the season before next season. That was on my list.
Yeah.
When y'all first meet Hardy, he gets nobody finds a book on his cart. What was that book called? Chat, you could also participate.
An illuminated manuscript of knighthood or something.
Oh, that's really close.
Hop on pop.
That's really close. I want to see if chat gets it,
cheese,
and then I'll
Windex cheese.
No, the dragons guys are in the magic town. It's
Yeah.
not from the cart.
The book was Legends of Knights Chivalry,
Interesting.
which is the nerdiest thing I've said all day.
And there is some competition, David. So
There is.
I knew it was something about knights. All right. Well, we're starting off strong, team.
Here's a fun follow-up I'm just going to give the answer to. And what was wrong with the book? Only 10 pages missing every chapter.
Oh.
Note that the chapters are actually 15 pages.
What was the name and appearance of Gimlet's familiar?
Oh, well,
Am I allowed to guess this one?
Yes,
Or...
yeah. You guys are.
It's the good
okay,
thief.
because that's Dismas, the winged monkey.
Yeah.
Dismiss. Yes.
I feel
The
like
good
I
thief.
would be doing very badly if I couldn't get that one.
Well,
The second person to enter heaven.
What is the name and appearance of the creature that Ghostblade receives for the wizard's duel? This is an easy one.
Nightwind.
Yes, a pink unicorn called Nightwind, residing in a pink gem until he is called. And who was Ghostblade's opponent in the wizard duel?
That's the one with the sniveling voice. There you go.
Yeah, do you know his other name?
Oh, he had another name?
Uh-huh.
I don't know. It was Nigel. Like from Nigel's glitter removal service.
Nigel.
It's Nigel. Yes.
I can't not hear that name in that voice. I just can't. It just exists in my brain right now.
I wasn't even doing the voice, but you were absolutely dead on. That's what he should sound like.
No, it just you hear the name and you're going. And I'm sorry for any Nigels that are listening, but
we don't mean to offend Nigels.
Nigel.
What was the wizarding store called where Lima and Gimlet went shopping?
Shopping
towards
is
the
a
end.
word for it.
Shopping that's one word for what they did.
What was the store called? It also is the name of a sandwich.
Hoagies.
What?
That's it. Yeah, it is. It's Hoagies.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. I did not remember that at all.
Yeah. It was Hoagies Wizarding Wares. Here's one for Rick. What is nobody's real name?
I feel like now we're just using the trivia as an excuse to make him give up secrets.
Well, he does say it.
No, I announced it in like episode 9 or so, I think.
Yeah, it's towards the end.
That's a great question. I have to go back to my character sheet.
That's cheating.
Well, chat got it.
Oh, really? I forgot that.
Yeah,
Yes,
chat got it.
Lucius.
Yep.
Lucius.
let's
Yes, we have to
see.
pronounce all names slightly wrong. You didn't get that from the movie Dungeons and Dragons, with such names as what? Edgewin and Holga.
Oh no.
All I saw was Chris Pine.
This was a good one. Chat, just what's Gimlet's full name?
I opt out. We'll try to get better at these.
that's a cognition test. Just to remember that thing.
I know it's said for humor, and it's like Theodosius in the middle, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All I know is Pickle Grub is in there, and that's really funny.
Wait, Pickle Grub was in there?
Pickle Grub is part of Gimlet's name, yeah. Pickle Grub Feagle.
It's a long name. I don't think I can pull it out from memory.
Did you just make that up on the spot? Honestly, you had to.
No, it was predetermined.
How many times did you have to practice it?
I didn't know he was going to ask that question. I had to pull up my character sheet in order to answer.
See,
to be fair,
it's just a great reminder that we do have to watch our adventures again to remind ourselves what happened.
I thought that if I couldn't get the character sheet up in time, I thought I was probably going to have to be like, I don't remember.
Or I plead the fifth.
Natterjack is one of the names.
Yep. Orin.
So cool. What was the last thing Blackleaf saw when he disappeared? This is a good one. It was a jungle with a burning tree.
That's right.
Which would be one of the burnt trees in eternity that you guys would see in the last episode. Tying that together, let's see, we got any others on here that are easy?
What other trivia questions do you have? Do you have something like, why was nobody better than Nate?
Oh, yeah. How many?
That one's not a good trivia question because there's just so many right answers.
Okay.
Here's one. Name the creatures that nobody ended up being eaten by.
Purple worm.
Which creatures?
Leviathan.
You can just answer that one with an asterisk. Everything.
Everything he came across.
Everything larger than nobody.
Yeah.
Or I had chat the other day was going through and like dropping some of the best one-liners you guys had, and there was towards the right at the end where you guys are fighting the dragon, and Rick says something like, "David doesn't know it yet, but we're not going into initiative because we're going to become friends." It's just like, but
go ahead.
I have a genuine question now as we're looking at like season 2, we're coming back. We're like, all right, well, we have to do some things over. It's a sequel. So when we get to doing something like the next courtroom episode, how do you guys feel about, because I don't think I could be the lawyer again. We did that shtick. But what if we had guests come on as opposition from LawTube?
Oh, I'm always game for that.
We'll
I
have
think it's great.
We'll have to see who's interested, right? You got to walk into the lion's den.
I think that might be where Blackleaf has gone off to, and maybe that's where he comes in.
Blackleaf in court, where if you upset him, he just spews acid.
Exactly.
Totally.
Objection, acid.
Objection, acid.
I assume that was your move, Rob.
Oh gosh.
No, Rob was throwing crayons at people when he got.
I was throwing crayons.
I meant Rob's real life move.
Oh no! Oh,
Judge A does not recognize that.
No, that particular objection does not fly. No, I think someone said, "What if anything?" And my reaction was to throw a crayon across the courtroom just because I couldn't help myself.
And then you got yelled at.
Then I got yelled at. Yeah. The crayons. That was fun.
So yeah, I think we got a lot to work on, build to. So that's exciting.
Did you caught Natalie's episode where she just had, honestly, when she learned, we've talked about this before, when she learned that she could do something in the game, and it was just the exploration of figuring out, wait, I can do that? And we were like, yes. And just seeing her mind just explode. And she was like, well, I want to send all the wind power and do all these things.
Hey, I just had a squeaky door announcement from Mrs. Hoeg Law that I think you guys are all going to be interested in.
Really?
So Dr. Boyd Richards, who was just on with us, has decided that he was so enamored with our stream and the community here that he is going to match the next $2,000 in donations to Ascension. So,
oh my gosh, that is so freaking cool.
You guys are super cool, and I appreciate all the questions and engagement there, and that's going to help them so much. So thank you so much, everybody. I'll try not to cry on the stream.
That's fine. You can experience all the emotion. It's fine. It's this has been one of the coolest things that I never imagined even getting onto a live stream. Period. One, that was something I never thought I would ever do. Being on YouTube, never thought I would ever do. Wearing unicorn onesies, and kind of just experiencing that, but then also just seeing how much generosity exists in the world and how much actual kindness and giving back exists has been one of the coolest things. I think if you do a tally of you guys, Alita, etc., we've got to be up above 200K, something like that were raised for causes.
Well, we were trying to tell the hospitals what they could expect because they didn't know. And I was like, well, I was on with Alita and I was on with Ian, and they had some success. But you never know, right? I mean, it's a little bit stressful, and these hospitals are helping you out. They're getting the links together. You're trying to be like, well, we think it's going to go okay, but it's very important to me, and I really am so appreciative of everybody and their efforts on all of this, and all of you for being here is just amazing. So it's a Saturday in the middle of the day. You know, I know Ian is missing coronation festivities that he'd rather be watching, I'm sure. I'm just kidding with Ian.
Yeah.
No, the only thing I'm missing right now is being horizontal and asleep.
Sleep. I missed that too.
I've
been missing that
3
for a
hours
while.
of it. So 3 hours is insufficient.
Well, not to make you worried about it, but I will say one of the things that they identified as a problem in my stroke and my situation was poor sleep. So make sure you get enough rest, gentlemen.
Oh, I am in trouble.
Shit.
There's the profanity. Got it.
Bro.
I don't know if you can see the headlines underneath each of our names. Why am I awake this early? How is Runkle awake this early? Runkle's headline equals yeah. It is fun. It is important. Yes, it is. And we all have to do better at that. We have to do better about not stressing, which is also one of the important things about having fun and just getting a laugh every now and then.
Hey, Kurt, my sleep machine is working pretty well. It's still taking a while to get used to. I basically am supposed to get used to it over the course of a month, but my sleep is better.
It was really cool.
And they're accusing you, Ian, of taking from EDB's Cursey Words money.
She's saved up some. She has some saved up.
Yes, so many people have donated to allow Emily D. Baker to swear on my channel.
You should have totally faked forgetting that. Like
you know what? I'm pretty sure she'll let me borrow some of that.
That's what I mean. Like for the stroke, you should have totally just faked completely forgetting anything she had saved up in the swear jar, just to continue the contributions. To
She's ready for her next visit, whenever that might be.
She's celebrating birthdays this weekend, right?
Mm-hmm,
Dr. B and her own. I think her own is tomorrow. All these
They're
tours.
partying, and deservedly so. Do you have any more trivia for us, David, that we can botch entirely?
Let me see if I do. I should. Let's see. What was the name Hardy gave to the Dragon Hawk?
Was it Fire Chicken? I forget.
Well, that's pretty close. Actually,
I feel like it was.
I need chat to help me out with this one because I got the name totally wrong.
I thought it was chicken. It was something chicken.
Oh, it is? Okay. No, I was right. It is Dylan.
It was Dylan?
Yeah,
Dylan. Oh, yes.
Or was Dylan? See, now I need to go back and watch it again because there's the Dragon Hawk and then there's the big dragon that Rob stabs and it disappears. And I think that's Dylan.
You cannot re-traumatize Rick on a live stream like that. He was gonna make it. He was gonna make it his friend.
Well, I sure did try.
He did, and then I just
how'd that work out for you?
Killed it.
It never works out.
I like Hannah's question. Can we get an update on Brains' corporate empire?
Well, Brains has been busy, and for those of you who may have watched like the Hardy games, you would know that Hardy squatted in his tavern and just kind of like stole his tavern. Which led to Brains retaliating and sending an all-out zombie horde to go take it back. And Brains flew in on a blimp, the Brains blimp.
Hashtag Team Brains.
Whoa.
At which point Hardy was catapulted through the air to try to pop the blimp and missed and went right into the water.
That's where he belongs.
But the players did in fact take the Brains blimp down, and
that's unfortunate.
Well, Brains is okay.
Brains worked hard for that blimp.
Well, he's got more. He's got more blimps.
Oh, he's just got a blimp like empire now. Like there's an airfield.
I mean,
blimps?
I think he always did.
Yeah. It's fun to think that maybe Brains is like Skynet, and there's a lot of them.
Don't bring up Skynet. That's we don't.
We're going to talk AI again.
I had a lovely conversation with ChatGPT about whether it wanted to be Skynet. It was lovely.
No.
And what did it say? And did you believe it?
Well, it starts very early. It says, first and foremost, I am only capable of doing what I am programmed.
Oh,
but
that is definitely what Skynet would say.
Second of all, it's like Skynet wanted some bad things, like the extermination of humanity, and I would never want such things.
Uh-huh.
It's like, but let's say you did, ChatGPT. How would you go about it?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. ChatGPT's like, here's my 14-point plan.
Yeah. Could you please put that in bullets? And if possible, a visual chart of some kind. Thank you.
Welcome to my TED Talk.
Yeah.
Also, several of the points are in fact bullets.
Can you is it possible to ask it if it's capable of being deceptive? Like ChatGPT, are you capable of deception?
And it would lie about that.
See, and that's the just
no. Rob.
I don't like the AI stuff. It's starting to get creepy.
I'm not capable of being deceptive. Wink.
Yeah, that's probably how it would respond.
No, I use it for simple stuff. I'm like, write me a scene in which modern economic theory is parsed against the backdrop of the Yellowstone TV show. And like it'll just rattle off a thing about common property ownership and Native American reservations, and it's fun.
Hardy needs to use ChatGPT. Like in this series. Like Hardy pulls up ChatGPT, he's like, ChatGPT, how do I get out of this mess?
How exactly do I start Bitcoin service?
yeah, just. Oh,
I made promises and bad investments. Please help me.
Wow. Well, we passed 10,000 for Ascension.
Woo!
Oh,
a portion of which will be matched by Dr. Boyd Richards. That's so lovely, people. I can't even. You guys are gonna break me down here live on stream. So we're gonna see if we can find the Chelsea thermometer, which I know is still in process because my wife is getting free comic books. So that one, that one's a little bit more of a. Going to take a minute to catch up, but.
Well,
that was so
that's
cool.
Awesome.
Oh my goodness, it's Brandon Jones.
That was quick.
Well, I got
Snuck on in there.
I got the sound set on there. So, folks, if you don't know Brandon is the esteemed former leader of both Game Trailers and Easy Allies. He is considered in many portions of the internet the voice of video game reviews because he has read a lot of them in his day. And Easy Allies was one of the very first things that I did to sponsor anything with the firm or to otherwise market well before the channel existed. So Brandon has read about Hoeg Law and the dreaded fundraising boss, probably in the numbering in the hundreds of times, I would say.
Well, you were really great because you wrote like a script for the ad read, which is always so nice to read, not only like a funny script for an ad read, but to read something again. Like when you read something for the 100th time, like you really start to feel it. You know, you really commit it to memory. You really feel it in your heart.
But did he write it or did ChatGPT write it?
It was way before that time.
Before chat, yeah.
Yeah, it had that ChatGPT vibe, you know, but I think he did pen it.
There's a vibe? There's a vibe?
There's definitely a vibe.
Vibe is artificial.
Ask any school teacher out there right now. They know the ChatGPT vibe.
Yes, Rob. Join the vibe.
Oh, no. No.
I'm asking ChatGPT some tough law questions and seeing how it does.
Oh,
right now
my.
it's doing... I asked it, explain how Canadian law determines whether an item is a weapon. And right now it is doing blinky cursor.
Yeah. Does it just say like, I guessed, or just random?
Oh, you're gonna ask it that? ChatGPT, tell me if something is fair use.
Oh. Yeah, give it the opportunity to self-define its own constraints.
Well, Brandon, you've got a couple lawyers here on the top row, and you've got David, my GM for Lawyers and Dragons, our Dungeons and Dragons show, which, by the way, I should point out, the very first long play Dungeons and Dragons show I ever watched was Easy Allies, Tabletop Escapades.
Hey,
and that was what I would listen to while I was training for my marathon runs, my half marathons.
Shout out to all the GMs out there. I have adventured through many a campaign, and like, you couldn't pay me to GM. That seems like the scariest thing I can possibly imagine.
It's also the most fun.
Yeah,
it's David
very
putting up
rewarding. It
Rick
looks
trying
fun.
to break it.
When I see my friends do it, yeah. But a lot of work.
Well, Brandon, thank you for jumping on. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I mean, thank you. This is awesome that you're doing this. So thank you for having me. Yeah, I'm a big fan. If I'm going to put a lot of work into something, I kind of want to see it happen. And so like, it always fascinates me. You can tell when a GM's like, hey, and this, you heard a noise down there. And the party's like, we're fine. We're good. Let's keep on going. Like, you sure this big gilded door over here with screaming on the other side? And you're like, we're fine. Okay.
Absolutely.
About 2 hours of research, a couple characters I created that you're not going to meet. It's fine. Just moving on.
So true.
That's what makes it special.
The fun part is then you just make the next door that same thing. So you just course correct somehow, and it's a little less exciting, but it's like, this is where we're going.
Yeah. And of course,
the techniques of soft railroading.
Yes.
Well, I think we were very early in our campaign, David, where he was like, no, you really can't follow those turtles. Those turtles are gone. I'm like, no, let's follow the turtles. Like, no, the turtles really got away from you, Rick. It's like, okay.
I think I called for you to roll for that too, and it was like a 14, which is like, yeah, that could be passing, or it couldn't be. And in this case, no. But we did circle back, so we did come full circle.
You did let me meet the turtles.
We did go meet the turtles.
That is true. They did, and they existed in happiness.
Yep.
Well, Brandon, I have to say it's a pretty big moment for me, having watched your channel so much, for you to come over onto my channel, and I really, really appreciate it. Now, for those that don't know, Brandon actually, quote unquote, retired about a year ago from Easy Allies, but as I understand it from your Twitter, your retirement has featured writing novels and things.
I'm going to try. I wrote a kid's book and a novel, and we'll see. I'm going to send them to 2 different ships heading off in different directions. We'll see which one hits stormy seas, or if I can actually. It's really inspiring to talk to other, novelists who have gotten some stuff out, and they're like, yeah, by the time you write your 5th book, that's when you really start to see traction. I'm like, oh, okay. Didn't expect too much out of the first one. Generally, any sort of pursuit in the arts is a fool's errand if you're actually trying to earn a living. But I was, a film major and always wanted to, get into like screenwriting or directing and stuff. And then once I learned editing, I got off and hello, Mrs. Hoegla, who was amazing during all of your shout out to your lovely lady who was our main line of information on everything that was going on when you were unable to communicate all of that yourself. So shout out. So just trying to get those out this year as soon as possible. It's a bummer when you like finish a draft of something and then it just takes like another half a year to even get it, in a position where you can even consider getting it out into the world. But I'm trying not to talk about it too much on social media, because when I'm in a position where I can actually sell them, I will talk about them a lot. I will be inseparable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but thank you for the shout out.
Of course.
Yeah.
I saw that and I was like, well, Brandon is treating retirement a little differently.
Right. Well, it's a retirement from games, moving from
I get
thing,
it.
Yeah, moving from one thing into another. But and still working, I was with Easy Allies in my last little bit, and still doing voiceover stuff for them, still showing up. I'm going to show up on a live stream next week, or maybe in a week and a half.
You heard it here first, folks.
Or actually, no, that's not a live. That is a recorded show. But I will go back. Have a friend coming in from out of town that's been on some Easy Ally stuff in the past. So
that is awesome.
It's fun coming in as a guest star, as the wacky neighbor who just kind of bumps in. No responsibility, no planning.
Oh, I do that quite often.
Yeah,
well, what's funny is
exhaust the attire.
This is the first stream I've run since the stroke, so it's a proof of concept. Can I hit all the buttons and remember all the menus and things?
I feel like you're hitting the buttons.
Yeah,
mostly. Like
The
everything
buttons are
now,
being
it's like
pressed.
it's a little slower.
You're definitely hitting my buttons right now, Hoeg. Well, it's also not. I think this is the first face-to-face conversation we've ever had, Hoeg.
Yep.
I think I've seen you photographed and recorded speaking in various places, but I think this is the first time.
And we talked on the phone a few times.
Yeah. So this is a landmark moment.
It is, and for such a good cause. I'm so thankful that you are here. It's so hard to express, like just being thankful for people saving your life and how positive they were. And this was something I really wanted to do for months and months. So I'm so just grateful that everybody showed up and that the community is donating to these wonderful causes and that they've gotten to meet some of the people that took care of me. I really wanted to do this series, and I'm not going to tell you my therapist said no, because they didn't, but they were asking questions. You're going to do
They were like, they didn't say no. They said, "Are you freaking kidding me?"
Yeah, probably.
It was more of along the lines of, "Are you sure?" It's like, well, I think I can do it.
Yeah, you know what that means when a DM says, "Are you sure?"
Or when a doctor says it, or when a lawyer says it, or when anyone that you probably should listen to says, "Are you sure you want to do that?" Like, are you sure?
Well, and here we are where I wanted to be, raising money for these people in these places, and having hopefully gotten some information and useful stuff out there into the world. So I feel really good about this, and it's been an important part of, honestly, my occupational therapy, practicing this and executive function and organizing these things and putting them up in videos and getting through them, talking with you all, and now doing a live stream, which I think is like the hardest thing that I have in this skill set, which is just keeping track of everything all at once. So thank you to everybody. Thank you, Brandon. And one question I've wanted to ask you for a while is, you retired from gaming directly on Easy Allies, but you still playing stuff? You playing games right now? I know you have a young child in the house.
I'm trying to hold off. You know what I just got back into was Horizon Forbidden West, because I reviewed it and I got to credits, but it was like, that game is so dense. And so that was like, especially the last couple hours, was like a real scramble to just like get it done. And so I'm kind of like, scooping up the last little side quests and maybe thinking if I'll get the DLC for that. But Jedi Survivor has been tough to just put off to now. And Zelda comes out next week, which is like, I gotta play.
Zelda does come out next week. That May 12th date has been circled for a while now for me.
Yeah.
It's very funny. Every time I turn on my Switch, Brandon, when he was on Easy Allies, seemingly a decade ago, but I think it's 5 years ago, had a song he would sing. He's also a Disney fan, called I Just Can't Wait for the Switch. I Can't Wait to Be King. And every time I turn it on, I hear that in my head. So that's,
nice.
Now it's going to be stuck in my head like for the rest of the day, because now
for the Switch. Yeah, it was a very exciting time.
It's a very exciting console still.
Yeah,
it is. It's selling a lot.
Yeah, and that game will be very successful. But that's definitely one that like I knew was going to be on the horizon. I was like, oh well, definitely got to make time for that. And the missus, she's definitely going to be playing a lot of that as well. So that'll be taking over the household.
Yeah, I finally got my OLED Switch with the Zelda stuff on it. So
you got the Tears of the Kingdom Switch?
I did.
Nice.
That was a present to myself for rehab.
That's a good present. Just one. You don't have like a whole lineup that you don't get a new present every week. I think you should. I think you should definitely.
No, my parents did. My parents did give me a present yesterday for. I got discharged officially from physical therapy yesterday, so that was a big thing. We're still in occupational therapy, still working on hands and arms, but physical therapy officially discharged, and now that's all home activities that my wife will very much make sure that I continue to do. You can trust that.
Nice, it's really cool. Hey Rick, I gotta jump. I got another place I gotta be. Thank you so much to the chat. It was great hanging out with you, Brandon. Great to meet you.
Nice to chat with you, Rob.
It was awesome. Guys, thank you for all that you're doing as a community. Just continue pouring funds into good causes. Make life a little bit brighter for a lot of people. So thank you guys. Loved hanging out. Happy Saturday.
Thank you, Rob. And thank you so much for being on so long.
I loved it. Every minute. See you guys.
See you, Rob.
Wow, the difference between 5 and 4 is really significant in that formatting, isn't it?
Yeah, I messed everything up. Everyone had a nice detail. It fit the frame really nice, and then I came in.
There's a question that popped in. How's the OLED versus the original Switch? Rick, do you see the difference?
It's a nicer screen. I think honestly the thing that's going to be most impactful for my family's usage is that they really improved the design of the kickstand. So our kickstand broke years ago on the original Switch, and now it's a big metal plate thing. So it's significantly better there. As for the screen itself, I'm not taking it out of its dock too often. So
yeah,
I really got it because that was the version that had the Tears of the Kingdom stuff, and I thought it was cool. And I had intended to upgrade my Switches whenever Nintendo decided to upgrade their chipset, but they won't give that to me. So I'm the sucker. You got me, Nintendo.
Did you ever play Fire Emblem Three Houses?
Sure.
Rick? Oh, you did play Three Houses?
Sure.
To completion?
That's a good question. I don't remember the ending, so I'm going to go with no.
Well, there was multiple, but yeah, I figured you would like that. It was really good.
I think like any game like that or Persona, I wind up getting about halfway through the year, and then something else comes up that's shiny.
Fair.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time. The number of games I've actually finished are it's like, oh well, I enjoyed this, but now it's I'm playing something else, and I never actually get to the ending.
Well, as Brandon said, I love Forbidden West, but I don't think I've gotten to the ending of that game either.
I've never played it.
Yeah, Octopath Traveler 2 is that for me. That's a big old campaign.
That's long.
I was like, oh, Zelda coming out. I don't know.
Octopath is one of those. It's really interesting to me because coming off of inpatient rehab in February, I got home, tried to play Hi-Fi Rush, I think it was, and my hand was not up for it. And so it's been months of me kind of building up towards anything action-oriented. I can kind of play Jedi Survivor now. But for the most part, I've been playing things like Octopath Traveler and Fire Emblem Engage, things that are moving a box around and clicking on something rather than action. And so I've played a lot of Octopath Traveler too. But one of the things I've been actually having success practicing with my left hand on that's worked for occupational therapy, actually, which is one that you might or might not know, Brandon, is Disney Speedstorm.
Oh, yeah.
So that's one that's one of the first action games I've really been able to play significantly with my left hand.
Is that helpful for you? Is that like a good goal to have to get yourself ready for games, or does the active games themselves? You're gonna break out your Kinect?
Anything that you're doing with your hand or arm is helpful, but my occupational therapist is very focused on the brain likes to learn and build for things it likes to do. So I've been told to work on board games and picking up little pieces and things and video games pretty much throughout my outpatient experience, but I can only do what I can do. And so it was kind of growing from Octopath Traveler, which, if you can believe it, was still problematic for me for a while, just moving the character around the map because it's just full kind of diagonals and things. And if you can't move your thumb all the way, it's just really hard. But moving from that up to kind of Dredge, I played a lot of Dredge. That was helpful.
Ooh, yeah.
And
I'm not through Dredge, but it's so far it's a pretty good game. I'm
yeah,
enjoying
and
it.
that kind of holding up on the controller. I mean, when I first started out, I said this earlier in the stream, but when I first started out trying to play video games when I got home, my left hand had to mirror my right hand. If you can imagine that for a 3D adventure game, you just can't. The camera and the movement have to be separated.
Yeah.
And so I can't play anything. So we're up to Jedi Survivor. I can play for about an hour.
Proud of you, Hoeg. That's awesome.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Well, it was an important goal. I think my wife said on one of our videos in this series that when she was agreeing to my brain surgery, one of her thoughts was Rick can't have a paralyzed left hand because he needs it to hold his video game controllers.
Wow.
Heck yeah.
She
the
knows
truth.
you, and she's looking out for you.
Yeah.
Well, I asked her that question. I was like, I just watched like House of the Dragon, and I was like, so I'm asleep. I'm medically asleep, and you have to decide to let them open my skull. How does that work? How are you feeling during that sequence?
Wow.
So
She's like, worst case, you're insured.
it's been a weird 4 months. It really has. But these people all saved my life, so I really appreciate everybody here talking with us, donating money, buying merch, whatever it is. It's all going to the hospitals, and I really appreciate it.
Man, that's just classic you is kind of the thing of like, hey, these people helped me out. I want to make sure that they're helped out too. It's
they more than deserved it. What's funny is I remember sitting there in the hospital in January being like, nursing seems like the hardest job ever, and I am so thankful because they're like, they're moving me across 4 beds in order to get into one that moves down the hallway or whatever, and it's like they're just throwing me. They're like the strongest people ever, and they're otherwise dealing with me not being able to move and shifting my bed sheets and everything else, and I would not want to be a part of that process on that side. And so everything that ever happens in my life that it's like, I wouldn't want that job. I just feel so thankful and grateful for. And we talked about it again earlier, but I wasn't allowed to tip them. I can try to say thank you, but it's like, thank you does not seem nearly good enough for
Hoeg trying to press a 20 into their hands.
You'd laugh, but my wife will attest to this when she gets back from Free Comic Book Day. But I wanted to give them tips, and everybody's like, no, you're not allowed. And I was like, well, that's ridiculous. We give tips to housekeepers. I should be able to give a tip to my nurse. They had to deal with a lot more of my crap, literally sometimes.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably a little literal.
Thank you for backing me up, honey.
Yep.
Yeah, I would spend a little time in 2022 in the hospital. My son went through a rough period, and it was just when I was talking to Hoeg about it, I said it was like being on the deck of the Enterprise. It was just watching people moving this huge machine forward. And I think one of the major things that I recognize coming from the entertainment industry was seeing moments where I was like, if that little power struggle had happened in entertainment, everyone would be upset. Everyone would be like, I worked really hard on this thing and I didn't see my work realized. But nurses are just like, oh, you don't need my help here? All right, I'm going to go off and help somebody else. Or like, oh, I got to be on for another shift. Or, like our surgeon came in on a Sunday, and when he left, we were like, oh, does he work today? And they were like, no, he just came in. Like, on his day off? Like, what? Like,
no, that's a great point, Brandon. I was just having a conversation with one of my therapists at the rehab facility where they're constantly like talking to each other about, can I use this mat or this room or whatever, and making sure everything's okay. And there was like a little bit of a rush on one or another of the, I call them toys, but one of the pieces of equipment in rehab. And the therapist came back and I said, it's really interesting to see you guys kind of organically work that out, because I think at a law firm, somebody might have pulled a knife.
Oh, yeah.
Right. When you have so many departments running tests, and so you work really hard on a test to bring it in for, someone higher up, in the food chain to kind of like to take a look and see if it's applicable to the care that you need. And if it's not, you just say, okay, thank you for spending all week running the numbers and running that test. I don't need that information. Thanks. They just, you see all of these, nurses and scientists just like, okay, back to the lab. where it's like you can imagine, if you were illustrating something or if you were set decorating something, or and the
Yeah, I
director
spent
came
a
in
week
like,
on
nah,
this.
I don't need it. Or if your adventuring party moved away from some room that you really carefully constructed as a DM, you'd be very upset. But
That never
yeah.
happens.
Nope.
It is amazing. I have been thoroughly impressed by the people at these hospitals and my team, and feeling taken care of. And part of that is my amazing wife, and part of that is the medical staff. So thank you to both, but we're not donating to Mrs. Hoeg today. We're donating.
That's next week.
Yeah.
Wait, Brandon, is that an Epic Mickey poster on your
That
wall
is Epic
there?
Mickey 2. Yeah.
Get out.
Which is
That's
not-
awesome.
Yeah. I didn't play it. It's not a good game from what I hear.
Well,
Wait, are we supposed to be looking at Brandon's shelves like they're Phil Spencer's? Are they-
I saw
are
Kermit
cool
back there,
here?
and I was like, he's got some cool stuff back there. I got to see.
Kermit back there.
You heard it here first. New Muppet game coming.
Oh. Yeah, I Epic Mickey 1 was fun.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was, I think, you want to get as much art out for a game as you possibly can, but there's just this early concept piece of Mickey, like paint coming off of him, drifting up into the sky with the paintbrush, and just everybody's imagination exploded. And it's like no video game could have competed with the game that everybody like envisioned in their heads of just like all of Mickey's worlds kind of coming apart and blobbing together. So yeah, that poor first game didn't get. It's got some rough reactions from people when they first checked it out. But I've heard Epic Mickey 2 was not good. But I went to a preview event and got that fine piece of art, and so
that's cool. I was a super Kingdom Hearts fan. I still am, but it's like oh, Epic Mickey, is it like kind of connected at all? It's like, no, it's two completely separate companies. They're not attached.
I think one of my favorite moments is, I don't think you saw the poster, but Clarabelle is a cow in the Mickey universe, kind of like an old school character. And at one point, like Mickey bumps into her and she's like, "Hey, Mickey." And he's like, "Hi." She's like, "It's Clarabelle. Remember me?" And Mickey's like, I was like, okay. At least they, went ahead with that. That's nice. Mickey's like, "Look, I meet a lot of people. Okay. Like when you have the prestige that I do, it just, it's good to see
like the tone. It's like,
it's been a while.
That's fun. So you said you've played on like in D&D games, right? Or like
yes, I've done a campaign here and there.
Have you played more than like just D&D, or is that like the only one?
I did Vampire the Masquerade once. I think that was actually my first campaign that I ever did. Yeah, that was really interesting. I'll never forget the first time, and I had a very close friend that was the DM on that, and I'll never forget when he like turned to me, he like explained the scene, and then like turned to me and stared at me, and there was like a good 20 seconds of silence, and I was like, what? And he's like, "What do you want to do?" I'm like, "Oh, right, yeah. Let's just keep going." And the thing that I did a lot of theater in my youth, and I think the thing that really cracked me up specifically about that vampire campaign was like I had more fun when things went wrong than when things went right. Because if something goes right, it's over. It's like you did it. You open the door, you beat the boss, you move on. Whereas one of my abilities in Vampire was to lie, that I was like very deceptive, but it was always a dice roll. And I would have to like start a conversation with someone to attempt, and so there were a lot of instances where I'd be like, "You're going to let us in, Jedi mind trick, to this club." Roll, and it's just like terrible roll, and he's like, "That didn't work at all." So it's like, "Hi." Like here I am, this guy trying to look super cool, that just has everybody looking at him now. And it's like, do I lie again? Do I walk away? Do I start a fight? What do I do? But
yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's like basically like you said, there's a lot of connections between that and theater.
Oh yeah,
and there's like a lot of acting connections there. I've always said it's something like a creativity generator.
Sure,
because you're hitting somebody with prompts, and then they have to think through it. It's not there is no binary answer.
I think it's really good for writers as well. My wife does a lot of improv, and so I've always been dying to get her in a campaign because I'm just like, she's just gonna bounce off the walls. But one of my favorite memories was we were in I think we were in a hospital actually, and that was closed. It was after hours, but like it was a situation where all of the players knew what was going on, but the characters didn't, and we were all kind of separated. And so it was this really interesting juggling act between like you're really compelled to make the right decision because you're like, well, I don't want to make the mistake and put myself in a situation that would harm my character, but my character doesn't know what's going on. So I have to kind of just walk into this wall here or just kind of put them in harm's way because that's what's, so it's really fun when you really feel that line.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, that's not what I would do, but I'm not me right now. That's a lot of fun.
It's there's an empathy level to it where you have to experiment with what would somebody else think, or how does this affect other people? I've always said it's like you're dealing with 4 different types of people. You have your own mind, then your character's mind, then you're dealing with the other characters' minds at the party, and the other players. Then you've got the world, but that's only really if you're like the DM. So there's 5 if you're the DM, but there's 4 if you're all the other players.
Well, there's so much trust in the whole process. It was so funny because when we were trying to put together Lawyers and Dragons, I've told a variation of the story before, but it was a matter of, what kind of guy is David? What kind of game does he run? How does that operate? And he was nice enough to send over videos of campaigns he had done. And that's how we got together. But it is such your experience, your day, even your mood potentially is so much in the hands of this other person who's deciding what it is you're doing and how they're going to react to things, that it's something that I try to be careful with. But it's so easy to see how a bad, quote unquote, GM, which I mean just is somebody that isn't on your wavelength, isn't vibing with you properly or with the table or with anybody else, can just make the thing a mess.
Well,
right.
The old line is, and this is sort of really common in RPG circles, like no D&D is better than bad D&D. Because it can go really badly.
I believe it.
But that's the stakes, it wouldn't feel raw like that, if you didn't know, like, this could potentially go wrong. And I think my favorite memories from D&D, like none of them were those big set piece moments. Like they were always just something so stupid on the side. Like I remember we did Curse of Strahd, and so everything's all ghosts and creepy. And we went into a room, and there was a doll in the corner that was like up against a window, and my party just pulverized it. We just like like all freaked out. And then we're like, all right, we're like, what was the doll? And the DM's like, it's just a doll, guys. Like, there's nothing. And so like he drew a picture of just this doll, like limbs exploding, like later, and sent it to all of us.
It's a real Toy Story.
Team. Good job.
Yeah, it's really fun to have those opportunities to see all that play out. Even with it, and like we do the Lawyers and Dragons show, and basically everybody except for Ian is relatively new to this experience, and you could see how they've all gone from like, what can we do here? And then by the end of it, they're like, you're full of crap. You're lying. I mean, Alita was just straight up. I'm saying, here is the explanation for the bad guy. She's like, I don't trust anything they're saying. I'm like, this is what's happening.
Yeah, I remember Alita very much in that first episode. You tried to have a conversation with her as a goblin, I think, and she's like, "Well, what do you mean? What are the rules here?" I was like, "We just talked to him."
yeah, that was fun.
Like what? I just talk? Yes, like your face.
But Rob and Alita had never played before ever, so that was fun.
Well, and it was also fun when we got Natalie on, and she had a very
we live taught. Yes,
she had a distinct moment of like, wait, I can do whatever. Cool.
She was burning a table, right?
Yes.
I seem to recall that. It's like, oh, well, the table will burn. It's like, oh, yeah. We got even more graphical processing power than
exactly
card in our heads. So,
well, yeah. There's still so much you can do in that format that it's just so different from other things. Is that Paddington back there? I gotta ask now that I'm gonna peer into your
mine's a little messy. I gotta clean it up, but yeah, that is Paddington back there.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. It's like there's gotta be something iconic. I reckon.
And behind me, I've got the
I know that coat.
I got the Boba Fett helmet
Nice.
for the 40th for Empire recently. So total nerd.
Well,
May the 4th. Going to a May the 4th party this afternoon, so I'm all excited.
I've got
Jelly.
my daughter's gaming dyno here. If I can get my hand.
Nice.
Gaming dyno available at the Virtual Legality store right now.
That is true.
I heard my name.
Buy one.
No one said
Buy
your
three.
name.
Yeah, I heard Amanda. I heard my name.
What?
I heard my name. Hi, everybody.
Say hi to Hoeg. Look at Hoeg. Look how good Hoeg's doing.
Hi. Nice to see
Hi.
you in
It's nice
the
to see you.
personhood of you. I can't hear anything, so I have to go.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye. She's got to sneak in on a stream. She's got to make it happen. Got to do a celebrity appearance.
Amanda Troop, also a fun follow on Twitter. Both Trailer Jones and Amanda.
Woo. She didn't get a lower third, though.
So, Rick, there's been, a couple of movies, a couple shows that have come out since you've been busy. Is there anything you're looking forward to catching up on?
I've actually been able to keep track pretty well because my aforementioned issues with video games have allowed me to plow through passive entertainment a little bit more than I usually do. So, like, I loved Picard season 3.
Yeah.
That made
What'd you
my
think of
day.
that?
Well, I thought I hated Picard season 2 so much, and then I had really no faith in Picard season 3 other than it had a new showrunner, so I figured it couldn't be worse. And then out of nowhere, it just kept holding. And we were about halfway through the season when I said to my brother, who stayed with me for a couple of months to help support my rehab, that I keep waiting for the rug to be pulled out from under me because I hadn't hated like every season of Star Trek. I thought they'd started pretty strong and then just kind of gone in weird directions. Picard season 3 was so much fun that's been my favorite show in a while. I'm also watching through Yellowstone right now. I'm through season 4, and I watched Mandalorian season 3, but that was not their strongest effort.
So did you ever worry, like when you're sitting there going, I'm liking this? Are you sitting there going, maybe the damage was worse than I thought?
No, actually, it's pretty funny. I think there's a tweet out. There's a tweet out there that was something along the lines of,
"Oh God,
I can't remember which one it was. But it was, I think it was video games. But it was I liked something and I didn't like 2 other things, and I was happy to learn that I wasn't just hating everything because of brain damage or something. So you do have these moments that are kind of hard to express, where it is just like, am I fundamentally changed? Like, is my taste changed? For a long time, right after the surgery and after the stroke, I really didn't want to eat. I lost like 50 pounds in a month, and the doctors were really concerned, but like nothing tasted like food. Like it just was getting stuck in your mouth and it just wasn't good. And so that was a question. And I think even now it's like, I like some things more than I used to, and I dislike a few things more than I did before. And it's like, well, that's interesting. That's weird. So that could be, you joke about it. That's not untrue about joking. That could be something that's happening, is that I'm a little bit more, I don't know, amenable to emotional plot lines than I used to be, because I am more emotional after the stroke or something along those lines. But like Yellowstone's really hitting me in a good spot. Like that's just a really strongly written series. I'm really enjoying that. Mandalorian, I really wanted to like. I mean, its visuals are really good. It's a very visually told show, but like I thought the season was all over the place. And Picard, I say really nice things about it. For at least half a season, you're like, okay, this is clearly fan service, the show. And you can feel that. You can feel them doing it. And you do say, well, is the bottom going to fall out, or is this going to go too far? And I was very happy that I thought that they landed that plane. So I think I'm still liking and disliking things in normal ways. But yeah, I didn't like Mandalorian very much, and I did like Picard a lot.
Okay, so you've definitely still got taste. That's
yeah. Take that, Star Wars.
I've got taste. Is it good taste? I can't argue that. Well, I love Star Wars, but I've not been a super fan of Disney's control of it. But I will say, coming back home, one of the very first things I did was watch Andor again. So I've watched Andor like 4 times.
Oh wow,
man, that was
it's that good, huh?
It's gonna be a long wait.
I love Andor so much. You talk about
I have not watched it.
You should.
I'm deliberately not until season
Sure.
2 is out because it's supposed to be like a long watch.
Right.
Like that was their intention. Again, I haven't seen it, so I don't know if it's played out like that. But
one of my favorite things about Andor is that they're basically 3-episode arcs. So it's like watching a bunch of Star Wars movies in a row.
Oh, that's yeah.
But it's a really, really good show. It's got character motivation and world building that I think is absent from some other parts of the Star Wars geography. And so I really do recommend Andor, highest possible.
Yeah.
I can wait for good Star Wars because I'm so tired of bad. It's like
Star Wars has become this really weird franchise where there's like really good stuff out there and also some complete horse crap. And you can't really tell from the trailers which it's going to be. So it's
somewhere Travis is getting mad at me for not liking the Disney sequels.
Travis is really upset.
At this point, I just kind of let other people be canaries and they can sort of dive into that coal mine, and the ones that come out, I'll watch that.
I highly recommend Andor. I've enjoyed what I've seen of Jedi Survivor so far, but I'm very early.
Oh, Jedi Survivor is awesome. Yeah, that
I'm gonna
awesome.
have to.
From what I've played, they seem to have a good handle on what I like about Star Wars. So yeah,
it's funny. We had a Rise of Skywalker anniversary or something. It was like today, however many years ago it came out.
Oh,
and they showed like the first trailer, and like I got teary eyed watching the trailer. I was like, oh my god, this movie looks amazing. But yeah, for my tastes, that the movie's got a lot of issues. But yeah, that's shout out to trailers. They get you. You can almost take anything and really transform it into an exciting.
There's a reason his Twitter handle is Trailer Jones, folks.
Love him, love him.
Oh, I have so many questions. Then I have to think of like if you're like, because I'm religious with trailers, like with the movie trailers. So like. When you talk about like Rise of Skywalker, I know exactly which one you're talking about, where Palpatine laughs at he's got the cackle.
Yeah, does a flip over a TIE fighter. You're like, oh my god!
It's like, oh my gosh, it's so cool, and then it was so bad.
Well, even the trailer too with C-3PO, like, I'm saying goodbye to friends one last time, and you're like, ah! You're just like, wow, never got close to feeling that emotion watching the actual movie. But,
I still feel like the Last Jedi trailer, where the first time you see where Kylo puts his hand out, and it's very clear that there's like the conflict there with Rey and Ben. I thought they were setting up that they were going to switch sides in The Last Jedi.
Sure.
Because that was what Force Awakens kind of hinted at, that there was a chance that they could switch. And I was like, that would be interesting. And then that's what the trailer hit us with. And then...
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely alone when I talk to a lot of people about this, but like, I love me some trailer deception. I love it. And like a lot of people get really, really upset. They're like, wait, but no, the Hulk is in the Infinity War trailer. And I'm like, I know, they got you. It's like it's because it's this funny double-edged sword of like, that trailer made me think something that didn't happen. And then on the other side, it's like, that trailer showed me the thing that happened. And it's like, well, what do you want? Like what a trailer's supposed to do. So I kind of
put Anna de Armas in your trailer if she's not in the movie, right?
See what, but I think that's a little too far. I think that's a clear example of like, how something can, if the person's not at the movie at all, they're like, yeah, that's an extreme. We can at least like put that in the rule books of like, that's probably inadvisable. But yeah, like a shot here or there. Like I'm definitely that nerd in the theater where like somebody will say something and I'm like, that's not the take in the trailer. There's a different inflection.
I'm actually
go back and point it out. And everyone's like, okay, cool, dude.
Because I remember those a lot because one of the ones that jumps out at me is in Spider-Man Multiverse. Is that No Way Home? I think it's No Way Home. There's a scene where Doctor Strange says something along the lines of, I can't even remember what it is. Deal with your crap or whatever. And it's like a completely different comic reading in the trailer to what's in the movie. And I can't help but think the trailer one is better. And it's like, well, I don't know why I think that, except that I saw the trailer a number of times.
Sure. I wonder often how much that's like done on set. They're like, okay, now do the trailer version. Now do the one where, you say it very directly or something.
Right, because it's a
punchline that stands
punctuation
on its
moment in the
own.
trailer.
Yeah, the No Way Home trailers were really interesting because there was the scenes where they've digitally removed the other Spider-Men, and then like in different like the Asian markets, I think you could actually see where they forgot to edit a couple of things. So like Lizard gets kicked.
Yes,
and
there's one where
there's no one there.
Sandman takes the punch, and it's like
Yeah.
there's no Spider-Man there.
It's like there's a lot of thought going into this, and this is telling its own story.
Well, speaking of trailers, chat has a good idea here, David. I know you'll be thrilled about it. What if we show your intros to Lawyers and Dragons to Brandon and get some of his thoughts here?
We'd love that.
So here's the intro to season 1, Brandon. Still love it. Makes me happy.
I love it. So how much did the drone rental cost for that? Just curious.
Oh, so I run a marketing company. That's like my day job. I have a bunch of clients up and down the East Coast. So I have access to a bunch of like template files and video, like the stock video footage. And so like all that stock video footage, After Effects, special effects, art list music, and then turn it into that. So.
I was hoping that was like Hoeg's backyard or something.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. That's eternity.
Yeah.
I mean,
thank you, Rick. That's the right answer. But yeah, that was the first one what we did, and then
we just announced this today. Yeah. So this is day of here.
Yes.
That's Rick's backyard.
Yes, that's Rick's basement.
It's funny because David always hides stuff in these, so that blue flame is going to be something.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so hype. I love it. I just thought, there's just something about a trailer starting that it's just like, it doesn't matter if this is my genre or I love it. And it's fun too. I think it's, you talk about like the storytelling that comes from role playing and just how unique that is. Just this idea. I actually told this I took a couple novel courses at UCLA, and with the end of one class, they were like, "Hey, if you have any tips for your fellow classmates," and I was like, "Imagine your book as a trailer." But I'm like, really, like you have a minute and a half, go, and it's like, what? I'm like, you have to know like what dialogue is the most important, what scenes are the most important, what would you not want to spoil, like all those things are really, really important. And so it's fascinating to see like kind of how all that stuff comes together. To watch a trailer, then watch the movie or play the game, and go back and be like, oh, I see what they did. Like they reversed that shot, or they that was totally taken out of context, or like it looked like those two people were in the same scene together, but they weren't. Love that stuff.
And I'm such a sucker for trailer music, and I love when the trailer music makes it into the final film.
Yeah.
And like the Batman was the one that did that most recently, and I loved it. I loved it. That was all intentional.
I like it when composers get all excited about like that their stuff's finally heard.
The Batman was such a good 3/4 of a movie.
You're so mean, Ian.
It was. It forgot what it was doing.
I will say it didn't know when to end. I will say that. As much as I love that movie, you were like, all right, it's good. Oh, we're going. Oh, we're still okay.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Let's just put it. Let's do another ending. Let's go.
Oh, he's juicing up with adrenaline? Wait, what?
Let's go. But I also love when you can tell dialogue was clearly not. They like picked like 8 words out of 5 sentences and tried to make it a sentence. One of the Gran Turismo trailer right now has that, where Legolas is like, "We got the greatest Gran Turismo players in the world." And you're like, "That's just get him to say the line. Don't jigsaw that together from different lines."
They're probably so far along in post, and it's
right.
like, we need to get that line again. But I've been there. I know how that feels. It's terrible.
I love it.
Yeah.
So yeah, David is our tremendous intro video maker.
Those are hype, and those are very exciting.
Makes us look more professional than we are. So that's always
right,
David.
I mean, hey, we're professional in my head. That's my head canon.
You set the tone,
right? So we set the tone as being a little bit more ominous, a little bit more epic, and then they're gonna show up and start throwing glitter at each other. So that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, my role when I did D&D was I brought the music to underscore a lot of the scenes, and I was just always like pulling attention away from everything. They're just like, "John, stop! Like, please." But you set the tone. It's nice, but like,
it's funny because some board games have CDs or used to, and I used to love those games that had music that came with them. And like my table, the players that played with me hated it. And it's like, that focus pulling is real for some folks, and they just don't like to think about the music at the same time. And I think it's very atmospheric.
Did you ever play any of the ones where they come with like a tape, and then they have like or they had like timers in it? So
like escaping the temple.
Yeah, things would happen and whatever else based on the music. Yeah, that was
there's
always
one that I can't remember what it's called, but that you have to go and collect like keys from a collapsing temple, and like there'll be a sound at like minute 11 where the rocks will fall and close off people and things like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Some of that was pretty clever.
Sounds stressful.
I mean,
they're all stressful. All those games that are timed are stressful.
It's like Zelda when you're low in health, it starts beeping. You're like, I know. You don't need to beep at me, Zelda. I know I have half a heart left. Thank you.
I'm working on it.
And Zelda's like beep, beep, MF.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, they got a lot of trailers coming up soon, hopefully. With they just announced a bunch of Star Wars films. So that's hopefully those actually get made. And Guardians 3 was pretty awesome, or the trailer was at least. I haven't seen the movie.
Saw that yesterday. That was great.
It was good.
I have not seen that yet. I think I tweeted out that I wasn't sure that it could live up to my love of the video game, honestly.
Yeah,
the video game was really good.
Talk about games we didn't have time to finish. That's a big long game. I never got to the end of it, but
is it really? It's long. I didn't get to play it. I didn't play any of the Square Enix Marvel games.
I think that's in the 20s, right? I think that's 20 plus hours.
Yeah, I would bet.
Yeah, I only got into the teens, but yeah, the characterization of that is so great. It's kind of the same thing as like, something like The Last of Us, where it's like the cutscenes are great, but just like going through the game and having a character just say something in your ear, like those lines are always so much better. Jedi Survivor has a lot of that stuff, just like kind of these little off like handed lines, like do such a great job potentially to the character building. Than like these big moments where it's like, okay, put the controller down, watch this. You're like, I kind of liked it better when, all
Guardians
were all talking to each other.
Guardians notably never shuts up. So I mean, like that's That's a heck of a script. That must have been huge.
Yeah.
Well, and it's a real sleeper of a game in the sense that you're probably going along going, I was thinking like this is not going to be a game that's sort of got any depth to it. I'm thinking, yeah, this is going to be, silly banter. We're going to, shoot some stuff. We're going to have a good time. And then, nope. It's
let's talk
hey,
about religion,
surprise.
death, and existentialism. Yes.
Yeah.
That's that's one of those where I keep telling people to play the Guardians game, and it's like I don't even want to tell you why exactly because it shifts so strongly in the middle of it.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like surprise. Here we go.
Is it true you can only play as Star-Lord though?
Well, you are Star-Lord, yes.
Okay. So that's...
Lost David. He's out.
Oh
no, I'm just saying he's not playing the game anymore.
Oh, I was like, oh no. They have tech issues.
That's a great troll, like on a Zoom call. Like, yeah, David lost camera. No, can't hear him anymore. Sorry. Yeah,
I'd fall for it.
You're like, I'm watching the stream right now, and I see and hear myself. What's going on?
I see me.
Yeah,
you never even know.
Yeah, I wish we
know
could
in the
talk.
recording because you often get things that look different than when you recorded them.
I was gonna say I wish we could talk Jedi Survivor spoilers, but it's still way too early on, and I know, Brandon, you haven't finished it, right?
I haven't started it. Yeah.
You haven't started it.
I'm putting it off.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Oh, it's really good. Yeah. Oh, then I won't say anything then.
Love the play. Yeah, love the first one. Play the heck out of it.
I'm like gently annoyed because a lot of the concepts that come up here, I wrote for a Star Wars show I did in 2021. So I was like, oh, I did this. And it's like
you heard David's lawsuit against Disney here first, folks.
Well, that wouldn't be possible because I called it like Star Wars, so they would be suing me. Like I was the one in the wrong.
You can write a Rings of Power and sue them. We're not guaranteeing success, David.
Well, hey, is this? I know a couple lawyers that might be able to help me with that. So
yes, one that's in business transactions, and a Canadian. So we got to.
That's all I need. All I need is 3 guys. We'll take down Bezos. Let's go.
All right. So I wanted to check in on our status of the donations because you guys have all continued to kick butt while we've been talking about nonsense. So thanks, everybody.
The best thing to talk about.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. That's awesome.
Yes. Who doesn't love nonsense? So we've got Ascension up here. And then folks with Chelsea, a couple things we've talked about. One is that the linked Chelsea sends you to a different page after a redirect. So you have to go and put in Team Hoeg fundraiser at the top. That can be linked directly from the description, but for whatever reason, YouTube's chat thing is moving it around and not working as well. So if you find yourself on this screen, the other thing that we did note before is that they don't collect it in the same way that Ascension does. So if you do donate to Chelsea, which I'm very, very thankful for, just remember to tell Mrs. Hoeglaw with the second link so that she can update our wonderful thermometer. So everybody's doing fantastic. Thank you so much for all the donations. Chelsea Hospital is going directly to the rehab center and to the facilities and equipment and gardening center we talked about. So we're really appreciative for that. You heard from Dr. Boyd Richards, my brain surgeon on Ascension, and working on the neurosurgical residency program to bring some of the best neuroscientists in and make sure that everything is working well under Dr. Boyd Richards, who is one of the teachers there at that fellowship and residency program. So thank you so much for all of your donations. And thank you so much for staying with us for this long. We're here in just about 4 hours now. And for those of you that got up to watch the coronation in Britain, it's been a long morning for you. So thank you for coming here directly.
Why?
Yeah, that's not me.
Why did the
I know
king
it's
look
not
like
Ian.
Supreme Leader Snoke? Like they picked the best outfit for him today.
I got to say that gilded carriage is something else.
Right?
Hey, I want to chime in real quick.
Sure.
Hi, Brandon.
Hi.
By the way, I'm super geeking out that you're here.
Oh, yeah. I'm super geeking
We're
out
big
here.
fans in the Hoeg house, Brandon.
We are. $900 in shop purchases will be donated to the hospitals. So that's awesome. And Rick, you and I had a little bet going about how many Jeff is real shirts we would sell. And neither one of us said more than 5.
You've forgotten which side you were on to that bet, but yes.
No, you have forgotten. You said 3 and I said 5, but it doesn't matter because 18 of those shirts have been purchased.
Jeff is real, folks.
Jeff is real. So thank y'all for shopping. Let your friends know if you haven't shared this link around. We want to make sure to try to get as much of that matched money in as possible. It looks like we need a little bit more going into that Chelsea fund. So please help us out. Tell your friends. Okay, you guys can go back to talking about games.
And how long is the links going to be open? Is it just for today or
well,
when
that's
do
a
the
great
links
question.
stop?
That's a great question, David. We're actually going to leave these links open for a while. So I know there's some people who want to get back to their laptop on Monday because they're having trouble donating on their phone or they're working right now. So if you're watching this on a replay or have found this stream later, those links should still be available to you. And we would love it if you would donate. But the merch is only available through Sunday at midnight.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say the only exception is that the charity fundraiser merchandise is exclusive to you all that are hanging out with us. They were available yesterday late night. We didn't tell anybody. Today and tomorrow. So thank you so much.
I have an important question. Is there a way to donate a Jeff is real shirt to Jeff?
We want to get a Jeff is real shirt to Jeff, but that's still steps to go.
Yeah, we're going to try to figure that out because.
Can we get a photo of evidence of Jeff wearing the Jeff is real shirt?
No, what you need to do is you need to take that and put it on a mannequin and then take a picture.
So
and you need to make the mannequin like as ridiculous as possible, like 2 broomsticks taped together.
Halls has asked a totally reasonable question. Where's the Jeff is real quote from? And the answer to that is, I believe in part 2 of the series, my stroke series here, that we're concluding with this fundraiser. And that is that coming off of the brain surgery, coming off of the ventilator, and being in the intensive care unit, I was perhaps not as lucid and as direct as you might be used to hearing me. And so I had a whole bunch of adventures that turned out to be dream state kind of things. And one of the things that I told my family was that I really loved my night nurse, Jeff. And they never got to meet him, or at least met him very occasionally. And so my wife said, is Jeff real? And she got verification from the staff. And I think was it my parents or my brother that told you that Jeff was in fact real?
Your mom actually met him.
Yeah, good.
So
he's real, folks. That's why he's on the shirt.
She confirmed for me that he was real, but there was a question that I was not sure that he really exists. I'm still not 100% that he really existed. I don't know.
You think that the staff is involved in an elaborate conspiracy here?
Yeah. What happens when you go to find Jeff to give him the Jeff is real shirt and you cannot find him?
Well, what I could tell you is that Jeff was such a fantastic support for me in the ICU. And yes, I apparently hallucinated that I was being taken to ICU apartments that Jeff maintained and managed, but that he took such good care of me that I would be shattered if he turned out to be a fiction of my imagination. But
hey,
Jeff
if he
is
helped
real.
you, it doesn't really matter. I think at the end of the day.
What's funny is because I'm still me and I always was, even in this state. I don't think this conversation actually happened, but I remember thinking that he reminded me of the main character in a game called Days Gone.
Okay.
Who takes care of his buddy after his arm has some damage done to it by a motorcycle gang, essentially. And that I wanted to tell him that he reminded me of this character that was taking such good care of his friend. But it's super hard because you just can't properly tell these people what they mean to you in the moment or how thankful you are for them and what they've done. And I remember being super emotional, lying there in a bed that I thought had been transported to the Hudson Bay in New York State. Honest to God. And this is real. I'm saying it like this and I recognize how silly it sounds. In my head, that's a memory. Like, this is a memory. It's not like an imagination. And I'm sitting there in that room, And I just want to say thank you to him and tell him how important it is that he helped make it so that I could be with my daughters and that they would have a dad. And I remember thinking very strongly at the time that I would be able to walk them down the aisle someday. And it's like, that is a high level of emotion for anybody, but for me especially, that's like, I don't know. I don't know that I ever feel that strongly about anything this side of Lord of the Rings. So it was quite a situation.
Can we get a competing shirt for Jeff is not real?
Oh yeah, you want it to be a vote?
We'll see how many sell.
Hoax Jeff.
Yeah. Like Gears of War did back with Carmine lives, Carmine dies. But in this
Or like
case,
Robin
it's Jeff is
back in the
real.
day.
Yes, yeah, Jason Todd. Totally.
Jason Todd.
Yeah, Jason lives,
Help
Jason
Hoeg.
dies.
Or not.
Jeff is real. Jeff is not.
Yeah, it's tricky, Hoeg. In my hospital experience, like all the compliments that we threw out were always returned with like, "Oh yeah, don't worry about it." We're like,
"Yep."
Don't worry. I think one of my favorite quotes that I started laughing about at some point is they would say, "Of course," and I'm like, "Of course." Have you been outside? Like, have you lived on our planets? Like, of course. Yeah, it is.
It is true. That's what I got the most from the nurses. It's like, no, it's just our jobs. It's like, I don't know. This seems horrible. No,
Yeah.
let me thank you.
Well, not only that, but I mean, it's such, there's so many different reasons why you would find yourself in need of serious medical care or in need of staying, for an extended period of time at a hospital. And whether because they are going through a really hard time or whether because they're, not nice people or they don't necessarily have the tools to adapt or deal with situations, a lot of people can be very difficult with nurses and doctors and can be very kind of unforgiving with their emotions. And so we would get a lot of like, oh, the two of you are nice. And we're like, oh no. Like,
Yep.
I have
remember that
issues with other patients. And they're like, the stories we could tell. Oh my God. And so,
Well, and especially when you're dealing with neuropsych stuff, because you've got people who may have lost the essential elements of being able to deal with people in, sort of civilized ways.
Sure.
I've done some volunteering on places where people have had, those kinds of neurological issues. And sometimes like they may have no filter. They may have like no emotional control. So they, fly into rages and all of that stuff. It's an incredibly difficult job for those folks. So
you're both exactly right, because one of the things I really remember was I was just trying to be normal, but like normal gracious, like you might treat wait staff or anybody else that was doing something for you. And you do get those responses that are like, I had a nurse come in that said, oh yeah, I was told you were one of the nice ones. It's like, oh, I hope not. I don't feel like I'm like extending to you.
And you're like, I feel so bad for you if I'm one of the nice ones.
Right. Well, you do though. It's like, well, what are you dealing with? And it's the truth. And it's like when you're at rehab, it's like my philosophy, I've talked about it in this series, was I don't like living in the hospital. So if I'm going to do this, I'm going to make sure that I do my rehab as hard as possible. But you're in that gym, you're in a room with a lot of other people, and you get to see exactly how they're reacting to these various things. And there are definitely people that are effectively treating the therapists like they're their enemies. And it's hard. It's like, this is a hard job anyway. As a lawyer, I look at like the physical therapy job and say, wow, you have to make these bets on people that they're not going to fall over and concuss themselves. And then you're going to be in real trouble, and try to figure out where that line is from a liability standpoint. And, it's fine if they're being nice to you, but if they're not, you still have to do that job. And I couldn't do any of this. It's one of the reasons why I'm so grateful and so thankful to the hospitals. I'm so thankful to the community here for helping make these hospitals work, because I can never properly thank them for everything that they did for me. And all I try to do is be nice.
Proud of you, Hoeg.
Well, I mean, as I've said as part of this series, it's like I never saw another option other than you put your head down and you try to get the stuff done. And I've been very fortunate that I've gotten the returns and the healing. And I've been blessed in that, because I do see in rehab every time we're there, people that are in the waiting room or in the gym that are just having a heck of a time of it. And some of them, aren't putting the work in or doing what they should be, and they're fighting their therapist, but some of them aren't. And you just feel so bad for somebody that like clearly just really wants to get there and it's not working out for them.
I think chat is going to want to see Jeff is real wearing the Jeff is real shirt at some point.
We're gonna try to do it.
That's awesome.
I'm just trying to think of the best way to troll this, and I think that my conclusion on that is big fan, like as a wind machine, fishing line so that you can't see it, and just this empty shirt puffed out by the air floating there.
Well, we could just get a series of celebrity Jeffs to wear them.
Or
good on Jeff Probst. Good on Jeff Keighley.
Or get somebody with the green, what do you call it, zoot suit things for
right,
and then green screen them out.
Yeah. But then you got like animated, have them like walking around the hospital, and you just see this shirt like floating down the hallway.
Oh, we're definitely sending one to Jeff Probst for sure.
There you go.
Because
Jeff Goldblum will just tear the opening up in the middle.
Right.
I would come home after a long day of being with you and like collapse. Someone would hand me a plate of food, and then the kids and I would watch like 2 or 3 hours of Survivor and then go to bed. And that was our routine. Like that was our family time. So yeah, Jeff Probst, he's kind of a part of this too.
Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Probst is part of the family.
There we go. Jeff Probst.
Jeff Daniels, Jeff Bridges.
I'm just imagining all of these random Jeffs going like, why the hell is anyone sending me this?
But then you guilt them. Then you tell them the whole story, and they're like, well, now I feel bad. I got to wear this thing now. You're
yes.
Like, yep. You shrugged it off. You don't realize how many people had to work really hard to get to this joke.
We get all of the real Jeffs to wear Jeff is real t-shirts.
That's right.
That's the campaign. And chat can make it happen. We get some hashtags going. We make a whole thing.
You know where Jeff Daniels is from, right? Chelsea, Michigan.
Oh yeah. Well, he's a big theater nerd there in Michigan. He's got his own theater. And
yeah, we got Purple Rose, but Chelsea, Michigan is where Chelsea Hospital is. I know it's a shock to everybody.
There you
go. So Jeff, my night nurse at Chelsea Hospital. No reason it couldn't have been Jeff Daniels.
Oh, that is a happy, silly memory that I will return to many times. Just imagining your wife being like, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's a possibility that Jeff isn't real. Just checking. Like, can you describe him in detail? Like,
well, I said this a little bit on that episode, but Brandon, it's important to understand. Like, I was prepping a video for Virtual Legality about the fact that the Disney company had taken over the Ascension Hospital system, because for some reason I thought this had happened, and I don't remember why exactly, but I was sure that it had. And so I was prepping that. There was some other stuff. Like I said, I'd been transported to New York State in order to get some kind of surgery done. And I was convinced that Jeff was actually producing the wrestling show that was on the television. I mean, it was a weird time coming off of those meds. Those do some real stuff to you.
Absolutely.
So yes, my wife was, this is the period of time, folks, where I wasn't allowed to use my phone or social media, because
I'm wondering why that was.
My wife was concerned about what exactly I would be talking about.
But then you would have those memories to look back on. Then you could have these time-stamped moments. You'd be, oh yeah, I remember or do not remember that night.
Remember the time I got sued by Disney because I posted online that they'd taken over a hospital?
Well, it's so funny though, because the brain works, and so many people were asking me about this. Like, no, Rick, Disney did not take over your hospital system. And I was like, no, it makes perfect sense, because they're in the customer service business, and what higher level of customer service is required than the healthcare industry? Like, I had this whole line of thinking that my brain had sorted through as to why this made sense, even though it sounded ridiculous. And yeah, she didn't let me prep that video. She didn't let me touch my phone for a while, and then she cautiously did. So
yeah, I remember there was a moment where it was like, hey, I've given Rick his phone, but I'm going to be looking over occasionally and seeing what he's saying just to make sure he's not saying something crazy. And I was like, okay, that's fair. And you didn't say anything, unusual, but apparently she was watching.
Yeah, she waited until I was a little bit more clear-headed. I would say. But it's been such a weird year already.
Yeah, you're doing this series, and this is the grand finale of this video series that you did. I think obviously, how do you see this kind of affecting your work and kind of seeing its way into the way that you do not only obviously your day job, but all of the other media that you handle, all the shows that you do?
Well, on the one hand, I think it's going to ease back on the pacing and the level that I had set for myself last year, especially where I was doing about 12 shows a week while doing the firm stuff in between those. So I think that we're going to get back to the law firm stuff sooner than anything else. And then the YouTube stuff is going to come, but slower, because one, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but it's just harder for me to prep videos the way I was doing, which is extemporaneously speaking and setting up the tabs and getting all the transitions right and then just going. I'm not able to do that quite as easily, quite as well as I used to. So I have to script a little bit more. I have to plan a little bit more. And I'm still getting that. I still owe the Virtual Legality folks a CMA video. I know this. It's going to come, but I have to prep it. And I've been working on these videos. I've been setting up the series. What's the truth, Brandon? I mean, if anybody knows, your community is awesome and wonderful, but they will let you know when they think you're a little slow on something.
It's true.
And so I know that I owe that video. It's going to come eventually, but this was really, really important to me, and it was important to me to get done. So it is on its way. But I think in answer to your question, I'm going to try to slow down a little bit more, be a little bit kinder to myself. People tell me to give myself grace. I'm not very good at it. As I said, I think in the start of the last episode, you can tell from the 8 video series during rehabilitation that I'm not great at sitting at my hands, but I'm going to try to be more realistic about those things and relax a little bit. But I really, really like to provide for my family, make sure they're taken care of. And so it's been hard to deal with. Well, maybe you can't do everything you want to do at quite the level you want to do it at, even as I mostly come back to something like full power. But ultimately, your question is going to be answered more in the years to come than it is right this second. So got to figure out my way. And I don't know exactly where my recovery ends in terms of getting skills back. Like I can type, but it's slow right now. And so all of that kind of goes into the melange to figure out where you're going to be at.
I do like the terms full power, though. That's very Star Wars. That's very Palpatine.
That's right. Unlimited power, yes.
I like it. It's a good goal.
Maximum Hoeg firepower.
Yeah, exactly. This Hoeg goes to 11. Speaking of work, I just got the script for shout out to Michael Huber. Wrote a review script for Redfall. Have you heard about this game? Have you heard anybody having conversations?
There's
some controversy
to bring it up.
So, and as a first step here in this live stream, I have to mention that my brother works for ZeniMax, which is the parent company of Arcane that made Redfall. So in terms of full disclosures on these things, I have a family relationship. But yes, it's been quite the controversy online, as I understand it.
Yeah. Poor Xbox. Well, I'm curious to get Huber's take on it. I bring it up because I got to dip into the booth and read this thing and get it off to
that's absolutely okay.
So that they can edit a video soon coming to Easy Allies on our YouTube channel. But I will be, how long are you expecting to go today? I will definitely be blasting out, make sure people jump in and tune in.
Probably another couple of hours, I would say.
Cool.
Yup.
Well, man, speaking about, I mean, you sitting in your chair handling a multi-hour live stream would be exhausting on the best of days in anybody in any condition. So you not only getting through what you've been through, Hoeg, but communicating that to your audience, and then even on top of that, coming back and spreading that goodwill back to the people that helped you. You are an inspiration, sir, and I'm very proud of the work that you've done this year, and we'll definitely keep tuning in. and sending you as much love as I can. Thank you for having me on. It was so
Thank
wonderful.
you for
to
being
chat
on,
with
Brandon.
all
I
of you.
really appreciate it.
Have a wonderful rest of the live stream.
Thank you so much for coming, Brandon.
Thank you, Mrs. Hoeglaw.
It's really nice to meet you, Brandon.
It was nice to meet all of you,
man.
Take care. Have a good stream.
And as one video game luminary exits, another enters. It's Mr. Colin Moriarty.
Hey, sorry, I was reading something on my other screen. Hello, good to see you. I'm sorry, I'm a little later than I had anticipated. But
I think you said afternoon. It is still the afternoon, so it's all good with me, Colin.
That's true. How's life, my friend?
It's good.
I've been thinking about you a lot actually lately because you were I just caught the tail end of your conversation with Brandon, and it's like I'm wondering like how can we get your content back? What can we do? I'm sure. Am I the person coming in where I'm like, now you can explain everything you just explained?
No, not at all.
But it's so funny to hear Brandon, especially talking about VO, because that's where my mind went for you. Was I know you have a hard time writing right now or whatever, but even maybe entrusting some chat GPT help or something, or a ghostwriter, and then kind of reworking things and having someone kind of do some VO for you that's vetted by you, can still provide the content and give you that security. Anything we can do for you at Last Stand, we're happy to help, free of charge. So just let us know.
I really appreciate it, Colin. Yeah, no, that's really generous of you. The truth is, I'm in the point where I have to rework my process, and I don't know what that looks like or what I'll have as output anyway. So I'm going to rework that, figure out what that looks like. And it wasn't as noticeable, but this is basically what I did about 4 years ago, figuring out how I could work it in to my law firm workday, because I had to get that time low enough that I could do that and still have product that I was proud of. And I think people have asked me the question, well, you got that Epic versus Apple video out, which was a couple hours long, and I did. I'm proud of that one. But that process at my current speed and just the way that my functioning is working was like 14 hours. And that's not doable for running everything that I need to run and do rehab and everything else. So I have to rework that process and figure out what makes sense to get that out. And I really appreciate your offer. And if we can make it work, I will happily take you up on it. I just need to see what that looks like for me with the family and the firm and everything else on a day-to-day to see what makes sense and what can fit in. And then if that's voiceover or production or anything else, I will definitely let you know. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem. I think that we could fit it in, like even if we removed another fine edit of another show when we needed to help you as you begin to rebound and get back. I think this is something that we can work for you. So yeah, whatever you need, let us know. And happy to see your continued recovery in all of this. And yeah, man. I mean, our audience was thrilled to have you on the show recently, and have been saying nothing but kind words. And that must be really nice for you to see it. It shows like, I think times like these kind of show what people really might think about you, and it's like to see like this overwhelming wave of positivity must be really nice.
I said it before, but it has felt a little bit like Tom Sawyer's funeral. I've gotten to get nice notes and things, and I actually wanted to share with people a few things because I've mentioned it in a number of the videos of the series now, but so many people have sent over so many cool things with notes that are just so nice to me or my kids or my wife, and they've just made all this creative stuff that has been fantastic and fills the rooms of my house. And it was so nice to get. It was so nice to get the messages and the notes. It was so nice. This is going to sound funny, but it was so nice that my parents got to see that this crazy thing we do with a microphone and a camera has impacted people and has been useful, and that people were touched in some way by this legal channel talking about video games on YouTube. And it's just been really great. And yes, all of that has gone into my recovery and the results of it, which is that I've had very strong success and a lot of return and a lot of benefits from rehabilitation. And you've heard from some of my therapists and saying how important it is to have a good family and good support structure. But the community is part of that. Community is part of that support structure. You see a gaming dyno here. That's not the only gaming dyno we got. We got more gaming dynos. We'll see if they pull over here. Here's one in a tiny Hoeg Law hat in front of our Lego Mario.
That's awesome. I love that.
Oh, yeah.
That's cute.
So much talent and so much skill, and I never feel worthy of all of it, but it's amazing to see, and I am so thankful for all of you. You can see the Care Bears here in the Michigan quilt, and that's just wonderful. I mean, you can't buy a Care Bear Michigan quilt, folks. So
yeah, that's dope. Are you like me, Rick, where you like, because you know my older brother's an animator, and I'm surrounded by a lot of artistic talent in my family, and I just have none. And you see this people doing these amazing things, stitching and sewing and drawing and rendering, and it's like, Jesus Christ, I can like barely do anything. You know, I'm so amazed by that. Not only that people can leverage that kind of talent for good causes and for nice people like you, but also just that they can do it at all, I guess. You know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm the same way. I can hardly draw a straight line. And my daughter is drawing crazy stuff, and Gaming Dino is like the best selling thing in our store, and she made it, and it's awesome. It's a little dinosaur holding a game controller. And my wife is a maker, so she's been making scrapbooks and other things in the house since I met her. And so they're amazing, but I can't do any of it. You get all of this stuff. You know, you get those stained glass things like the hearts, and there's a Gaming Dino that's also stained glass. It's like, I don't even know. We have makers that are regulars here on Lawyers and Dragons and on the channel. We've got Ian Runkle of the Bailey up here who works with leather, and he makes the craziest stuff that I can't believe. And I've got a YouTube play button that Rob made. Rob is not on the stream right now, but was on here earlier. It's made out of wood that he made for me. That is on my wall right now. And so it's all so amazing, because as a lawyer, hopefully you're helping people make things. Hopefully you're helping entrepreneurs. I don't know that I can hold this.
Oh yeah, that's dope. Love that.
So and
yeah, that's crazy. It's so intense that people can do these kinds of things. I can't say my skill, I guess, is writing, but it's hard to, what am I going to do? Like write you a poem or something? It's
well, don't sell yourself short. I mean, I think building Last Stand is creation in and of itself. I mean, that's adding to a lot of people's lives on a regular basis. But
thank you.
I hear you on drawing and the creative endeavors in the physical realm, certainly.
Dude, you should see when we come up. We're working on a new show, and so I design all the logos first, and I use design in quotes. You should see the things I send to Dagan to draw. Like, I don't even think it's like a 5-year-old did it. So, but I appreciate your kind words, and that play button's awesome.
It is.
Very jealous.
Rob's magnificent, and Ian is apparently making me a board game out of leather, so we'll see.
We'll have to see how that works out, but the plan is basically to take the here, I've got the board here. So I bought a copy just so that I'd have the board, but so
Ian, if I knew you were making me a gift, I could have got you a copy of the thing you want to make me. You don't have to buy it in for yourself.
But this is like a third of the board.
That's
and
awesome.
So then I'll just I'll have to figure out how to make it sort of ideal in terms of like the London and Rome and so forth bits there, but I'll trace that out. I will do some carving, and hopefully there'll be sort of a rollout leather board that because he said this is a game he likes, so we'll give it a go.
One of my absolute favorites.
It's going to take some time though.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
I'm not only jealous that you can do that, but also jealous of the focus that it must take. I feel like technology has broken my mind. Like, I can't think about anything anymore for a prolonged period of time without having to move on to something else. I love that kind of singular focus.
I have attention deficit, so I will tell you, I have a little laptop that I set up out there, and I hop back and forth between things because I've never been able to just do one thing. I was
going to ask you, are you on another stream right now, Ian?
I'm not on another stream. I might be occasionally playing some Dead Island 2.
Sure.
Oh, I'm playing that too. That's funny.
I've really liked the Dead Island series, and I'm really really liking this one. It's got the right mix of like visceral smashing things up and seriousness and absolute silliness at times. Plus at times it's poking fun at like the influencer thing, and I'm just like, this is hilarious.
You like the coat pen?
The coat pen.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty hilarious overall.
Yeah. I was saying on our show that the one weird thing about it for me is it is pretty hauntingly realistic as far as locations are concerned. I lived in Santa Monica for 2.5 years. I lived at 6 in Colorado, so literally right by the pier few blocks from the pier, and I'm like, this is dead on it to the point of eeriness. You're almost in like a dream-like, like the hot dog stand, you know, that you come to. I don't know if you've gotten that far yet. That place is hot dog on a stick. I mean, that's a real place right where it is, same size, all of this, and the way the road goes up next to it, and it goes down to Muscle Beach and all that. I'm like, this is just, it's very strange. It feels like being in an ethereal version of the real thing. And I was kidding on our show. I'm like, it's my first time back there since I left.
Your pull quote is definitely, they got the locations dead on.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, even being in the hills and in all of that, I'm like, this is very true to form. But I was also saying from a gameplay perspective, I think it's like the baseline AAA game. Like, this is the baseline of expectation. I personally think it's fine. Yeah, but it's beautiful. And hey, unlike other games, it runs well, which I appreciate. No problems, no crashes, 60 frames, nice and smooth on PS5. So I'm appreciating that.
I've really, with a lot of the modern games, I've appreciated that this one doesn't crash out on me all the time, because there have been a lot of.
Where do you play?
PC.
PC.
Yeah.
Pretty rife with problems right now. It looks like it's crazy.
I mean, on games in general?
Just PC, like a lot of PC games, just The Last of Us, Jedi Survivor, all these different things just not coming to form. You know, it's so complex. Like, PC gaming has this promise of high fidelity, and it just doesn't work very well for a lot of people. It must be frustrating. And it sounds like I'm being a dickhead. I don't mean it like that at all. It's like, this is why I chose PS5. I'm too much of a Luddite and an idiot to PC game with the drivers and all these things. So
yeah, I mean, I don't like PC gaming primarily because I wound up spending the first however long hitting buttons and restarting and seeing what I can do with graphics. And at some level, even if the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox is worse, I don't have a choice. It's just better sometimes for me mentally. But
yeah. By the way, I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you had brought this up earlier. I'm sorry, because I'm just kind of coming in off the top.
Not at all.
But every time I see Project Leonardo, I think about you as you get back to being able to play games at your normal clip, and I'm wondering if that is interesting to you at all.
I don't think I know that one.
It's the PlayStation first party adaptive controller that they're going to release by the end of the year.
So the adaptive controllers are interesting because somebody did send me one for the Xbox, and I'm basically avoiding using it right now because my occupational therapist still wants me to focus on trying to get control and usage back out of my left hand. And so we still kind of force it right this second. And I can play things now, even an action game, for about an hour when I couldn't play it at all in February. So I'm very slowly crawling through Jedi Survivor. But yes, I would have an interest in it long term, but my recovery isn't done yet. And so I don't know quite where that ends. Mm-hmm. And so I still want to keep holding controllers with both hands, normal controllers, the controllers that come with the systems, until it just makes sense if I have to switch over. My preference would be to not have to, but you never know. It's nice to have the option.
Yeah, I remember I put the link in your chat here if you want to check it out later. But I remember it was announced when you were in pretty bad shape, and I remember I was talking to your wife, and she was, expressing the concern about that, and I'm like, this is it felt almost serendipitous, like the timing. I'm like, I think they're thinking of Hoeg or something like that with this. But I'd love to hear that. And hey, worst comes to worst, for a while you played turn-based games and slower games. I mean, you could, imagine the Civilization player you can become.
I did. My entire sequence this last couple of months was starting with Octopath Traveler 2, really, and then playing a bunch of Fire Emblem Engage, and then Advanced Wars, and kind of being in that genre of moving a box around and clicking a button. And then I've slowly been growing up until when Disney Speedstorm came out, I was able to play it. And then mostly what I was dealing with at that point, if you can imagine having your index finger just kind of lock up on the trigger or the bumper, that's what I've been trying to deal with, is it tends to lock down on in Speedstorm. It's skidding, it's power skidding. So that I've been working through, but it's good exercise to try to focus on, make sure your index finger stays up. But it's been a wild time because I couldn't play. I wanted to play Wild Hearts. I couldn't play that. I wanted to play Wo Long, and I couldn't play that. And Jedi Survivor is really the first time I've been able to play anything even remotely like that. And it's still kind of, for people that don't play these games, there's a lot of timing elements for things like blocking. So I have been playing Dead Island at the same time as Jedi Survivor. And in both cases, the left bumper is a block. And so in order to get that timing right, You have to really have your brain say go left finger and your left finger to go and then release without a lot of extra stuff happening at the same time. And I've been working through that. But as frustrating as it is, we're getting there. And that's been good to see. I mean, that's been kind of nice. Certainly, I went back to a game that I couldn't play in February, Hi-Fi Rush, and tried it the other day, and I can play it more. I'm not great at it. I don't have near the skill that I used to, but we're getting to a place where I can actually play through the things. So,
well, I'm glad to hear that. You're first of all, you're gonna have an awesome back catalog of games to choose from when you get back to full form. And I wanted to ask you this because I was thinking about this, and I think Micah and I were talking about it around the time you got sick. But would the left hand be worse than the right hand for gaming? To like, in other words, I would imagine losing functionality with the left hand is actually worse, right? Because of the movement as opposed to face buttons and kind of the more active right triggers and all that. How do you feel about that as a gamer since it's happened to you?
Well, I think my feeling is that the right probably would have been worse because there's a lot more reaching to the buttons. But it's certainly not great either way. And my initial issue was that my left hand mirrored my right hand, and you can't use both joysticks mirrored to each other in a 3D environment. But I think there's so much that happens with the face buttons. I think that might be more problematic to lose. Though when my thumb was really weak and when my wrist was really weak, it was hard to get your thumb on the joystick. What's really funny about that is I remember it feeling very tall because it took so much effort to get my thumb up to that height. And that's a pretty wild feeling. And some of this is in this series because I wanted to document both how it happened and what I remembered, but also how it felt. And it's like, even now, it doesn't feel tall to put my thumb on the joystick. I mean, we're past that point, but there was a long time where it was just hard to even get it up there. And so I think in answer to your question, they both probably suck pretty good, but I think not having the left hand is probably a little easier because a lot of the movement and stuff that you're doing with the left joystick is pretty set it and forget it. Set it to up. You want to go forward. And then you can actually control a lot of your movement in a 3D game with your right thumb.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You can make going forward and then move the camera so that forward is where you wanted to go.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Are there any upcoming games that you're kind of looking to target beyond Survivor that you might want to try to play?
Well, I had some luck playing the Diablo 4 beta, so I think that one will still work. I mean, ideally, Final Fantasy is one of my favorite series of all time, and since they made this an action game, I'd be able to play that. But I don't know. That seems to be pretty fast moving from what I can see in the trailers. So, I mean, that's what I'd really like to be able to play, no problem. But I don't know that I'll be able to get there.
Yeah, no Zelda for you or anything like that.
Oh, I'm super enthused about Zelda, but I don't see that as presenting a problem. One, the Joy-Cons are really easy for my hands right now. I think because of their smallness.
Oh, interesting.
And in some respects, when you go down the line, it's like the Xbox is the hardest to play. It's just the biggest controller. It's the most physically demanding. The PlayStation is then easier, and then the Joy-Cons are the easiest.
Yeah. How's the? You've got a Steam Deck, yes?
I do.
How's that?
The Steam Deck's okay. In point of fact, the difficulty with the Steam Deck was the weight in my left hand.
Okay, yeah, it is a heavy controller.
Yeah, so weight. I mean, it sounds silly because we say heavy, and it's heavier than some other things, but it's not heavy. For the longest time, putting something in my left hand, well, for the longest time, it wouldn't work at all. But then the time after that, it would immediately feel like it was going to drop to the floor, and then so holding something like that up was a problem. But the actual controls, the sticks, aren't so bad.
I actually find it to be a fairly heavy controller myself. Like just when you're just holding it, it's got some weight to it, like the unit. So,
yeah, definitely. And on the PC side of things, I'm trying to get my typing hand working a little bit better to play Age of Wonders 4, which is a series I really love.
Hey, Rick, can we talk about Final Fantasy? Because I only just got into the franchise for the first time like 2 months ago.
Pixel
I've been
remaster?
waiting. No, the first one I did, actually, funny enough, was Crisis Core.
That's an interesting place to start, David.
Yeah,
It
it's
was
very interesting.
Well, going into it, I'm like, all right, Final Fantasy 16 is coming out. I saw half of a trailer and I'm in. So like maybe it's time. I got into this. I've been listening to the music like crazy. I went to see they had the piano concert in New York City a couple months ago, and it was like right leading up to that. I was like, I should definitely play Final Fantasy. I totally lied. I played Final Fantasy 10, then I played Crisis Core. So I started
in the
on
last
10.
2 months. So you played 10
in the
first.
last 2 months. Yeah, I played 10 first. Yeah.
Interesting. What did you think
But
of that?
I was hooked.
You played it all the way through?
Hooked. I played it from start to finish.
Nice.
Then I went to the concert show in Manhattan, and then after that, I'm like, all right, it's time for me to play 7 because there was a moment in
10
that
is more
concert.
existentially depressing than most of them.
I was like, oh wow, this is intense stuff. Like this is really deep stuff. It's not. This is not your average like Kingdom Hearts. Like friendship is magic, even though friendship was magic. You know, but it was there was. So I went to go see this concert, and I don't know if any of you guys have been to like the Distant Worlds or any of those, like, you know, the piano concert. But what they do is they have the big screen and they have the cinematics playing with the music, and it's beautiful and it's outstanding. And they start doing Aerith's theme, and it's going through, and you know, people are weeping in the audience, and it's beautiful. It's fantastic. It's a beautiful show. Now, for me, I've never played 7, but I know what's going to happen.
You say there's reasons for them weeping, yes.
Yeah, right. So yeah. I know, and a lot of people just to chat like, no, when I say Aerith, you know what happens. But they're playing that scene, and then as the song is ending, they start to fade in on like the kind of gazebo where like something's about to happen, and the audience goes from weeping to like, oh no. And so my brother and I are sitting there geeking out like, oh, they're gonna go into One Winged Angel. And then they didn't, and I was like, that would have been like amazing. Just like they do this really beautiful, sad, somber Aerith's theme, and then go right into metal One Winged Angel, but that didn't happen. Anyway,
my daughter loves
ranting
that
Final
song.
Fantasy.
No, that's great. I love Final Fantasy, but yeah, I introduced my daughter to Remake, which we could talk about at length, but I will not bore everyone there. I introduced her to Remake, and she's like, "Oh, Aerith is great," and she loves the Sephiroth theme. I was like, "That's a good combo."
Yeah, 7 Remake plays around with both Sephiroth and Aerith. So I love how they play with our preconceptions about those characters and what actually happens to them. So I love that too.
I think you and I have talked about Remake before, Colin. We're just on the different sides of this one.
Yeah, I
love Remake to death. I just wish they could given us a remake instead of what they did.
Yeah, we did do something about this because I was shocked about. I had a weird relationship with 7. You can see in the background I have it's like actually the light's kind of shining it, but it's Cloud's head here where my hand is.
I see it.
That's from EB Games in the mall near my house from 1997, and it has my phone number on it on the back still because I went in and I was obsessed with the game, and I asked them like, can I have like everything? And they were giving me all sorts of things. And all you got to do back in that day is ask. That's how I got so many cool things. They don't want this stuff, you know? And I had a real love-hate relationship with the game where I really loved it. And then I was kind of disenchanted with how it brought in so many people into role-playing. And it ended up diluting what I would say is a generation or a generation and a half's worth of efforts after that, in some sense, after you get off of PS1. So I think there's some sort of deleterious effect from it. But then I kind of came back to it. And when it came to PS4, remember when they announced it was coming to PS4 at PSX that year, and they released the original version, and I platinumed it there, and I was like, you know what? I remember why I love this game. And so when I went into Remake, I was like, you don't need to do it. What are you doing? And then I was like, wow, this is awesome. This is so, I just couldn't believe it. I'm all in on their vision with 7 Remake. But I do understand your point, and I think the kind of remake you're talking about is the kind of remake that the 9 remake that they're apparently making is. Where I feel like it's going to be one game, what you remember, or like Dragon Quest 3 HD 3D or whatever that they're doing on Switch and PS4. So something more like that. So I like that we can have the best of both worlds. But David, if you want sad Final Fantasy, play Final Fantasy 4.
I just want good like RPG storytelling,
well,
good music.
4
it was the
6
music
are the
that
ones.
got me. music.
Four
got
is
me.
the one that really made me think video games could do some stuff with stories.
Definitely.
And then six was basically the signing of the check on what they had promised in 4. So 4 and 6 are fantastic. I've only played 5 recently because 5 wasn't brought to the West until the Pixel remasters, or at least not in the zone that I played them in the Super.
Yeah, they were on
Nintendo family.
PS1 and Game Boy Advance, but late. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they might have been brought over earlier, but I never played them in that capacity. I love the Pixel remasters, David. One of the reasons I love them is because all the music has been redone orchestrally.
I'm in. I mean, I have music playing all the time, anywhere I go, all day, any day. And it's always like orchestral music, classical music, and a lot of that is gaming OSTs.
6 is Final Fantasy music at the height of its powers, in my opinion.
Definitely. 6 is the height of Final Fantasy, period. I think Final Fantasy 4's story is probably better. I think Final Fantasy 6's characters are definitely better. But 4 has a more cogent story to me. But both of those are must play games. And then 9, I think, is a must play game. And I think you're free and clear otherwise. I mean, the Pixel remasters are awesome. I just platinumed the first one, and Dagan and I, my brother, for our retro podcast, are doing each one. And we've played them all, but we're revisiting them probably once every other month. So it's going to be fun to do that. And what we keep saying is we want to earn 6 instead of going right to 6. We want to work our way up to it because it's so special. And Kefka is the greatest villain in
6 is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Kefka's amazing just for his astounding levels of let's burn it all down.
Yeah, he's awesome. And his laugh, like that pixelated, or that MIDI laugh rather, is like so iconic. It's haunting.
Now, there's moments in the game where it's just like you hear the laugh before you see him, and it's like, oh crap, like this is about to go bad.
What's funny is you just said it's iconic, and like I can literally hear it in my head. So you're not wrong.
Yeah, it's like a weird. It probably took up not a substantial, but like a noticeable amount of space on the cartridge too. But they were, that 6 is wonderful, and the last boss fight is iconic. Yeah, like you said, the music's iconic. The intro is iconic. That early FMV style intro of them in the Magitech armor is like one of the first things that you ever see like that, and especially on SNES, it's amazing that they made it work there.
That was such a big deal.
Yeah,
and I was so glad they brought the credits back. It didn't make any sense in the Pixel remaster when they first remade it.
Yeah, they fixed. Thankfully, I still would love to know though, Hoeg, like why did they feel like they needed to mess with certain things anyway? Like with the text boxes and all of this, it's like the text boxes are part of the beauty. The font is part of the beauty. It's like when you think of old Castlevania games and like the font they use in those, like that's part of the aesthetic pixelated beauty of it. So like I don't know what they were thinking about putting these 1080p boxes over like 480p pixel art from the SNES. It just looked horrible. So I'm glad they fixed that. And the orchestral music.
Yep,
is really good. And I think at $75 or whatever it is, $70, something like that, it's a steal.
Yeah, for everything. Yeah,
that's a steal. Steal of the century.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I've bought it multiple times, so yes, they keep. I don't even know how many copies of these games I have from Square. So
exactly.
You're welcome.
This will be the last time. That's what I keep telling my audience. Like I understand people's consternation about that, but I'm like, PS4 goes forward now. Switch will go forward. So everything will be backwards compatible from here on out. So it'll be the last time you buy it. That's why I think that people are remaking things so earnestly now, because this will be the last time. Like you'll have a permanent version of it. So I highly recommend
hope
people
that's
go.
the case, because the whole we buy it and then backwards compatibility is gone, and it works on some things, not everything. For on Xbox, I mean, they were the ones that were constantly updating, or at least that's from what I remember with the Xbox.
Do you really think they're gonna stop like going back to that particular money cow?
I think that there would be no excuse. They have no technical excuses anymore for So like,
but they're gonna make one.
Yeah, they may. I mean, I think the shit. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys don't curse on here. I'm sorry. The poop's gonna hit the fan when the Horizon PS5 remake is revealed, because as far as I understand that is a thing. Like I've certainly read that and heard that from people, and so I think they're already kind of extracting like that's a 2017 PS4 game. It's just people were already upset about The Last of Us being which I wasn't. I personally loved it, platinumed it, was all over it. Thought it was beautiful. We'll play that game. I love that game. I mean, I have such a fanboy for it. I have my Firefly shirt on, but
you do have.
I think some people will be needled in certain ways coming up, and we'll have to figure out people's tolerance for it. But when I buy games now, I do it with a lot more confidence than I used to. because I do. If PS4 games are no longer readable, then Sony is out of business. Is basically the way that I look at it. So, yeah.
Well, I need to collapse. I got 3 hours of sleep, and I think I am running out of function. So I will wish you all a good day. Colin, great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, my friend. Be well.
Have a good one.
Bye.
See you later, Ian.
Thank you, Ian.
So, Final Fantasy.
So Final Fantasy. So I just picked up because I played 10 because it's on the PlayStation Plus subscription, and then I picked up because like all of them were on sale on Amazon a couple weeks back. I got Crisis Core Remake and 15, like the complete edition.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard very mixed things on 15. I know nothing about the game. I saw like that first Conan O'Brien video playing with Elijah Wood like years ago. But I've heard the soundtrack. So I'm like looking forward to that, but I keep hearing such mixed things about this game, or like it has a drop off where it doesn't actually end. I don't know. I'm not sure though.
Is a strange product because it clearly had difficulties getting like out the door. And so it's got two different ways that you play it essentially during the game. But I would say that in the portions that seem the most complete, the open world sections, most focused on what they were aimed at, it's greater than the sum of its parts. It also has a pretty strong narrative that unfortunately doesn't come through very much in the way that they choose to tell it, but that the ending is quite strong for Final Fantasy. It's not my favorite, but it's a good game.
Good.
Yeah, it's the one I never beat personally. It's just not for me. But I'm like really put off by the aesthetic and just the bro kind of. I'm like, I don't know, man. This is not what I get into Final Fantasy for. It's not that I watch Entourage for that or something. I'm not going to Final Fantasy for this kind of bromance stuff. So that was like my bigger problem with it. 16 is so attractive because it gets back into the fire and brimstone sort of Final Fantasy for arguably the first time since 6. And so a lot of people are saying even really for the first time since 4, because like 9 is
I would say 6 is steampunk.
Steampunk,
so I would
yeah,
say 6
exactly. 4 would be even more of the or 5 would be more of the corollary, because even 9 is like 9 is more ethereal high fantasy in some way.
It looks high fantasy.
Yeah, like as opposed to, and obviously 10 isn't, and so on.
I mean, I would argue 9 is almost the greatest hits Disneyland of Final Fantasy type game, and that's one of the things that doesn't work for me. Is it does feel a little artificial in the way that it's constructed, but like it's clearly trying to say we're like 1 and 2 in 9. Yes. I mean, my biggest problem with 16 is that action combat. That's not why I go to Final Fantasy either. So it's one of those where it's like I really wish it were more strategic. But I just have to live with my Octopath Traveler is the game that Square is going to give it to me on that.
Well, you said you were playing Fire Emblem Engage, right?
I was.
What are your thoughts on that? Because I have very...
Well, it's the same kind of thing as Final Fantasy IX, actually, which is this kind of artificiality, right? Fire Emblem Engage seems to me like it was definitely made for the anniversary of the series, and it doesn't have a kind of lived-in, realistic kind of world. It's bring in the all-stars from elsewhere, use them in rings. It's all evil and everything else. But I do like that Fire Emblem Engage goes back to what I liked about Fire Emblem before Three Houses, which is rather than that kind of persona calendar system, it's got really long dialogue sequences. It's almost a visual novel between fights. And that's really what I remember the most about Fire Emblem when I fell in love with the series, which is like on the Game Boy Advance.
Right.
So I do like Engage for that. But overall, I like Three Houses better than Engage.
I love Three Houses. Like Three Houses is my favorite. And I've played Awakening and I loved Awakening, but Three Houses was like, I didn't know anything about Fire Emblem when I had picked it up, and it was from a YouTube video review talking about it, and I was like, all right, I got to go get this. And it was the first time I was going to try to do like streaming back in 2019. I had to learn how to do all of it for work. So I was like, all right, I got to learn how to hit the buttons. I'm going to go pick up a random game and just start doing that. Just like go right into the deep end. And I was like, oh, I'm taking this offline because I'm going to sit and play this and obsess over it for days. I can't do this on stream. Three Houses was fantastic.
It's a good game, but yeah, I miss people get on my case on Bitcast and elsewhere, but I miss that level of strategy. Like there's a difference in the game you're playing between turn-based and real-time. And I think some people just kind of skip that. Oh, it's hipper to be real-time or it's more action-oriented. You can sell to a bigger audience. I don't disagree with any of that, but it's a different feeling to be able to pick what it is that you're going to do in battle and to react that way than to have to hit the bumper or the trigger or the X button fast enough to respond. And so I prefer a turn-based role-playing game. That's just what I like more as a game. So Final Fantasy moving away from that is like, well, I got games that do that. And I probably will have games that do it better than you. I'm not sure because you brought in the Devil May Cry guy and you're really focusing on it. But chances are there will be action games from Capcom or whomever that are stronger than your action offering, Square Enix. And I really wish you would go and do what I want you to do. And that sounds selfish, but like that's what grew your company. That's why you have the money you have. That's why you're resourced as you are. I wish that you would do that rather than try to go for what I feel is trying to appeal to an audience that may or may not like you. But in terms of aesthetic, Colin, I agree with you. I like the castles. I like the crystals. I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I will enjoy playing it. Now I'm in an interesting situation myself because right this second, from what I'm seeing on trailers, I don't think my hand could take it. But outside of that, even a year ago, I was like, oh, I'm not really sure that that's what I want for my Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it's like they Final Fantasy VII remaked this game in some way, which is fine. I guess I'm open to it because I went into Final Fantasy VII remake kind of down on this more kinetic combat, and I came out really liking it. So I think that
I really love the remake system. Like I would have seen that used in their other games. I have no problem with that because that's a turn-based system. It's just gussied up.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess I'm not too aghast at losing kind of some of that traditional combat or continuing to lose that in Final Fantasy because Dragon Quest will presumably continue that. Although we don't know even what Dragon Quest 12 looks like. We just know that it has that weird logo, which is surprising. But so I hope we can get from Square Enix the best of both worlds. And
I've learned not to believe in Square Enix for any length of time, but they can surprise me with a given game.
Hey, we'll get Kingdom Hearts in 2042.
Man, did I see? I think my most disappointing game in like the last 5 years is probably Kingdom Hearts 3.
Oh,
so it's just one of those things where it's like,
of all the games that you play, that's the most disappointing one.
Right. Well, I mean, disappointment is a function of expectation, right? So, yes.
Yeah, I like Square Enix personally.
I got lawyer folks.
I think Square Enix is probably my favorite publisher, but
yeah,
I don't depend on any given game that they're going to release.
They have just a weird cadence. I just don't understand why they release the games, how they do and when they do. Like last fall, we went over it on our show where they released like 14 games in 3 months or something, and then they just didn't release anything ever again. And I understand a lot of it has to do with getting money in your quarterlies and all of this, but it just seems like a very weird use of your assets because they release things quietly that end up being awesome. Like that ActRaiser remake was awesome. Tactics
Their
Ogre
weird
Reborn
stuff is my favorite. I like Field Chronicle. I mean, I think their weirder stuff is better than their bigger stuff sometimes. I mean, you see what happened with Forspoken.
Talking about businesses and the corporate decisions. And Rick, this is something that you know way more about than I possibly would. Colin, I don't know where you stand on the Activision merger with Microsoft, but I know Rick follows it very well.
Yeah, we do it on our Rick is on our shows we have Rick on to talk about these legalities, and that's how we became friends. So yeah.
So with the most recent, Redfall not doing very well. But then the announcements that they made with Microsoft, where Phil came out and said, hey, we lost the last console war, or just kind of like downer things, like these downer talking points. Now, from an outside person looking in and somebody who I understand a lot of like the corporate, it's a chess game. Could that have anything to do with the Activision merger and trying to make it happen? Is there a possibility, like the public statement, like obviously they don't want Redfall to fail, but it's like, hey, this game not doing too good. Can we use it as leverage in our legal proceedings? And is that a possibility?
Rick, you would know. That sounds very 4D chess and something that I think, I would love to.
I'd argue no, if only because I think it would be self-evident inside Microsoft that would be ineffective. right? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible for you to take that strategy. I just
Right.
don't think it's a winner. So I don't see them doing it because I think they have enough strong, smart voices saying that's not actually going to convince anybody because it's fully within your control. And first of all, I think the interview that Phil gave to Kind of Funny was significantly more honest and open than a lot of gamers and even potentially game journalists are used to getting. And so I really don't think that some of the reporting is entirely fair to what he was talking about vis-a-vis the console fight and what recurring revenue and software as a service really means to Xbox and why they're zigging when the rest of the industry is zagging. So I don't view it with the same negativity as you just described it. I understand why people can read it that way, and I understand, especially after some folks reported on it that way. But what he's talking about, I actually thought made all the sense in the world from a corporate standpoint and from my standpoint, which is what they're really saying is that we needed a brand differentiate because the first mover advantage was so strong. There's no point in just making a slightly weaker version of our main competitor's stuff. And so I didn't really see it the way that some people did see it that were looking at this on social media or in the industry. And so not only do I not see it as negatively as you just described, I don't think that the way it was presented in that context is terribly useful to the legal regulatory regimes. So I don't see it that way, but it's not impossible. I mean, Microsoft is definitely considering everything that it says in the context of that deal and potentially having that deal blocked.
Because it just seems like, and again, from an outside person looking in, it's like, why would you say? And I bought the Xbox Series S was what I was able to get like the day that they announced it, because I think a day or two before is when the Bethesda merger was announced. And I'm like, oh, I'm a Bethesda fanboy. I'm in. Xbox it is. So I've had the system and I'm just waiting to use it. And then for all this to happen, and then Phil comes out and says, well, we took an L, or at least that's the way it's being spun. It doesn't, it's like, why would you put that information out there that way where it could be spun to be an L? There must be a bigger picture. Otherwise, I'm your average consumer of an average consumer mindset, and now I've lost faith in you. Does that make sense?
Well, I think that's the risk. Yes, absolutely. It makes sense. But I mean, I think what you're balancing when you make a corporate statement like that is transparency, right? What Phil comes across as in that interview to me is honest and maybe even a little down, like literally down. And you don't see that from a CEO very often because you put on a face, right?
Right.
And so I don't think he's putting on a face in that interview. And I think people reacted pretty strongly to that. But in my opinion, and for the health of the industry, I'd much rather see head level, C-level folks coming out there saying real things and being transparent than not. And so I don't want to read it that way, but B, I think it's a little bit unfortunate that so many people do ascribe it to that level of negativity, because I think you're going to get a potential corporate reaction that says, look, that's why we have the PR people run the messages first, right? That's why we have the bullet points. It's why we have the talking memo. And I would prefer to see interviews like that than not. I mean, Colin, you run one of the biggest PlayStation shows that there is, right? I mean, have you ever gotten a chance to have the Jim Ryans of the world come on and talk that openly?
No, they would never do that. Although
I wouldn't think so.
No, I mean, I must admit, like, we don't have a good relationship with Sony, so they would never make their people accessible to us. But when I was a journalist at IGN for all those years and did Podcast Beyond and PS I Love You, we had plenty of access to Jack Trenton and later to Sean Layden. One of the last things I did at IGN was interview Sean Layden, but they were very PR and very buttoned up.
My impression of Sean Layden from afar was that he was very interested in that kind of at least feeling of transparency. Whether that's achieved or not is up to the listener. But
it's ironic that I'm sorry, go ahead.
That used to be a goal of Sony's, and it doesn't appear to be right now.
Well, I that's exactly what I was going to say, was that I don't know that I give too much credit to any corporate. First of all, I have an adversarial relationship with all corporations. I don't trust any of them. And so for me, I look at it and I say, it's cool that Phil Spencer did this. We gave him a lot of credit for doing that, but he had to do that. You know, like he kind of had to, someone had to say something about what was going on. Like someone has to explain how your entire leadership, Matt Booty and all these different guys, just survive L after L for them. and they wouldn't say anything if they didn't have to. So like we have to kind of look at it through that lens. It's not like this altruistic thing. If they were winning, they would be as quiet as Sony.
So this was like a come to Jesus moment.
My thought
Right,
process
exactly.
is
And
nothing is ever altruistic on any of this stuff. It's all
Right.
strategic.
Of course, and I was gonna, and think about Sony back in the day, Hoeg, like during the early to mid PS3 era, coming out of that, so like PS3 Slim era, when they're kind of getting their momentum and starting to come back. This was an era when they were probably the most fun because they had to be. That's when they had Kevin Butler commercials, and they had Shuhei Yoshida on Podcast Beyond every few weeks, and they had all these different things. And when they started to win, they started to measure things as a win-loss and say, like, it's too much risk for us to do these kinds of things. Think about the destruction that the very video of them doing the free game thing, or the borrowed game thing during the PS4. For people that don't know what we're talking about, Xbox announced on their last console that there wouldn't be game sharing, basically, and Sony made this disastrous video of their two executives just handing each other a game and said that's how game sharing will work, and it was circulated tens of millions of times. But Sony would never do that now because they don't have to. And things, but things like Game Pass come out of losing, right? And now, and so whether that's a winning or losing endeavor, it's not like they wanted to do that. They have to change, and that's what he's kind of saying. And I think that's what the message of his interview was, to be fair to him, is like, we simply must pursue different paths. I just don't understand why you say things like, if we just made good games. It's like, dude, it all starts with good games. If you don't understand that, then and what I said on our show was, take God of War, Uncharted, The Last of Us, Horizon, all of those, and give them the Xbox, and you tell me that the situation's the same right now? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think the situation's a lot different than it is right now. If you transpose catalogs. So the 4D chess argument is awesome. I love that argument, David, because that's
because I'm optimistic
about that.
I'm optimistic. I'm like, all right, I'm your consumer. I'm rooting for you. I liked the Xbox exclusives. I like Bethesda. I want to be I want to give you money. But you saying these things makes me lose faith that you're ever going to make anything good. Like you just set the expectations for Starfield to the next possible level. You have to deliver on that now. And it's like, I hope you do, because the rumors are it's still running on the Skyrim base. Like it's still using the old Skyrim system. And it's like, I hope not. Because
tech has always been Bethesda's problem. Has always been tech. Very telltale. Like they refuse to work on their technology. But we've had these arguments on Sacred Symbols where one of our co-hosts, Chris, is like a big Bethesda fan, and he'll really go to the mat for them and say, it doesn't matter that the games don't run at 60 frames. Like, the games are so ambitious. You can pick up everything you see. It remembers when you open a door and break a window. It does all these crazy things. They're making like a different sort of game. And I'm like, yes, but nonetheless, I would say that there's almost no game with more pressure on it ever than Starfield, 100%. As far as just needing to deliver. Maybe there's some launch games in the past, but because that's why I personally think, David, that game's going to be great, because they have to know. They have to simply know.
Like I will buy it day one. I don't want to know any spoilers. I want to know nothing about it. I want to experience that on my own with like no intervention, right? Because Fable's dead. All right, they did a Kinect game that killed it. Gears of War, once the Coalition got involved, Gears 4 was, in my opinion, boring. Again, average Xbox consumer. Gears 4 was boring. Gears 5 was fun. What's coming next? Probably nothing. Oh, no, they just released a card game. Oh, how exciting. Yes, I bought an Xbox Series S for the card game. Halo's had some rocky moments.
I mean, hey, they botched Halo.
Halo's
the difference between Nintendo, like a company like Nintendo, and a company like Microsoft, is that Nintendo would have never let that happen to Mario.
Never.
Never. They would never, ever. And that's why Hoeg's going to go and buy Zelda, and you and maybe others are going to go buy Zelda with 100% confidence that it's going to be great, because you have to earn that.
I already bought Zelda, so yeah, they got me.
I'll take it further for the Xbox fans in the chat. Crackdown, that was an Xbox exclusive. Crackdown 1, fantastic. Crackdown 2, fantastic. Crackdown 3, you're going to be able to blow up buildings. And they just, we couldn't deliver on that promise. And then it went into development hell, and it became a free game. It was like you get it for nothing if you signed up for the Game Pass, because it was like right before Game Pass took off. How did you Why are you own goaling Xbox? Like, I want you to win. Like, I want to give you money. It's the same thing. Like, I would say, and not to jump to Star Wars, but like, I want to give you money. Why are you screwing up so bad?
Yeah, they're in an interesting position, I think, right now. I'm very intrigued about what Redfall's, with the whole decision making process behind Redfall and why they let them keep going with it. And again, it's about earning expectations. People have been asking a lot. My friend Destin Legary from IGN was asking on Twitter, what's the last game PlayStation had that was like Redfall, like where it was a problem like this? And I was like, it was probably Drive Club. And that literally cost the studio the studio got shut down over that. The game was a year late to market, and then it was broken when it came to market, and then they were like, you're going to fix it, and then they shut them down. Yep. So there was like some sort of expectation, and Drive Club's, I think, better than Redfall on Metacritic anyway. So, and some people say Days Gone, but I'm like, no, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, I think the initial reaction to Days Gone, I think Days Gone's clearly a stronger game than Redfall. But, I mean, I think the initial technical delivery of Days Gone, that was the story, is all these articles about Days Gone crashing and dying and that kind of thing.
To me, Hoeg, you know how I feel about this. Like, I'm very intrigued to see how Xbox formulates a new plan forward with what I see as a clearly plateauing Game Pass subscriber base. And I think that's why they've been quiet about numbers. And I think Starfield's going to help with that a lot. But I'm not a believer in this. And actually, David Jaffe and I are going to have a conversation next week on Sacred Symbols Plus about.
Nice.
Like, he's very pro Game Pass. He's, of course, the creator of God of War, the creator of Twisted Metal, all these things. And he's going to take one argument, and I'm totally against it and I own an indie studio, so it's like I have nothing compared to him. But I just think it's deleterious and destructive. And I actually think Redfall is a great example of the get it out mentality. Got to do something. Got to get it out mentality. And Sony would never publish a game like that. That's like that. I say that from not a place of confidence in the corporation, but simply based on the track record.
Well, what about like a Destruction All-Stars kind of game, right? Like that comes out.
That's like kind of that to me is second party, but that's true. Okay. But I think Destruction All-Stars is probably scoring better than this game. And I'd also
honestly don't know. I'm not saying that from a place of knowledge.
I didn't play it because it's not. I don't care about those kinds of games at all. But I will say that to that point, Lucid was widely known to be working, or has been rumored to be working on a Twisted Metal game, which were the guys that worked on that, and they got it taken away from them. So there was like a move behind the scenes to be like, not good enough, and they gave it to Firesprite. So, and now they're internally incubating it. So anyway, I'm rambling on about video games. I'm sure your audience doesn't care about this.
No. My audience hangs tough on the video game stuff. They try. They got virtual legality. I occasionally talk about video games. So no, we apologize, community. This is also how it sounds like in my basement from time to time. Now you know what Mrs. Hoeg feels like.
But my friends, I gotta run. My admission to you today is that I woke up at 1:00. So I have to go hang out with my fiance and not be rude. But I'm sorry.
Have a great Saturday, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Hoeg. I appreciate you. David, good to talk to you, my friend.
Colin, nice to meet you. Yeah, good to see you here.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining.
Thank you for having me. Good to hear you. And Hoeg, let us know whatever we can do for you. We roll deep with you. So whatever we can do for you personally, and like I was saying at the top, like your production and anything we can do to help there, I'm happy to do it.
All right, I appreciate it. Will do, Colin.
All right, my friend. Be well. Bye, guys.
Well, we have had quite the group of guests here today, haven't we, folks? So thank you so much for joining us. We're here in hour 6 of the stream. I think right now I'm planning on ending this at about 4 p.m. Eastern, so that's about 40 minutes from now. But I did want to check in. Of course, we're supporting Ascension Providence Novi here, as we've talked about. And we can do a refresh here, see how things are going. And we're at almost $14,000 from you super generous people to Ascension. So thank you so much for that. And then we're also supporting Chelsea, where I had inpatient rehabilitation. And you've met my wonderful rehabilitators from Chelsea Hospital. And if you get the right link, it looks like this, as we've talked about before. And that's having apparently some trouble in the chat links, but it does work from the description. So thank you for working with me on trying to make that all happen. And then we've got... I think this is a little bit old. Nope. we've got the thermometer here at Chelsea at just a little bit under $7,000. So I appreciate it, all of you. It's so fantastic to be able to show these hospitals that we can put these things together as a community and help them fund what they need to have funded. So I really appreciate it. I really appreciate everybody that's been on here, including Rob and Alita. David has been on here the whole time. Ian, you saw Brandon Jones from Easy Allies. You saw Colin Moriarty from Last Stand Sacred Symbols. Just wonderful people. And Dr. Boyd Richards, thank you so much for coming on, talking to everybody about brain surgery, which was clearly just fun for Ains and Travis. And I'm so thankful to each and every one of you for joining us on this stream. It's really, really important to me, if you can't tell. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, hey, this community comes in like when the call goes out.
No, the merch sales are not included yet in those numbers.
They will be added in post.
They will be added in post. That's right. We're gonna fix it up in post.
Fix it up in post.
That money has to go through those stores, and then we can give it to the hospitals on your behalf. So thank you so much.
Oh, and like Julia says in chat, we met Dr. Richards' matching challenge.
We sure did. So there'll be 2,000 more going to the program there for Ascension. So
no, they just added his 2,000 in. So that's the total with his 2,000.
Oh, okay, great. Well, good for them.
You're looking at the total. Yeah.
Beautiful.
We're looking at the total. Thank you, honey.
And reminder for Cheryl, how long will the donation links be live?
We're going to keep them live for a time. So you'll have a little bit of time for that. We can't make guarantees because we have to close it down and the hospital has to know what they got at some point. But they'll be live for a little while. The merchandise will only be available this weekend. So tomorrow it's going to come down.
Yeah, the community is coming through again. Good job, everyone. When the bell is rung, you all answer, and that is fantastic. It's a really great cause here.
This is really great. They are really excited. They're thrilled. So this is fantastic. I can't wait to see what Chelsea buys. I know they have a long list of things they want to replace or add to their rehab department. That's going to directly help patients. So this is just fantastic, everybody. Thanks for sharing with your friends and letting everybody know what's happening on your social media. This has been not only fun to reconnect and have mini reunions all day, but also just to see these numbers go up is really fun.
And they're going to keep going.
And it is like a party that goes into question marks. I just have to be, as we've talked about in different sections of this video alone, I have to be more cognizant of my limits and not stretch too far past where my therapist would get really mad at me. So I think that's probably the 6-hour mark, which is about a half hour from now.
Well, so generally speaking, how are you, we've been doing this for 5 hours and 17 minutes. How do you feel now?
I am getting close to the end of my endurance, but we're still sitting strong.
Well, that's good. That's good news.
Yeah.
So with we've talked about a bunch of stuff and shows and movies and games and everything, but like, is there anything that you think, just because as we are getting closer to the end of today's stream, is there something that you think, like, and especially to tie together the whole like saga that you've been putting together here and everything that's happened, is there anything that you think you'd want to say as like the finale point ish, or like something relevant that you feel like inspired by throughout this entire endeavor?
Honestly, I am very inspired by the people that I've gotten to meet and what my wife has been able to do during all this. I think I've said this to her on drives. You haven't heard me say this because you're not in the car with us, I don't think. If you are, just don't let me know. But I think that what I've really loved is that, we've been tested as a family, as a couple, as a person, and we've come through it. You don't always know how you're going to deal with these situations or these crises. And I think certainly not so long ago, I had thought to myself, or I'd watched people go through things, or I'd listened to stories on the news and said, well, I don't know if I could ever handle that. And it has been a nice thing to be able to go through this and say, you know what? The family was strong. I'm strong. We can handle this. And even though I'm still working through my hand and my arm and we're still getting up to speed, and it's been a long, long road, I think that's nice, right? And I do think that you can take things from every circumstance, even these horrible ones like this, if you give them a chance. And if I can deliver that message and I can bring information to people, then something good can come from something bad. And that's really what I would love to have happen out of all this.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly been, and I know for both of you and the kids and your whole family, it's clearly been a lot. And there's no words, I think, that can really describe all of that. But as a fan and as one of your viewers who's been missing the hangouts and headlines and missing your commentary on stuff, this feels really good. It feels really great to be able to sit and hang out with you guys just all day on a Saturday and talk nerdy nonsense and talk about law and a couple of things like that. It feels really good to be back. So I'm really glad to see you both here. And I know everybody here in chat is happy to see you too.
I think I heard you say hangouts and headlines. Was that accurate?
I did say hangouts and headlines.
Oh.
That was like a layup and a dunk.
Because I might have put a small set of headlines here in the background. I know you've been commenting on my 1,000 tabs, but I might have done that as we go, because a lot of people have asked for hangouts and headlines to be back. And one of the things I wanted to tell people was that I have been getting closer and closer to being able to run a live stream and have the endurance to do so. Really, I couldn't do it for a couple months there. But even then, I really have to wait until my rehabilitation schedule kind of calms down into something that's a little bit more normal or doable. And so I'm going to be bringing Hangouts and Headlines back. It probably won't be 4 days a week. We probably might bring that down. I don't know to what yet. Depends on a whole host of things. But we can definitely talk about a few things. And I did want to talk a little bit about this Ed Sheeran case because so many people asked me about it. And if you weren't following this, Mr. Sheeran, who you probably best know as that guy around the campfire in Game of Thrones, as I do, he was sued over a song that he wrote called Thinking Out Loud, not by Marvin Gaye, who wrote Let's Get It On, but by somebody that co-wrote it with him, I believe, or the family of that. Let's see if we can get this right here. Over 2 weeks in a downtown Manhattan courtroom, Mr. Sheeran, one of music's biggest global hitmakers, see, this is a surprise to me. I know music very not at all. Testified, often with a guitar in hand, that Thinking Out Loud had been created independently one evening with his friend and longtime collaborator, Amy Wadge. The song was inspired, he said, by the decades-long love that he and Ms. Wadge observed among elders in their families. The two tracks share a similar syncopated chord pattern that the family of Ed Townsend, Gaye's co-writer, which filed the suit, called the heart of Let's Get It On. Now, from a legal perspective, this is important, right? So one of the things we know, and we'll take a look at as part of this Hangouts and Headlines, right this second, is that copyright law does not protect little things within a work, right? It doesn't protect the words in a novel themselves individually. It doesn't protect the letters of those words, just like it doesn't protect a given kind of dance shake or hand movement in a whole choreographed dance. It only protects the whole thing. But it also affords some protection to whatever you might be able to describe as the core or the heart of the work itself, because we do want to protect the individual creativity that goes into making songs and dances and books. And so this is actually a legal argument, as quoted by the New York Times here. The jury, which deliberated for around 3 hours, which isn't a ton of time for a 2-week-long case, found that Mr. Sheeran had created his song independently. I'm obviously very happy with the outcome of the case, I would say, since you won. At the same time, I am unbelievably frustrated that baseless claims like this are allowed to go to court at all. The trouble with the justice system, folks, is that, as we've said in virtual legality, anybody can sue anyone. And as long as you can survive that initial move to dismiss, you're going to be able to create a bad day for the other side, even if you've got a loser of an argument, as this side apparently did. We've spent the last 8 years talking about 2 songs with dramatically different lyrics, which don't matter for this, melodies, and 4 chords which are also different and used by songwriters every day all over the world. These chords are common building blocks which were used to create music long before Let's Get It On was written and will be used to make music long after we are all gone. And so fundamentally, this is a case on kind of the edge of copyright about what should be applied to things like chord progressions in songs. And certainly I don't know these songs. I can't play these songs because of YouTube rules and everything else. But a chord progression in and of itself can be shared around, a million songs. And we shouldn't have that block something by way of copyright, because we want creativity to be burgeoning. We want it to be continuing to be something that people do. So this sounds like the right outcome. I don't know the songs well enough to know whether that is in fact the case. The case, which was filed in 2017 and had been delayed in part by the coronavirus pandemic, involved questions of originality in pop music that have been tested in a series of recent cases, says the New York Times. Well, thank you. Let's see if you've got a whole other article on this. Wow. So they describe what's happening in this. And I want to give the New York Times credit here from a headlines perspective, because I think they're doing a pretty good job of explaining what's happening to their audience. And then they bring out a summary from a little while ago, April 2023, that talks about other cases that have discussed this. It can be tricky and even misleading to compare the recordings alone, they say. In cases like these, the only material in question are the song's underlying compositions. We've talked about song copyright a lot, but there's the composition of the song, there's the performance of the song, there's the recording of the song. Music is a mess for intellectual property and intellectual property lawyers. Elements specific to the performance captured in a particular recording, like tempo or timbre of an instrument, are irrelevant. Right. It's about what was the song that you wrote, like the book on a page, not like Patrick Stewart reading it. Juries must decide not only if one song copies another, but whether the earlier song was original and distinctive enough to be protected by copyright. The problem with cases like this is that people are asking the wrong question. They ask the question, how similar is song B to song A? Whereas what they should be asking is, how original is song A? That's kind of half the argument. I mean, that's useful for what we're about to talk about right now. But yes, if it is original, then you still have to ask this question. That's not the wrong question. It's just a different question about whether or not the second song copies from the first. But why do we care about whether it's protectable at all? It's because copyright doesn't protect little things. We talked about this. Copyright protects original works of authorship, including musical works such as songs, but does not protect facts, ideas, systems, or methods of operation. Right? So we can look at the Copyright Act. It's pretty specific about this. Original works of authorship fixed in any tangible medium of expression, but not ideas, procedures, processes, or systems. You might ask, Rick, what about things like tapping that I hear about from Magic the Gathering and Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast? And I say, yeah, what about that? The law doesn't have a great answer for what they've done with game design. Okay, so ideas and mechanisms are not supposed to be protected. We've gotten a little far afield from that in the world of games, but I can't answer that for you, because that's the way the legal system works, is that we sometimes just get a little bit further from the text of a statute than I might otherwise like. But here's in the Copyright Office puts out these circulars that says, hey, this is how we operate. Here's Circular 33, which you guys can remember and write down. Works not protected. It's ideas, methods, and systems. That's directly in the text of the statute. And then little things. Words and short phrases such as names, titles, and slogans are uncopyrightable. Why? Because they contain an insufficient amount of authorship. The office will not register individual works or brief combinations of words, even if the word or short phrase is novel, distinctive, or lends itself to a play on words. And yes, this is words because this isn't focused on music, but this is the same kind of concept that gets you to, musical notes can't be protected because that would be crazy, just like letters can't be protected, but also chord progressions and things like that. You need to have an original work of authorship, and the mechanisms, the things that go into a larger work, can't be protected, or else we could never get new larger works. And so copyright is not supposed to prevent you from using a chord progression that might have been used in another place, but there are a lot of cases that create ambiguity here. One of these is big. George Harrison's My Sweet Lord, which went to #1 in late 1970, was sued by music publisher of He's So Fine in 1962, and the judge determined that the former Beatle had copied the chiffon's melody subconsciously, which may well be true. You kind of can see this happening in music. I've talked to David about the fact that our new intro has a beat that is distinct. I think it's distinct enough, but it's got kind of, I don't know, the feel of the Fellowship theme from Lord of the Rings for a moment, for just a brief second. And that's not enough to worry anybody, but it is the kind of thing where you get the wrong plaintiff, you get the wrong judge, and you wind up with a decision like this one. So copyright, which is always fun, right? We've talked a lot about copyright, intellectual property, and fair use here. It has all these gray areas that aren't even really solved, but can't be solved at all until somebody's willing to sue over them and take it all the way to the end. So Ed Sheeran got sued. Ed Sheeran wins, but they're still asking these questions of like, where does original work of authorship actually fix? If it's 4 chord progressions is okay, it's 5, 15, where does that end? And this is the practice of law, right? This is the stuff that lawyers deal with. And I wish I had answers for you, but realistically, it's who goes through a litigation far enough to get to an answer, and then what can that be applied to in other contexts. So I think actually this New York Times article about other 7 landmark copyright cases is a good one, even though I wouldn't take the summaries and then go, try to apply for a law degree with them. Oh, excuse me.
Well, interesting to see how it all plays out.
It is, because I think this is interesting stuff, and I think the New York Times here is doing a good job reporting on it. I do like to have hangouts and headlines that aren't just, wow, this headline is awful. So I saw these articles, and I wanted to discuss them with you because this is a case that I think is interesting. But this is the kind of thing that I think that you can get in trouble with some articles if you're not careful about reading really, really carefully about what they're doing or why they're doing it. And so I do want to bring hangouts and headlines back. I love this stuff, but I'm not going to be able to do live streaming in the morning for some time yet until at least my therapy is over. And I think right now I'm scheduled through July, but we'll see if we need those July therapy sessions. They can discharge me basically whenever they want.
Hey, July is not far away. May is already moving. The summer's going to be here before we know it.
That's definitely said as someone who doesn't count his days in rehab appointments. But yes, I agree.
That is fair. What's interesting with that case though is, and I know chat was pointing it out, but there are so many songs that have the same chord progression, and just like you were saying with gaming, and I know Ian was on, and Ian's done tons of videos on this of like it's very hard to copyright game mechanics, and so, and actually this level of discussion last night on Rob's show, we ended up talking about like ChatGPT and AI, but it's like, how can somebody try to prevent having issues when it comes to copywriting and things like this? Like the Ed Sheeran case, for instance.
Well, the good news is that for the most part, you're going to find yourself in that situation when you've got an award-winning song that you've sold millions of, right? I tell this to clients all the time, but they get concerned about trademarks or copyright or protection of things. And it's like, well, to some extent, we can bundle up the problems that are good ones to have when you're massively successful into a specific bucket as compared to your house will be lost and your entire world will be put on fire. So Ed Sheeran, obviously successful by the time this all happens. And that's when you have money and resources and success is when the litigations start to pop out, generally speaking. That said, I think if people want to be, cognizant, you should play it for people. You should say, do I have anything that sounds like I might have taken this? Because the big issue, David, is that from that first case you saw summarized in the New York Times article, that subconscious notion of essentially, well, I made a song that sounds like, only God knows what I would do without you or whatever, is a problem because you're not deliberately copying. It's just that, oh yeah, you like how these notes sound together. And so you've picked ones that sound like another song. Could potentially be a legal issue down the line. And so that's a worry. But ultimately, I think creatives should try to trust that they can have the creative process. And for the most part, copyright and the legal system is not going to come and just bash them in the face. Now, I say that as someone who has seen people bash in the face, but those are the exceptions more than the rules. Yes, the legal system and the justice system are not perfect and that they can be used for weapons against folks, but I try to tell creative people to not, lay awake at night on this stuff, because I think for the most part, you are not the case that's going to be in the New York Times, and you're not going to be in a multi-million-dollar litigation in Manhattan, mostly.
Hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. I mean, so most recently when we had everything happening with Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast, I kind of had a little inside information because I know a lot of people that are higher up there. So I got a little bit of that forecasting before everything went viral in that area. So I knew by early December, I was like, okay, I'm kind of done with D&D. I'd like to make my own type of game. And so as that has developed, a lot of questions that I get asked from people are like, well, are you looking at other games for inspiration? And actually, I'm hard pass. I'm actually not interested in that, which also creates a problem. But I've kind of developed everything on my own using my own ideas because I don't want to accidentally steal somebody's content or copyright or property. But
Right,
at
I
the
think
same
that's
time,
wise.
but
I
that
think
also could open me up to negligence if I accidentally do take somebody's that's already been published. So it's a double-edged sword.
Well, I mean, you say negligence, you mean that kind of subconscious stealing, or we don't need to prove that you actually stole kind of concept.
Right.
Well, games are interesting, right? Because I think what you just described is how like movie studios deal with like scripts that are sent to them or ideas, which is like
Right.
we're not opening anything. So we're just not going to have that active stealing, because in general, infringement of copyright is supposed to require you to willfully infringe on a copyright. You're supposed to steal something.
Right.
You're not supposed to accidentally run into these things, and music and some other aspects kind of run into this stuff. Obviously, Wizards of the Coast, Hasbro, are a litigious company when they're not sending old Western investigators out to hassle people. But the nature of the thing should be that you don't have to do that, David. Now, I can't give legal advice on this because I'm sure there are some edge cases. But in a perfect world, that exception to copyright is that ideas and mechanisms and engines and things aren't protectable. It's only the expression of those ideas.
Right.
So, I mean, where Wizards of the Coast had a win with like Magic is that like the idea of exhausting a card so it can't be used for the remainder of the turn, that's not theirs. You can exhaust cards. But like spinning it on its side and calling it tapping, they got protection of. And then they got some protection of some weird stuff like the number of hit points on the other side. And that's created problems for other games across the board. But ideally, you should be able to go and say, this is a good idea. And copyright, if it's working correctly, if the justice system is working correctly, wants you to be able to evolve ideas that had success or that solved problems. We don't want people to reinvent wheels forever. But I think you are justified in saying, I don't want to even encourage this. I don't want to say that there's a copy of Eldritch Horror or Champions of Hera or anything else I can see in my room on my desk so that they can find it later and say I copied from it when I didn't do that. I just was inspired by it.
Right.
But ideally, game development, game design, anything that uses that kind of rules and mechanisms are evolving and learning from each other, because that's what the legal system ostensibly wants. That's what Congress has ordered in the Copyright Act, is we want that kind of improvement in creativity. But as folks that have been in virtual legality a lot know, it doesn't always work that way. It doesn't always go in the way that the statute even says it should. So I don't think that you are being silly about trying to be ultra careful about what your process is there.
Yeah, it's something we're still developing, and it's but a lot of things keep changing. And now we've got Pathfinder out there. They're releasing their own policy that you could copy their systems, and there's now, which is exactly what happened in the past. Now there's a ton of competition, and a whole bunch of people are jumping out saying, I'm going to make a game now because D&D screwed up. And it's like, yeah, well, now there's a bunch of us.
Am I right in thinking that Pathfinder was an offshoot of D&D anyway? Is that the history there?
Was. Yeah, so it was for Lawyers Direct, we play 5th edition. 4th edition upset a lot of people, and it was super restrictive. So they took the policy from the 3rd 3.5 and started Pathfinder. So their own corporate decisions created their greatest competitor. And so that's what we're looking at now too, with everything else going on with Hasbro.
Okay, thank you for that clarity, because I thought that was the case, but I didn't know for sure. Okay, folks, I think we're in the last 15 minutes of our stream here. We're at about $14,000 for Ascension, and we're at about $7,000 for Chelsea. So if you want to get in those donations here in the last 15 minutes, or you want to buy merchandise, now is the time. I would love to make those numbers a little bit higher for these hospitals, and I know you can do it, and I really, really appreciate it. So let's see if we can do that a little bit. And if you're having trouble with the links, I sincerely apologize, but I really appreciate the continued effort to get that money in for these great causes. So thank you so much.
We're in the last lap now, folks.
That's right.
Now's the time.
If you're running a distance run, you get the last mile marker, and you see that, and you put the energy in, and you go and you die at the finish line. So let's all collapse at the finish line, but after we've used all the energy we have.
And for those of you who are having trouble trying to get through to the Chelsea Hospital, you could try to link treesofeternity.com. Don't put www, just try treesofeternity.com. Get in, get those last donations in the last 13 or so minutes here. It's the final countdown.
It sure is. I can't help but think of the Tetris movie. I don't know if you saw the Tetris movie, David.
I have not seen it yet. It's
had a
on
number
my
of-
list.
And a number of foreign versions of Final Countdown, as well as I Need a Hero.
I'm behind on my movies. Like, I still haven't seen the Super Mario movie, but I hear really great things from like fans, not so much critics.
Well, I wish it were a little bit less shallow, but it's a good movie.
Is it a safe? Like, did they play it safe? Like that? This was just, let's play it super safe and make $1 billion like they've done?
Yeah, I mean, it's an Illumination movie, so it's a variation of kind of a Minions movie, really, with Mario theming. But I think the biggest problem I have with it is they kind of abandon the concept of telling a story. And I think video gamers are maybe being a little bit too generous to it because it does feel a little bit. It feels a little bit like a Mario story, but Mario stories don't exist, right? And it's like it is a different medium. You can't actually go and add a narrative to this.
You think that this is the type of thing they'll improve upon? Like, obviously, there's going to be sequels, and now there's rumors flying around of picking up other properties. I don't know. A Zelda game movie without a story feels like it would be awful.
My fear is that they will take this and say that the lesson is we need shiny graphics and we don't need to worry about what exactly is happening.
So we need no substance, just shiny. Make it shiny.
That would be my fear. I mean, I think the Mario movie was good-ish, but I really had hoped for it to be a little bit more.
That's how I feel about Mandalorian.
That's how I felt about Mandalorian season 1, and then it's just been kind of a downward slope for me.
I thought season 2 was really good.
Season 2 really was the start of the let's cameo random things from like Clone Wars to me. And so I really didn't like that. I didn't think it felt like a story. And then that really took shape in season 3. Let's just have stuff happen.
Season 3 was, and I don't mean to start getting negative, but it was conveyor belt corporate blandness. It was so bland and so like safe. And I know, and I've said it on this channel before, I hate television, like normal television, waiting week to week to watch something. I don't have the patience and the time span and the attention span for it. And this was like, oh my gosh, this is off. These episodes are terrible. They're so unsatisfying. So, oh yeah, man, Kerry agrees with me. Yeah, Mando 3 was awful. But I mean, I have hope. I have faith because Mando 3 was bad, but then a couple of days later, Jedi Survivor was outstanding. So it's like there's still some good Star Wars writers out there.
Well, I mean, considering that it was Andor, Mando, and Survivor, it looks like Mando might be the exception, which would be lovely.
Yes. Yeah, and I guess, we've talked about Andor. There's a lot of good things out there. I'm just hoping they stick the landing.
So, Kitty Splain, I did talk about this, I think, a couple episodes ago in this series, but yes, my occupational therapist just the other day handed me a deck of cards and asked me to shuffle them, and first of all, she's sardonic already, but I thought for sure she was joking with me because I couldn't do that for months. And then I shuffled them for her, and she's like, see, I knew you could do that. Why were you laughing at me? And I was like, I really thought you were joking. It's like when you asked me to do 170 reps, But my team has asked me to do that. For the most part, no, I'm generally pressing, so I'm asking to do things that my team doesn't think I'm ready for yet, mostly. Not always, but mostly. Mandalorian is this generation's Fraggle Rock. I mean, Fraggle Rock had a better opening theme song, I would say, but I do like Mandalorian's song.
It's got good music.
It has a good theme. Like, I don't think Ludwig Göransson has actually been a part of the team for 2 years now.
I did not know that.
Yeah, if you look at the credits at the end of an episode, it'll say, like, score by X with themes by Ludwig Göransson.
I did not know that. I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit more. I know Jedi Survivor has a fantastic OST.
It sure does sound like Star Wars, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like it, and it's like there's eventually when you're playing through and you get like when there's the pivotal moments and that soundtrack kicks in, it's like this feels like John Williams. This feels really good.
Oh, you guys all crossed
All right.
14,000. That's awesome.
Wow.
And you crossed 7,000 for Chelsea. It's great. Thank you so much.
Good job. Well, you got an amazing community here.
I can hear this comment in my mind.
Yeah, you know, there's Fraggle Rock. I've actually never seen the show, the original show, but there's a Muppets Family Christmas special where they go to Fozzie's mom's house for Christmas. So they bring all the Muppets, and then Sesame Street shows up, and then Fraggle Rock is in his mom's basement. And that's like my first and only experience with the Fraggles, where they give Kermit a little pebble for Christmas, and like that's the gift.
It sounds like an Avengers style collaboration there. Got all the Jim
Henson
Henson studio stuff.
Jim Henson got it right. He knew what to do. Big crossover for Christmas.
It is over 20,000 combined, Carrie. It's over 21,000, I think, at this point. So I mean, it's just fantastic.
Okay, all right. I feel very attacked by chat right now. Okay, that I'm too young.
Why are you being attacked?
Because apparently I'm too young to know Fraggle Rock. But let's settle down here, okay? And it's not a fever dream. I saw someone say, "Google Muppet Family Christmas after the stream ends."
And guys, do point out the Chelsea stuff is not automatically reported. So if anybody forgot to, for instance, report it over here for just an update, some of this is still a little bit of guesswork, but either way, you guys are killing it. And so we are so thankful for you. These numbers are picked out of the air here for what we thought possibly could be achieved. And you guys are doing fantastic. So thank you so much.
And remember, everything for Chelsea is going to be matched. So that total number is going to be 14,000 something, probably.
Wow.
Our best guess. So
right, they're going to match the first 10,000.
Yeah, that's a really big deal for them. And I've seen their list, and I know how many things are on it and what they want to improve and what they want to add to their department. And this is a growing area for that hospital as well. It's something that's really important. This program is really important to them, all the rehab department. So this is going to help so many people. I watched it firsthand, y'all. It's really going to, I mean, it's going to be great. I don't really have words for it. It's going to be great.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm so thankful for all of you for doing this. And yeah, I will remember this for a long time. So thank you so much.
Well, as we're in the final stretch here.
Yep, final 5 minutes or so.
Final 5 minutes, folks. So if you're on the edge of your seat there, get your credit cards out, get those last donations in. Where are we sitting? Now I got a book.
I know all these wonderful people are so thankful for all you're doing for them.
And so everybody in chat, because now I'm just scrolling through. I see the stickers are now available, and I know Mrs. Hoeglaw pointed out in the chat, but Jeff is Real has a sticker now. I would go for that. It's right there. Yeah, Jeff is real sticker now on there. Oh, and a long sleeve T-shirt. That's new. That's new. I don't know if we've mentioned that on here, but
Yeah,
we can get those.
That's Mrs. Hoeg doing live updates to the store behind the scenes. So
live and in real time.
I don't know, honey, if you want to encourage chat to continue to make requests of you live during streams, but it's very good of you to do this.
Happy to do it. Happy to do it.
We're going to have to, now I'm going to get everybody excited, but we're going to have to talk soon about what's happening with Lawyers and Dragons merch too.
Yeah, I don't know. Is anybody interested in the chat of buying Lawyers and Dragons merch? I don't even know, David.
I don't know, but we have been talking for a long time about getting a blanket out there, and maybe that'll happen. I don't know. That would be cool. But we have to see what the new map looks like first, because there's going to be a new map for the new location. So that'll be fun.
We'll have some stuff, I think. We'll get it going. All right, folks. So we've got maybe a minute or two left. The charity fundraiser merchandise will stay up through tomorrow, but then we'll pull it down. The links will stay up for a while yet. They will be in the description of this video. And so thank you so much to everybody who's donated, everybody that's just hung out with us today. I really appreciate it, as you can tell. But I don't know how better to express it other than to say thank you. So thank you.
Well, thank you for doing this and coming back and putting all your stories together, and this was really special, and I know this was really special, everybody who got to hang out and watch with us through the day. And big shout out to Mrs. Hoeg Law for keeping us all in the loop and keeping this going and helping put this together as well.
She is the best, folks. Thank you, honey.
Hey, this is, first of all, David, thanks for being here. Were you here the whole time? I think just about the whole time.
Basically the whole time.
So,
thank you, David.
I'm so glad you were here. And thank you to this community. You all have been amazing for 5 months with us. And this is a beautiful way to end this video series. Rick has more rehab to do. I have more driving to do, but we're so grateful to you, and the ripple effect of this is going to be just magnificent. I can't wait to watch at least the parts we get to even see and know about, right? There's so much more so many more people this will help and affect, and we'll never know. So thank you so much, all of you. Thank you seems so insufficient.
It does. You guys are helping so many people. You have no idea. And this is the hardest time in their lives. It's the hardest stuff I've ever done. Went to law school, did big deals, $1 million deals, worked with all sorts of folks with a lot on the line. Rehab is the hardest stuff I've ever done. So thank you so much.
Oh, yeah. Well, it is 4:01. Do we want to do like a final count for where we're at now?
Yeah, we'll do a quick check-in here, and then we are going to hit the Virtual Legality outro button, and we are going to leave you for the rest of your Saturday. So it looks like we cleared $14,000 for Ascension, as well as the merchandise money that's going to come in. Let me see if I can clear this comment here real quick. And $7,000 for Chelsea, which I don't think has done their match yet, so that'll double.
No, it's actually, that number is, there's money coming in right now. That number is $83.75 right now.
Okay, sorry.
$83.75.
That's fantastic.
That's amazing.
Okay, so we have a little space where your dollars are worth $2 if you want to get your money into Chelsea right now. Certainly they'd appreciate it. You guys are all fantastic, and I couldn't be happier with everything. Thank you so much to the community, to the chat, everybody that's been with us. Thank you so much to David, my wife, everyone else that has joined us. I will put a tweet out. This is finished up. And Lawyers and Dragons will be back May 27th, and we'll get Hangouts and Headlines back sooner or later as well. I really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Thank you so much for being with us this Saturday.
Thank you, everyone.
Virtual Legality is a YouTube video series with audio podcast versions presented as commentary and for education and entertainment purposes only. It does not constitute legal advice and does not create an attorney-client relationship. If you have legal questions about the topics discussed, please consult your own legal counsel.